He had it. He still couldn't believe that he had it. Very few professional thieves managed to steal something so valuable right from under the nose of the SCP Foundation, and even fewer lived to tell anyone about it. Kasdan gripped the bag in one hand, holding on to it so tightly, his knuckles felt like they might split. He was drenched in nervous sweat, the clamminess of his palms leaving an imprint on the material of the duffel bag. Its precious contents moved around loosely. Every time it jostled and knocked against him, Kasdan had to fight the urge to unzip the bag, just to remind himself this was all actually happening. But he resisted. He knew the mask wanted not only to be seen, but to be heard as well. The earpiece his client had provided was doing its job, keeping the whispers at bay, dampening the telepathic aura enough to ensure that Kasdan retained control over his own faculties. The bag, he'd been told, would also hopefully dampen the powers of the mask's corrosive fluid. He'd been prepped extensively for this job, more than any other in his long and storied criminal career. It had taken months of planning, staking out the home of a Foundation researcher, stealing his access card, and slipping into the heavily guarded facility undetected. As if that hadn't been hard enough, he then had to find the right containment cell containing what he'd been hired to steal. Just like any heist, the timing was everything. He had to make sure he was there on the exact day the glass container housing his target was due to be replaced, thanks to corrosion damage, having been gradually melted and worn away over time. At an intensely precise moment on precisely the right day, Kasdan had to enter the cell and sedate not only the research staff that had come to swap out the glass container, but the armed guards posted outside too. Then, it was just a case of slipping on the specialized gloves he'd been issued, grabbing the mask, and stashing it in the bag with protective lining to stop it from being corroded during transit. All things considered, Kasdan had been doing pretty well, given the circumstances. That was until he heard the blare of alarms ringing out. His heart, which had already been drumming away in his chest through sheer nerves, now began beating so fast it threatened to crack his ribs. Panic shot through his entire system, and at that moment, all sense of rationality was dropped faster than a lead balloon. Any further attempts at subterfuge were pointless. Why keep hiding? Surely the alarms were for him, Kasdan thought, and immediately started running, losing all cover. He barged past a pair of Foundation researchers in lab coats, knocking them both to the ground. A storm of paper files they'd been carrying were hurled up into the air, a temporary smoke screen to cover Kasdan's panicked escape. One foot launching past the other, he barreled down the facility's corridors the same way he'd come in. If he was quick, he might make it before they sealed the exits and trapped him inside. The chances were slim, and Kasdan knew it. But he was left with no other choice apart from letting the SCP Foundation catch him, hauling him off to God knows where for interrogation. He barreled past more Foundation staff, some of them holding their hands out to try and stop him as they figured out what the alarms were for and why Kasdan was running. Shoving one out of the way, he felt something snag at the lab coat he'd worn as a disguise. One of the researchers had him. Kicking a leg back, Kasdan clipped the man's knee and whipped himself free of the coat, not letting him stop from running. He was close now, so close to the door he'd come in through. If he could just pass this corner, he'd be home free. The clomp of multiple heavy steel-toed tactical boots came rushing through the entrance to meet him. A squad of men, one of the Foundation's infamous mobile task forces, were hurtling towards Kasdan like a tidal wave wearing all-black combat gear. He skidded as he tried to turn back the way he'd come, stumbling over his feet as he was chased by the sound of angry shouts commanding him to freeze, drop the bag, and get on the ground. Kasdan dared not look over his shoulder, catching hints of the oncoming MTF agents in his peripheral vision, compelling him to keep running. But with no idea where to go, and 4 heavily armed operatives clipping at his heels, there was little hope of escaping now. A powerful weighty force struck Kasdan's back, knocking the air out of his lungs as it pushed him over and kept him pinned to the floor. He could barely move as the agent tackled him, gasping as he desperately tried to pull his breath back. The rest of the squad gathered around him, all yelling and warning him not to move. But there was another sound. No, another voice drowning out the soldiers. The earpiece, the one thing keeping his mind safe. It was gone. It must have fallen out when he hit the ground. And now, the mask could get in. The whispering was unintelligible. Nonsense, really. Kasdan couldn't clearly make out what it was saying. He only knew it had quickly become the only thing he could hear, and how it made him feel. He had to put the mask on. It was such a strong compulsion. It felt like so much more than a want, a desire to wear it. It was a need. The bag was so close, dropped to the floor where he had been tackled. If he could just reach it and tear the zipper open, he'd have the mask in his hands. Rolling over, Kasdan lashed out at the MTF operative, catching him by surprise as his fist connected with the man's balaclava-covered face. The agent was stunned, lifting some of his weight that had been pinning the thief down, just enough for Kasdan to free his other hand. Another pair of agents tried to hold his flailing arms to the ground, only for him to reach up and pull one of them face first into the concrete floor with a bloody crunch. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Kasdan moved like a man possessed, hurling the agent on his other arm into the first who had tackled him. Slipping out from underneath the crumpled agents, he crawled on his stomach as far and as fast as he could. Kasdan desperately scrambled for the duffel bag. It was so close, a mere few inches away, his fingertips brushing up against it as he reached, but he couldn't grab it, as much as he felt that overwhelming need to. His feet were still buried under the weight of the MTF operators and their gear, stopping him from reaching any further, until one of the agents moved, just enough to free Kasdan's foot. Everything seemed to move in slow motion. The MTF soldiers were reaching out to pull Kasdan off the floor. As his hand shot forward and tightly gripped the straps of his bag, he could feel hands wrapped in tactical gloves gripping at his shirt. In that same instant, he wrenched the bag towards him and pulled down the zipper. He had to get what was inside, even if it killed him. He barely noticed his earpiece getting crunched under the heavy combat boot of one of the agents. Instead, he was inhaling fumes from the interior of the bag, its specialized inner lining already melting thanks to the viscous black substance secreting from the mask. Kasdan didn't even register the pain in his hands when he reached inside, the secretion corroding his bare skin as he retrieved what he'd been hired to steal, what he so now desperately needed to put on his face. SCP-035, the possessive mask. Time felt like it had ground to a halt, freezing everyone. Kasdan stared for a split second at the white porcelain surface of the mask. It felt like it was glaring hatefully at him, thanks to its exaggerated tragedy grimace. It was almost as if it disapproved of Kasdan, as if he was somehow unworthy of it. But holding it in his hands, the compulsion to put on SCP-035 was now so unbearable. Oblivious to the Foundation agents around him who were trying in vain to restrain him again, Kasdan tipped his face into the mask, and everything went black. It was like being half asleep, his awareness of certain things stripped away. Things like the pain searing his face, a gradual, acidic burning that was eating away at his flesh, corroding his body. And yet Kasdan could still feel occasional sensations, tremors running up his arms as his fists made contact with something, then pulled back and struck again, leaving behind something wet on his knuckles. But he couldn't see. All around him was shrouded in darkness. He knew his body was moving, maybe even walking, taking him somewhere, but he had no clue where, and no control anymore. It was like something else had pushed his mind out of the driver's seat, and now had both its corruptive hands on the wheel. His mind was now lost in the blackness, shut down, gone. It was only when he came back around that Kasdan felt the sheer, unrelenting agony fully wash over him. The mask was off again, leaving him a scorched, screaming mess. He was laying on the floor of another containment cell. This one was different from the one he'd stolen SCP-035 from. It was less heavily guarded, minimal security. It might not even have been in the same facility. Kasdan had no idea how long he'd been wearing the mask for. All he knew, apart from the intense pain of the corrosive black sludge breaking his body down and the bloodstains on his hands and clothes, was that he wasn't alone. Someone else was there with him. Kasdan didn't know the strangest part of all of this. He should be dead. No, he was dead. Much like Dr. Bright's medallion, the possessive mask typically wipes the human mind like OxyClean. If he was back, it meant somebody brought him back. Somebody with truly great power. Craning his head up, he caught sight of the cell's only other occupant. Even squinting through his stinging eyes, Kasdan couldn't make out exactly where the other man was from, only that he was much older. He was looking down at Kasdan writhing on the floor. There was something almost sad lingering in his eyes. There was a kind sympathy behind them, not just from looking at someone with such severe injuries, but an almost apologetic gaze, like he was sorry that the pain even existed in the first place.
"Glad to see you back, my son,"
the old man said.
"It's been a while since I've needed to pull someone back from that deep in the darkness. I was worried I'd be a little rusty."
The old man gently reached a hand out towards him and took Kasdan's pain away. He didn't heal him, not fully, just hit pause on his wounds. But before he could thank the kind stranger, the mask started whispering again. Only this time, it was calling to the old man. No longer hurting, but still reeling from what SCP-035 had done to him, Kasdan tried to stop the man, calling with a rasping voice, begging him not to listen to the possessive mask's call. He didn't seem as spellbound as Kasdan had been. In fact, the old man almost just looked like he was going through the motions, pacing over to where SCP-035 lay on the cell floor, picking it up, and just like Kasdan had done, he lifted the porcelain mask over his wrinkled, wizened face. Helpless, unable to do anything other than watch on in horror, Kasdan couldn't help but notice the tragic frown carved onto the surface of SCP-035 had shifted. Now, it was a wide, gaping smile, a comedic grin, with nothing but ill intent behind it. While he had no idea who the old man was, some swirling, sickening feeling in the pit of Kasdan's stomach told him nothing good could come from putting that twisted mask over another anomalous being. If he had only known that SCP-343 was colloquially nicknamed God by the Foundation's staff, and was widely believed to be the sole creator of the entire universe, then Kasdan would have used all his strength to pull the mask off of the old man's face and smash it to pieces. But it was already too late. The very second the possessive mask slipped over SCP-343's face, the ground shook violently, like the very earth itself was afraid of what had just happened. Still watching from the cell floor, Kasdan looked at this combined creature. It stood still for a moment, slowly breathing through the mask, before it lifted its hands and appeared to examine them. The comedy smile on SCP-035 made it seem like the mask itself was looking with a warped sense of glee at its new host body. More of that same black goo was being secreted out from beneath the mask. Drops of it were rolling off the old man's shoulders. They landed on the cell floor, melting tiny, burning holes as the substance dripped down through the concrete and steel of the facility. His body being puppeteered by the mask on his face, the old man wiped a smear of the sludge away with his hand, looking at it in his fingers. It wasn't melting him the same way it had to Kasdan. Usually, the corrosive secretion that SCP-035 naturally produced proved to be its weakness, melting the bodies of its human hosts and eventually destroying them, leaving the mask without a form to pilot. SCP-343, on the other hand, was only humanoid in shape, and far beyond any mortal being that the possessive mask had ever enthralled. The combined being, corruptive mask and omnipotent god, raised its hands high, like a conductor before an orchestra. From the spot he lay in, Kasdan watched in horror as every member of staff in the facility was pulled up through the floor, or dragged screaming through the walls, piping and brickwork tearing through them. This was a minimum security Foundation wing, far more relaxed with only a handful of staff and a light force of guards. Still, to SCP-035, it didn't matter how many there were. It was enough to make a start. The wrinkly hands of its new hosts clenched sharply. The Foundation staff, all suspended in mid-air, suddenly exploded. Each one of them, every researcher and guard, erupted into a fireball, burning white-hot like heated metal before fizzling out. There was nothing left. No scraps of clothing, no remains. They just weren't. If it wanted to, SCP-035 would have thrown its head back and laughed maniacally. In some strange way, Kasdan thought that might have been better. Instead, it was silent, the mask's wide, soulless grin conveying its twisted delight well enough. It turned to face the wall, thick layers of concrete standing between it and the outside world, and began stepping forward, so completely casually that it was unnerving. With its first step, the walls of the cell surrounding the SCP-035 and SCP-343 hybrid, as well as Kasdan, began to crumble away. With the second, The corridor outside did the same, falling apart without any exertion of effort from the masked god. Each and every step further, more of the building around them was chipped away, carving a path through rooms and research stations towards the edge of the site. It was as though the concrete and brickwork, the dense, heavy materials that constructed the facility, suddenly had the consistency of wet sand, and SCP-035 and its new host were the tides coming in, washing away all in their path. No longer in pain, but his body distorted beyond repair, Kasdan forced himself up off the ground at last. Weakly, he limped after the creature, thinking in vain he had any chance to stand against a being with the unbridled power of a god and the infinite cruelty and malice of the possessive mask. If he could just get close enough, Kasdan thought, he could tear the mask away, freeing the old man. He wouldn't be able to stop himself from putting it on a second time, but perhaps it was better that Kasdan wore it and let its black ooze melt him down. At least the wise, kindly old man would be able to get far enough away from SCP-035's influence, and Kasdan could, at least in part, put this right. After all, he'd stolen the mask from the Foundation. This all started with him. As the hybrid reached the farthest wall, the barrier turned to glass and shattered. The combined monster looked out over the waiting, helpless world. Through SCP-343, the possessive mask had control over chaos and creation alike, and nothing on Earth that could challenge it. Not the Foundation, not humanity, not even other anomalies. Lifting its still, lifeless, grinning mask upwards, the sky darkened, the deafening boom of thunder ringing out above. Forked bolts of deep orange lightning cracked across the atmosphere as what was left of the Foundation facility dissolved behind the masked god. Though it was facing out towards a world that would soon crumble as easily as this building, the creature could see everything, far beyond where it stood, the lives of billions upon billions. All at once, it watched plants grow while others wilted, animals born only to die, humans living out their ritualistic existences, each one of them gradually heading for the same fate. And through all of that, it saw a hand trembling behind it, reaching for its mask. Kasdan. He was so close, fingertips just about to brush the porcelain surface of SCP-035, when suddenly the mask and the old man wearing it were gone. Kasdan turned around in confusion, only to find it was now standing behind him. It reached out one of the wrinkled, bony old hands and touched a single finger on his forehead. Kasdan blinked, and he was back before the heist, before any of the wanton devastation had begun. He recognized the room he was in, and sat in the very same place where his mysterious benefactor had approached him with a seemingly impossible job: to steal a mask from the SCP Foundation. Sure enough, sitting across the table, obscured by shadow, was the client. But behind his eyes, Kasdan was trapped, helpless as he watched himself live out the same events that had led to the mask being placed on the face of God. He couldn't change the course of history, couldn't avert the apocalypse that was already happening. All he could do was watch, his heart sinking as his client pushed a file across the table, opening it to reveal a photograph of his target, the thing he wanted Kasdan to steal: SCP-035, the possessive mask. And meanwhile, back in the new hell of its own creation, the mask was having some real fun. Dr. Gears was having another boring day at the SCP Foundation, and that was exactly how he liked it. He treated himself to a cup of decaf black coffee, no cream, no sugar, a simple plain donut, and an apple. The breakfast of champions, to him at least. His duties today were ones he'd overseen so many times before, watching his ever-rotating legion of subordinates shove various items into SCP-914 the Clockworks, just to see what on earth would happen. This machine had the ability to transmute matter in a variety of fashions, depending on the input selection, whether rough, coarse, one-to-one, fine, or even very fine. They tested everything, from Dr. Gears' watch to a chimp, which, as we all know, resulted in the beloved hyper-intelligent chimp scientist, Dr. Bobo. There were in fact such extensive testing records for SCP-914 that Dr. Gears had started taking an uncharacteristic hands-off approach to testing, as long as the researchers working under him were reasonably sure that the results of their testing wouldn't result in a containment breach, a fundamental alteration of consensus reality, or some massive loss of life. They could just go ahead with whatever dumb little experiment their heart desired. This, however, would turn out to be a way longer leash than Dr. Gears ever should have given to the kind of weirdos who work at the SCP Foundation. There had been certain, let's say, incidents in the past that have proved members of the SCP Foundation aren't above using anomalies inappropriately for their own personal enjoyment. There was, of course, the incident with SCP-662, the butler's handbell, and the supernatural butler it summons, Mr. Deeds. During the early stages of testing, Dr. Mirth, under the guise of experimentation, made Mr. Deeds make him tea, wash his car, cut his hair, and even do his laundry. Dr. Mirth was given a stern talking to by the O5 Council for this abuse of power. Good job, O5 Council. It's not like you ever use anomalies for your own benefit. Let's move on. Nothing to see here, folks. Speaking of people working for the Foundation using anomalies inappropriately, who could forget the extremely uncomfortable incident involving SCP-137, a real toy? This anomaly has the ability to become a real-life version of any toy brought into its vicinity, from the Masters of the Universe to Barbie in her dream house. But one researcher was hiding a horrifying secret. He was a brony. And that's why he sneaked a Twilight Sparkle toy into the testing chamber so he could have a conversation with his favorite My Little Pony character, which all in attendance agreed just had incredibly rancid vibes through and through. And that brings us back to today. Dr. Gears deciding to let his subordinate researchers throw pretty much anything into the clockworks as long as it was unlikely to cause physical harm. And leaving this metaphorical door open allowed people like Dr. Siegel to step through. You see, while Dr. Siegel was considered by most to be an incredibly diligent and hardworking junior researcher, he did have one vice in his downtime. He was a card-carrying furry. And we're not just talking about a guy who watched Disney's Zootopia a few too many times. He had his own fursona. A wolf, if you were curious. I personally wasn't. He attended cons for fellow furries semi-frequently, and even had his own expensive, custom, high-end fursuit. As such, there was one SCP he found particularly interesting, SCP-1471, also known as MalO version 1.0.0, an anomalous mobile app with some extremely strange properties. If you access it on an app store of your choice, you'll encounter an image of a strange, skull-headed canine creature with the following iconic description. MalO version 1.0.0 free. Reviews 0. Description: never settle for those awkward feelings of being alone ever again. MalO is an exciting and interactive experience that will keep you engaged and intrigued. The anxiety of social situations can be nerve-wracking, but after just a few hours of MalO, you will soon forget all about those painful emotions of disappointment. Be part of the new craze that is so quickly becoming the next social substitute. Remember, the more you participate, the more MalO will engage you. Your experience is completely up to you. Absolutely no ads. Enjoy. Dr. Siegel was certainly eager to forget all his painful emotions of disappointment and embrace the new social substitute. But he'd read all the documents and seen all the pictures on the file. Those who download the MalO app will be texted a series of photos, becoming closer to home over time, both literally and figuratively, which show the strange creature known as MalO getting closer and closer. For some, this would be a complete nightmare. For those inclined in the direction of Dr. Siegel, it would be a dream come true. There was only one issue. They were just pictures. But Dr. Siegel didn't get a job at the SCP Foundation by having a lack of intelligence. He'd very quickly figured out a potential solution to the digital barrier between him and his canine crush. He'd buy a burner phone, download the MalO app onto it, and put the resulting infected device directly into the clockworks. It was one of the best ideas he'd ever had, in his own humble opinion. But of course, it would all be about selecting the right setting. On rough, the most likely result would be the phone itself just being transformed into a pile of broken glass, metal, and a variety of conflict minerals reduced to dust. On course, the result would likely be the metal chassis of the phone, the front glass panel, and a neatly arranged interior gutted from within. On 1-to-1, considering he'd bought a slightly older, cheaper model of Samsung's smartphone, he'd probably get the MalO app on an iPhone.
And on fine, perhaps the best he could hope for was getting MalO version 2.0.0, which may have some minor improvement, like the pictures appearing twice as fast as they would with the normal app experience. Dr. Siegel knew that the only other option that could potentially bring MalO into the real world was the highly unpredictable Very Fine option, which would either produce the desired result or cause something utterly horrifying to happen. But at the end of the day, Dr. Siegel thought to himself, isn't anything worth having also worth incurring a little risk? Who dares wins, after all, right? He downloaded the fateful app and made his way into the testing area for SCP-914. He'd booked the slot, so it was all official, but he still felt his heart racing as he put the infected phone into the input chamber. He set the control panel to Very Fine, exactly as planned, and activated the machine. Cogs twisted and churned, engines rumbled and sputtered, pipes wriggled and hissed. It was clear that something was going on here. When the process was complete and the output chamber opened with a billowing carpet of steam, Dr. Siegel could barely contain his excitement. He hoped that MalO would come strolling out of the smoke like Darth Vader in Star Wars: A New Hope, so you can only imagine his extreme disappointment when the chamber was completely empty. It didn't make sense. He thought everything through. How could the result possibly be so anticlimactic? This had gone from one of the most exciting days of his life to the most depressing. Dr. Siegel sighed and decided to call it quits, heading out of the test chamber, having no idea what he'd just unleashed onto the Foundation. Across the site, Dr. Alto Clef, one of the Foundation's most infamous researchers, was polishing his favorite shotgun in his office. He was whistling a cheerful tune to himself, just loving life, when he heard some strange rustling by the door. He turned around on his swivel chair just to make sure it wasn't Dr. Bright putting another bucket of battery acid on top of his door as a, quote, fun, harmless prank. Instead, he was shocked to see MalO, an actual, physical MalO, standing in his doorway, grinning. For a moment, Clef was too shocked to even react. This didn't make any kind of sense, but when MalO gave him a cheeky wink, he immediately loaded his shotgun and fired, blowing away a chunk of his own doorway. But sadly for him, by that time, MalO had already darted away, intent on causing mischief elsewhere. Its favorite pastime. Dr. Clef was still wondering whether that rascal Dr. Bright was somehow behind this fiasco. But he was not, because he was actually about to become MalO's next victim in its ruthless reign of mild to moderate inconvenience. Dr. Bright was swanning around the break room with his favorite morning snack, a coffee with extra cream and a Danish from his favorite bakery in town. He was looking forward to enjoying these two simple pleasures in his otherwise incredibly stressful life, but little did the poor doctor know, tragedy was about to strike, and nothing would ever be the same. Just as the immortal doctor was about to disembark from the room, MalO appeared right in front of him, giving him the mild shock of his life. It was such a surprising occurrence, in fact, that he momentarily lost his grip on his coffee mug and his Danish, causing both to tumble to the ground. The mug shattered and the Danish splattered. By the time Dr. Bright looked up, MalO was already gone, just like his breakfast snack. Dr. Bright fell to his knees and screamed, "Why?" up to an indifferent break room ceiling. But MalO was just getting started. Dr. Kane Pathos Crow was on his way from his kennel, we mean his private quarters, to the soul extractor, when MalO suddenly manifested in front of him. This resulted in a brief barking match between the two for dominance over that particular hallway, which ended in MalO demanifesting to bother someone else, which technically made Dr. Crow the winner, though Crow himself resented ever being forced to act like a mere mutt. How, he began to wonder, had MalO escaped its app and begun to harass the real world? This would warrant further investigation. MalO continued its rampage of irritation across the site, intended to leave no stone of frustration unturned. And it wasn't just the Foundation staff it intended to freak out. It was just as eager to go and bother its fellow anomalies now that it had access to the meat space. Yes, that is a real term, we're not just being weird and gross, we promise. Over in the cell of SCP-173, the Sculpture, 3 members of D-Class personnel were cleaning up the homicidal creature's blood and poop. They were engaged in the standard procedure. One of them mopped, while the other 2 kept a close eye on SCP-173 to keep it frozen in place. That's when MalO popped into the cell behind them for a split second before disappearing, scaring the living hell out of all three of them. Though the fright was, of course, secondary to the fact that the second they looked away, SCP-173 snapped all three of their necks. Oops. May have gone a little too far on that one, eh, MalO? But this newly embodied burdensome beast was just getting started, friends. No anomaly was safe from its new antics. Next, it appeared in front of SCP-682's acid tank and made rude faces at the hateful creature from the other side of the glass. This only served to sour the creature's already utterly horrific mood. It thrashed around in the chamber, attempting to get out and perform an act of great violence. But by that time, MalO was already long gone, and SCP-682 was left grumbling in immense frustration. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, was having another very boring day. He'd been denied his animal cadaver test subjects for several days as a disciplinary measure after the latest incident, and as such, he was finding other ways to pass the time. Today, he was meticulously removing each piece of medical equipment, polishing them, and putting them in a neat line on his desk in his containment chamber. Scalpels, forceps, speculums, bone saws, all wonderful, shiny, and pristine. The Plague Doctor found it to be an incredibly calming activity, so, of course, MalO couldn't just let him be. The cantankerous canine, driven mad by the power of suddenly being able to interact with the world physically, manifested in the middle of the containment chamber and used its tail to knock all of the meticulously arranged medical equipment onto the ground with a thunderous clatter. The Plague Doctor, devastated, lifted both of his hands to his beak and yelled, "Sacre bleu!" in horror. In that same instant, MalO once again disappeared, leaving the tragic doctor to start from scratch. It was a serious setback on an otherwise lovely day. "Curse you, strange dog creature," he thought to himself while bending over to pick up the pieces. "Curse you and your entire bloodline." A group of hardcore Mobile Task Force members was engaged in the comically manly activity of playing poker while smoking in the barracks. And before you judge them for that, remember that if your job was as stressful as being a member of a Mobile Task Force, you'd probably smoke too. But their job was about to get a little more stressful when MalO suddenly materialized and gave the poker table a sharp kick, sending the towers of poker chips and decks of cards all over the place, before disappearing without a trace yet again. It completely ruined their game. One of the more junior members asked, "Should we have done something about that?" A more senior operative shook his head and said, "We'll do something when we get the official call from up top. Until then, let's reshuffle the deck." In the Site-19 cafeteria, Dr. Agatha Wright was preparing to eat a delicious salad that she'd been waiting all day to enjoy. As we've often established, working at the SCP Foundation can be an immensely stressful job, so you need to take the small joys where you can get them. For Dr. Wright, this delicious premium salad that she'd bought from Harris Teeter earlier in that day was indeed a joy. She even got a fancy vinaigrette dressing for the occasion. Before she took the first bite, she noticed SCP-073 Kane approaching. Dr. Wright smiled and gave him a polite nod. Kane waved back. That, our dear viewers, is when tragedy struck. MalO suddenly manifested in front of Kane, propping out one of its cannid legs right in front of where the hapless anomaly was walking. By the time Kane began to trip and fall over, MalO had already vanished, but it was too late. Kane kept falling forward until one of his metal hands landed right into the bowl that contained Dr. Wright's salad. Due to his anomalous abilities, the salad immediately withered away into nasty, dead nothingness. Dr. Wright began to cry as Kane, who felt profoundly guilty, tried his best to apologize. Truly, nobody in Site-19 was safe. MalO popped up behind Iris and ruined all of her photos. MalO popped up behind the immortal Hitler clone in his cell and gave him a good kick in the rear. MalO even popped up right behind SCP-343, also known as God, who smugly replied,
"I knew you were going to do that, my son."
Needless to say, it had been one hell of a day. Dr. Siegel, completely ignorant to the chaos his actions had caused around the site, had cried in the bathroom for 40 minutes out of sheer disappointment. He'd barely been able to focus on the rest of his duties for the day on account of being severely bummed out. This was a day he'd been looking forward to for so long, and it all had been for nothing. That evening, he was driving home on the highway, listening to sad songs on the radio, thinking about the fact he'd probably just crack open a beer and get some sleep when he got home. He sighed again and looked up to adjust his rearview mirror. when he saw a skeletal face with huge white eyes staring at him in the reflection. A quick, almost reflexive turn revealed a huge black figure with a canine skull for a face was indeed just sitting in his back seat, watching him. It was so shocking that he immediately veered off the road and crashed his car into the concrete divider in the middle of the road, breaking his nose and collarbone in the process. Really a perfect cherry on top for this kind of day. Dr. Siegel was sitting in the hospital not long after that, with a cast around his upper body. This was also where he received a bouquet of flowers from Dr. Gears with an attached note saying he was put on 3-month disciplinary leave for the irresponsible use of SCP-914. Dr. Siegel looked up and saw that MalO was peering around the corner at him with its dead white eyes, its fang-lined maw twisted into a permanent, ominous grin. At this point, Dr. Siegel realized that being chased around constantly by a demonic skull-faced anomaly in real life wasn't nearly as whimsical as he expected it would be. In hindsight, that probably should have been obvious, shouldn't it? Though, please, let us know if you'd like MalO to stalk you in real life in the comments below, you bunch of weirdos. Many children across the English-speaking world grew up hearing Mother Goose nursery rhymes about mice running up clocks, old women living in shoes, and one unfortunate egg by the name of Humpty Dumpty. But have you ever heard the rhyme about the Crooked Man? Most of us who heard that particular poem remember it like this. There was a crooked man, and he walked a crooked mile. He found a crooked sixpence against a crooked stile. He bought a crooked cat which caught a crooked mouse, and they all lived together in a little crooked house. A little bit odd, but hey, most nursery rhymes are. When have you ever seen a little girl sitting on a tuffet eating some curds and whey? What even is a tuffet? Honestly, what are curds and whey? Let's just move on. Residents of the sleepy English hamlet of Tenby in Oxfordshire hear a more menacing version of the rhyme about the Crooked Man, sung as a song on playgrounds, shared in hushed tones when the grown-ups aren't listening. It goes like this. There lived a crooked man who made a crooked deal. He kept a crooked cane and his catch in crooked creel. He stole a crooked child who cried a crooked squeal, and that crooked little man was broken on the wheel. It sounds just as inscrutable as any other nursery rhyme, but there is a dark tone to it that seems a bit out of place, especially when you compare it to the other somewhat cheery version. This creepy alternative to the Crooked Man nursery rhyme seems to only be found in the town of Tenby, and unfortunately for the residents of that town, there is a deadly truth behind its words. Many years ago, the SCP Foundation became aware of a mysterious pattern in this unassuming town. Every 12 years, over a period of roughly 70 days, something horrible would happen to townspeople who happened to be alone and indoors after dark. When they were discovered by a neighbor, a family member, a friend, or even the police, they would be unresponsive, suffering from full-body paralysis, or appearing to be effectively brain-dead. This was not the most unusual aspect of the phenomenon, though. The victims were all grotesquely transformed, their long bones covered in dozens of compound fractures, combined with excess cartilage and osseous tissue. Their limbs would become distended, stretched, and deformed into long, gnarled appendages like the limbs of an ancient tree. One of the recovered victims had a forearm measured at over 2.4 meters long. Another had to be placed in a specially outfitted hospital bed, as his spine and legs had stretched to the point where he was 12.5 meters tall. Local police and doctors alike were left scratching their heads. What had happened to these people? Clearly something horrible had been done to them, but there was no actual evidence of a crime. No one had been murdered, and there was no evidence of forced entry at any of the victims' homes. There was, however, one other piece to the crooked puzzle. Just before a victim was found, their place of residence would visibly degrade and warp, the structure itself breaking in places until portions collapsed in or became slanted. Roofs would tilt at an unsafe angle, chimneys would fold over, and door frames would twist until no ordinary person could pass through them safely. This happened every 12 years for decades, and none of the people of Tenby could do anything about it. In fact, they rarely ever so much as spoke of it, terrified of admitting the truth of their town's curse in so many words. Instead, they spoke about the phenomenon in innuendo, meaningful glances and pleas to keep loved ones company at night, and through a simple children's rhyme. One doctor tasked with treating survivors of the horror decided to do something as the 12-year mark began to approach once more. He reached out to a researcher he had known years ago, a man who specialized in the unexplained, things that modern medicine had no answer for. This man had left medicine behind and was now working for the SCP Foundation. At the time of contact, there were approximately 6 months to go until the phenomenon would begin to strike once more. The Foundation needed to act quickly in order to collect more information and hopefully find a way to stop the terror of Tembe once and for all. With about a month to go until the danger would reappear, a member of D-Class personnel referred to as D-209 was placed in a Foundation-owned house in town. Audio and visual equipment were installed throughout the house in order to monitor it for any anomalous activity and to make sure D-209 remained at his post. For the first month of his stay, D-209 did not experience anything unusual. He spent his time drinking tea, baking pies, and catching up on his reading. He even thanked the Foundation for the unexpected staycation. Unfortunately, on his 43rd day in Tembe, things changed. As D-209 sat in bed reading a novel by the lamplight, the camera feed in the living room began to glitch. A vertical distortion appeared with a jagged pattern that began to make its way across the room from the front door. It was as if something was coming inside, but the camera could not pick up its image. The distortion continued through the hallway until the camera placed there cut out entirely. D-209 suddenly closed his book as the sound of scratching came from the floor below. He began to slowly climb out of bed, listening for further sounds as the entity continued to make its way through the house toward him. Movement was apparent on the video feed, but there was too much interference for any image of the creature to be made out. D-209 froze in his tracks as he heard footsteps, slow and certain, coming up the stairs toward him. He ran to the window, attempting to pry it open and make an escape, but it would not budge. With increasing desperation, he grabbed his bedside lamp and threw it at the window, attempting to shatter the glass. The lamp broke apart, but the window remained stubbornly intact. As he scrambled for an escape route, something knocked at his bedroom door. D-209 called out toward the door. "Who is it? Who's there?" But there was no response. "Identify yourself!" Still, whatever stood on the other side said nothing. Holding the remains of the lamp in one hand as a makeshift weapon, D-209 slowly reached for the doorknob and opened the door. With a sudden pop, every light bulb in the vicinity burst, including Foundation-provided floodlights positioned outside of the house. There was the sound of snapping and then an agonized scream. The camera adjusted to the lack of light in the room, allowing for a clear image of D-209. He was wailing and holding his right arm, which appeared to be broken just above the elbow. The arm began to stiffen and elongate, indicating impossibly fast bone growth. "Screw this! You're not taking me! I'm getting out of here alive!" he yelled, running down the hallway. He collapsed as another snapping sound echoed throughout the hall. "My leg's broken! Send help, please!" He called to someone, anyone who might be watching the feed. Slowly, painfully, he pulled himself to his feet. He lifted his right arm to the camera, showing that it had been broken again below the elbow, pointing in the opposite direction of the first break. "What are you doing? Help me!" he screamed. It doesn't even hurt anymore! That can't be right! I don't know what's happening to me!" As he continued to yell at the cameras, he limped towards the stairs, attempting to make his way down to the first floor. He missed a step, lost his balance, and fell all the way down. 12 loud snaps were heard as he went. When he landed on the ground, his bones were broken in several other places, only to be immediately set where they had broken as he screamed. He dragged himself into the living room, battling against his own body, which had become something foreign to him. His arms were growing longer, now around 2 meters long, and his legs stretched out of the camera's view, presumably into the hallway. Suddenly, he stopped crawling, his eyes widening. "No, no, no, no," he whimpered before suddenly being dragged backwards out of the camera's view. Due to the presence of the entity interfering with the cameras, all visibility was lost at this point. There was, however, still a live audio feed. The microphones picked up an hour of snapping and screaming until D-209 eventually went quiet. Then, all that could be heard was a wet, sucking sound, followed by a thumping. Meanwhile, at the hospital, 27 other victims of the entity were lying in hospital beds. As D-209 met his unfortunate fate, all of the hospitalized victims began to experience seizures at the same time and seized for several minutes. 5 patients were killed and 2 researchers were injured in the chaos. After the incident at the hospital, reports of a seismic event at the edge of town began to circulate. Because there had been no actual earthquake in the area, the research team realized that this disturbance had to be somehow related to the phenomenon. They planned to investigate, in order to learn more about the entity behind it all, which they had now officially designated SCP-783, the Crooked Man. A team of personnel were sent to investigate the site of the seismic event, only to find a group of Tembe townsfolk clustered around the area in a field at the south of town. The crowd refused to let the researchers through and would not budge until one researcher, Agent Collins, pulled out her firearm and fired a shot into the air. The sound frightened the crowd, and they realized this mysterious foundation really meant business. Where the crowd had been, Agent Collins could see toes, unnaturally long, crooked toes, poking up out of the ground. They were going to need some help and a lot more shovels to uncover this mystery. By the next day, a dig team had uncovered a mass grave filled with victims of SCP-783. There were dozens of elongated bodies spread throughout the 5-meter-wide hole, stacked on top of each other with their heads facing down and their arms outstretched towards the bottom of the pit. Their limbs had grown around each other, twisting together to the point where they could not be removed one at a time. While trying to collect a tissue sample from one of the bodies, researcher Singer lost his balance as the ground beneath him gave way and he fell. He attempted to find a foothold and climb back up, but fell through the gnarled arms and down into the pit. Thinking quickly, Agent Collins grabbed a rope and tied it around her waist. She would lower herself down into the grave and would signal when she was ready for them to pull her out. Agent Collins descended into the pit, over 20 meters down, before she signaled for the team to pull her back out. Then she told them what she had seen. There was something down there, the entrance to another location beneath all of the bodies. Someone asked if there was any sign of researcher Singer. Collins shook her head, face growing pale. She hadn't seen him down there. He was gone. Agent Collins was granted a temporary leave of absence, and a D-Class, D-2172, was selected for further exploration of the anomalous mass grave. He was outfitted with a retractable harness, communication and video equipment, as well as a photoionization detector, a Geiger counter, a basic survival kit, a firearm, and ammunition. D-2172 was then lowered into the pit via a crane. After 12 meters of descent, there was no longer any visible light inside the pit, and D-2172 switched on his headlamp. A few moments later, D-2172 began tugging on the tether, demanding to be lowered more quickly. When asked why, he insisted, "Someone just touched my back." At 18 meters down, D-2172 began to feel a sense of confusion and dizziness, unable to tell which direction he was going. At this point in the pit, gravity had inverted, forcing D-2172 to climb upward in order to continue moving down as he crossed into another world. There was daylight visible here again, as D-2172 climbed out from within the mass of bodies. There he found a seemingly identical version of the town of Tembe. He was instructed to take soil samples, and the monitoring researcher noticed something odd on the video feed. There were marks in the dirt around the grave that appeared to have been made by fingers pulling across the ground. They decided not to relay this to D-2172. After the soil samples came up normal, D-2172 was instructed to walk to a nearby cottage and look for any sign of the missing researcher Singer. He knocked on the door, and with no answer let himself in. He saw no one inside, and began to walk through. In the bedroom on the wall, there was a charcoal sketch of a humanoid figure holding a staff of some kind. Command ordered him to approach the drawing, but he protested, saying he felt incredibly uncomfortable looking at it. He relented and began to approach, but as he did, the quality of the video feed began to degrade until it was filled with static. D-2172 was then permitted to leave the cottage and further explore this copycat village. While walking further into the village, D-2172 spotted a work boot on the ground. He picked it up and found it was a match for the one researcher Singer had been wearing. He followed the path to another house, the door of which was wide open. He walked inside to find signs of a struggle, an overturned couch and table, a hole in the wall, the broken pieces of a lamp scattered on the floor. The kitchen was just as much of a mess, and as he investigated it further, he found a pool of blood on the floor, with significant blood splatter on the walls and counter. It looked like someone had been attacked with a weapon, likely a knife. Indeed, as he looked, D-2172 spotted a butcher's block with only one empty slot, the one that should have held a meat cleaver. The investigation led him to a locked door, covered in scratches. He broke it down and nearly fell down the stairs into the darkened basement. Instructed to head down into the basement, D-2172 switched on his headlamp, drew his weapon, and descended into the darkness. The basement was empty except for a bloody meat cleaver and a piece of pant leg caught inside an exhaust vent leading out of the house. The pants resembled those worn by Singer before his fall. D-2172 peered into the vent for a closer look, but was startled by the sight of something scuttling out of sight. Whatever it was fleshy, and it was not something he cared to see more of. D-2172 continued on his expedition, walking north and away from the town limits of Tembe. Somehow, in spite of this, he wound back up at the south side, where he had emerged from the pit. But something was different. There were no bodies, no open grave, and no tethered harness that he had taken off when he climbed out. He was trapped. The harness had not been retracted, so where had it gone? Command could not determine its exact location, but proposed that D-2172 had entered another anomalous area and was not, in fact, back where he started. He was instructed to follow the road back, retracing his steps until he wound up at the pit again. As he walked, he commented that he had not yet seen a single living thing in this place. Then, as he heard the sound of rustling leaves, he turned toward it to find the corpse of an SCP-783 victim. He turned back to continue on his way, only to see another victim sprawled across the road. He drew his weapon then, listening as the rustling began again. He spun around to look at the body behind him and found that it had stretched longer, growing closer to him. Behind him, the other body began to snap as well. He turned to fire his weapon and saw that this other body had stretched its neck, its head at eye level, only a meter away from his own face. He fired several rounds, but the corpse did not respond. Ignoring orders, D-2172 took off running into the woods, leaving the road behind. He stopped to catch his breath, sat down, and reloaded his firearm. After eating a quick MRE and informing command of his whereabouts, he set back off on his journey through the forest. After 14 minutes of walking, he began to feel movement under the ground. Short, sharp bursts of motion reverberating through the earth. He could also hear a thumping sound coming from beneath him. On the video feed, Command saw what appeared to be a silver birch tree lifting out of sight, then dropping down back into the forest, shaking the ground on impact. D-2172 was instructed to approach the object, as Command quickly realized that this was no tree. As he approached, another similar object landed near him. He fired his weapon at it, and blood began to dribble from the wound, a scream ringing out high above him. Not knowing what else to do, he ran as fast as he could, begging for help from Command, for someone to do something to get him out of there. As D-2172 ran out of the forest, making his way back to town, another one of the long, pale objects knocked him onto his back. He looked up, now able to see what it was without the trees in his way. When he saw it, he couldn't help but scream. It was Researcher Singer, or at least it had once been Researcher Singer. He had become something else, something unthinkable. His body was up in the sky, balancing on enormous, impossibly long fingers. The creature that had once been Singer shrieked, lifting a finger and preparing to bring it down on D-2172. He fired several shots, but none hit. so again he turned and ran. He reached the main road and kept running, tasting bile in the back of his throat and feeling his lungs begin to burn. He couldn't stop. If he stopped, the creature would grab him in those awful fingers, and he didn't want to think about what would happen next. Then he saw it. The pit, the bodies, his way out. He sprinted toward the pit, almost there, when a screech rang out and a massive finger knocked him aside. The video feed was lost, with only the sound of D-2172 screaming and running away. After this, D-2172 was considered lost, and attending researcher Dr. Peterson ordered that the team pull his harness back out. Agent Collins protested, saying they had no evidence of D-2172's death. Peterson relented, and they waited for the signal. Eventually, it came. 2 tugs on the tether, D-2172 asking to be pulled out. But when they pulled the tether, an empty harness emerged. Something was caught on it, holding it in the pit as the team tried to draw it out. It was D-2172's hand, gripping the harness as hard as it could. The harness broke free from his grasp, and his hand flailed, searching for his chance at escape. Another D-Class rushed to help, grabbing a hold of 2172's hand. Another D-Class joined in, along with Dr. Lafayette and Private Aoude, and the group worked together to pull the fallen man from the pit. Only as they pulled, they realized that only his arm had come out, and it was continuing to come. More and more and more of his arm, stretching out to 3 meters in length, bending and snapping at gruesome angles. They were too late after all. He was already gone. Despondent, the group released him, and he sank back down into the pit with the rest. There is currently no way for the Foundation to remove the Crooked Man from Tembe for containment. Instead, they must maintain a strong presence in the town, monitoring the community via a temporary Site 5. This area includes 2 houses and a building near the local hospital. Their Foundation officers will track any signs of SCP-783 activity, as well as continue to research the entity's nature and any potential weaknesses it may have. In the event that SCP-783 becomes active, all of its victims must be removed from the site of the attack. Their bodies must be incinerated, and they will be added to the case file. For now, there is not much anyone can do but wait and see, because the cycle isn't broken yet. It's only a matter of time. The Crooked Man is coming back to do his crooked deeds. Be thankful the Foundation knows what everybody needs. If you want to stay yourself, protect your muscle, flesh, and bone, then you'd better heed this warning. Don't stay home at night alone. Imagine if you could predict the future. Not perfectly, mind you, but with enough accuracy that brilliant enough minds, say the best and brightest of the SCP Foundation, could plausibly reverse engineer the main determinative factors that caused a certain timeline to form. Imagine if, through carefully studying these determinative factors, the Foundation could carefully shape the future into one that's more favorable for the human race than all the alternatives. The preferred option, if you will. Would this not be advantageous? Your next question is a very natural one given the circumstances. How does one predict the future in such a manner? Well, the answer is uncomplicated, but that doesn't by any means make it easy. You go there, spend a few months looking around, and then come back to report your findings. That's right, folks. We're not talking psychics and seers here. Prepare to expand your mind, and please don't worry if it all gets a little timey-wimey, because SCP-2003 is the SCP Foundation's self-made time machine. Even most of the staff at the SCP Foundation itself don't know much about SCP-2003 given the highly sensitive nature of the projects surrounding it. Much like SCP-2000 is a trump card securing our present in the case of a catastrophic XK-class end-of-the-world scenario, SCP-2003 is our prophylactic for such a thing happening in the foreseeable future. What's far more unique about SCP-2003
is that the SCP Foundation created this ace in the hole from scratch. The SCP-2003 time machine was invented over a 25-year period by reverse engineering the anomalous technology of 3 different classified anomalies and retrofitting them into our own non-anomalous framework. The massive machine is housed in Armed Site-47, a remote and well-guarded facility disguised as an oil refinery. While extensive records of SCP-2003's construction have been made by the Foundation, and it stands to reason that the machine could be reliably and successfully reproduced in a different context, even the most intelligent scientists taking part in the project couldn't explain how or why it actually operates. In the words of another mad inventor, it just works. The operating principle of SCP-2003 are relatively simple to understand. It is able to break the laws of the space-time continuum by immediately transporting anything or anyone placed in its central chamber to some point in the chronological future. The subjects transported forwards will remain in this future for several months, before instantaneously being transported back to the exact location they were standing in the future. In order to prevent some kind of unfortunate accident, like phasing back halfway through a wall and becoming unpleasant modern art, the Foundation has established a secure facility for travelers to head and wait out the rest of their time when their mission is complete. Through extensive testing, including that which was performed under the purview of Project XN Shepherd, the Foundation has discovered a great deal about the nature of time travel via SCP-2003. We'll outline the most crucial caveats here, so what happens next makes a lot more sense to you. After all, if time travel was easy, everyone would do it. First, as we alluded to earlier, the data collected by SCP-2003 on the nature of the future is often unclear, imprecise, and unreliable. For example, the data collected from 2003 did provide extremely useful in predicting and preventing a massive security breach over at Site-19 in 1997. So naturally, when it predicted a devastating series of earthquakes off the west coast of the United States in 1999, an event that several agents sent through SCP-2003 observed directly, it came as a shock to everyone when nothing happened. The Foundation discovered, following this, that all predictions needed to be contextualized through heaps of metadata for it to be of any real use in predicting or preventing our specific future. The Foundation also discovered that certain individuals had a strangely disproportionate effect on the unfolding of future events. Let's say, for example, SCP-2003 discovers that a new type of nuclear weapon will be invented in 2028 and quickly adopted by a number of leading nations by 2030. And by 2035, tensions will rise, sabers will rattle, and this nuclear weapon will be used en masse to destroy human society as we know it. Naturally, in order to prevent this, the Foundation might see to it that certain groups of nuclear scientists, certain generals, and certain world leaders get liquidated. And yet another trip into the future shows that this massive nuclear war was not averted. But why? Because it just so happens that this event was inexplicably tied to the birth of a little boy named James Hoskins in Saskatoon circa 2025. Despite little Jimmy Hoskins seemingly having nothing to do with the actual development of the technology, seeing as he's only 10 years old when the bombs start falling. The Foundation scientists working under Project XN Shepherd keep a database of all these highly determinative individuals, also known as magnifier individuals, so they can keep tabs on how they're affecting any future timelines. Speaking of future timelines, we're afraid to tell you that this penultimate caveat isn't exactly a pleasant one. There are few to any cohesive future timelines where humanity survives long term. Bummer, right? The Foundation calls these loose timelines determinative sets, and in the majority of them, human civilization collapses, all humans die, and in some cases, the Earth becomes completely uninhabitable to all forms of life. The Foundation is currently seeking a more optimistic option through controlled manipulations of the casual stream in our time. But currently, all we have is the preferred option, Option XN. And if you're someone who would jump at the chance to travel into the future and take a gander at all the wondrous or terrifying sights, there's actually one pretty major caveat of SCP-2003 that we've been playing rather close to the chest. Early Foundation tests found out that the time travel process via SCP-2003 is extremely damaging to plant and animal tissue. Rather than just going on a wacky time travel adventure like Doctor Who or Austin Powers, It'd be a little more like stepping into a giant microwave while dressed in a spacesuit made of aluminum foil. You're gonna die a horrible death. But there is one silver lining. Well, maybe not silver from your perspective, probably more like pewter. The Foundation has discovered a way to viably send human-adjacent subjects through time with SCP-2003 without instantaneous death. We just can't promise that you're going to like it. You see, the one kind of organic tissue that seems to survive the SCP-2003 time travel process is the human brain and nervous system. Due to the highly controlled nature of Project XN Shepherd, the Foundation can't just send in D-classes to do the job. They instead use actual agents, though mostly ones who are nearing or beyond retirement, or are suffering from a terminal illness. These agents are dosed on a course of anti-anxiety, antidepressant, and antipsychotic chemotherapy to toughen their minds for the horrors to come. Though the exact nature of these horrors is kept secret from them until it's already happened. You may be familiar with one of the Foundation's most well-known front companies, Boston Dynamics, as well as one of their most famous products, the robotic quadrupedal probe known as Big Dog. Well, in order to send a sentient being through time without them being completely destroyed by SCP-2003, the agent's brain and nervous system are entirely removed from their body and transported into the body of a modified Big Dog. Still think it'd be fun to time travel? Hey, don't look so nervous. For everyone who agrees to be part of an SCP-2003 mission and survives, you'll get one hell of a pension. Or at least your family will, if that's any consolation. Now that you understand all this, let's come clean about this mysterious Project XN Shepherd we've been alluding to throughout the video. It all started with a letter to the heads of the SCP-2003 research project from O5-7, a member of the legendary O5 Council that instructs the Foundation in all that it does. The letter read, "Up until this point, all attempts at future intervention using SCP-2003 have been limited in scope and scattershot in nature. I have seen the wisdom in this approach. It is informed by painstaking contingency planning and risk-benefit evaluation. The past 18 months of reports, however, have promise. If we are bold enough to seize the initiative, we may have found a way out here. The price, though, there's always a price, as you well know. Consider this note an official change in policy. As of today, all efforts at intervention are now aimed at bringing about and preserving XN. Designated magnifier individuals associated with XN are to be protected from undue interference at the expense of all other priorities. In particular, Nuru Diang must be allowed to die in the manner most observations have predicted for her. If anything at all changes in that regard, make it happen. I trust that you're familiar enough with the rest of the determinative sets to understand why we're going this way." So, in short of all the potential timelines, O5-7 wants the researchers assigned to SCP-2003 to ensure that the timeline XN is the one that actually comes to be, seeing as it's preferable to the alternatives, hence Project XN Shepherd. You're probably wondering, what happens in timeline XN that makes it the most desirable outcome possible? Well, things continue as normal. Everything from anomalous activity to social unrest to environmental factors stay pretty much the same as time goes on, until 2349 when a giant 22-kilometer asteroid strikes the Earth and wipes out the majority of humanity in an instant. Following this, the world becomes unfit for human habitation. Hey, don't look so glum. You'll all be dead by then. Well, except Dr. Bright. Sorry again, Jack. We at least get a nice 3 centuries before we're wiped from the cosmic table. Your next question is probably, if the preferred option has humanity being wiped out by a giant asteroid in a little over 300 years, what are all the other ones? Aren't we entitled to a multiple-choice future if we don't feel comfortable with being completely annihilated by an asteroid before we're even halfway to the year 3000? Well, we'll give you a little tasting platter of potential timelines, and you can take your pick. There was the narrowly avoided Scenario XB, where things progressed in a similar fashion to Scenario XN, except a massive gamma-ray burst from the sun in April 2017 wiped out all life on Earth within 38 seconds. Then there's Scenario XE, where the birth of an unnamed boy in Turkmenistan combined with the election of Sir William Entwistle as Prime Minister of New Zealand in 2049 leads to a world-destroying nuclear exchange between Israel and Greater Indonesia in 2058. Any attempts to stop it just make it happen sooner. Or what about Scenario XH? Here, a deadly mutated form of influenza causes the deaths of over 1 billion people worldwide. Combating this threat causes increased cooperation between world governments that actually resulted in a huge net improvement for global peace and quality of life. It seems unrealistic, we know, but SCP-2003 doesn't lie. However, despite things going well, all known life on Earth just vanishes on July 29, 2059. It's a hell of an unpleasant twist after things start going so well for once. In Scenario XO, the anomalous increases in frequency and magnitude in 2037. This leads to a broken masquerade scenario where the Foundation's web of secrecy collapses, and anomalous chaos reigns across the globe. The Foundation's members are hunted and killed, and world governments attempting to weaponize the anomalous leads to a new arms race that wipes out all of humanity by 2048. Or maybe Scenario XU is more your cup of tea. In this one, the sun collapses, leading to eternal darkness and massive temperature drops. Inexplicably, humans still survive, but are in a state of constant, unmoving agony. And maybe, if you just really love spiders, you'll get a kick out of Scenario XX, where a mysterious pathogenic protist causes the majority of humanity to fall in love with the Brazilian wandering spider, one of the few spiders that pose an actual threat to humans. The diverting of all resources meant to keep humans alive to instead breeding the spiders, combined with many people being killed by the resulting spiders, leads to 6 billion deaths in the early 2030s. But hey, you'll get to see some pretty great spiders if that's your thing, I guess. Scenario XN is hardly a picnic. Nobody likes the idea of facing an Armageddon straight out of Armageddon when that asteroid kills all life on Earth in 300 years. But while it undeniably isn't perfect, it may just be the best option we've got. Isn't the future amazing? You've been walking for days. Your body aches. You're dripping with sweat from the heat of the sun bearing down overhead. And yet you're wrapped up in layers upon layers of clothing. Even your face is covered. And you're wearing thick black goggles so that not a single centimeter of your body is exposed. Your journey has been long, and you feel like you might die from exhaustion or from overheating due to these multiple layers of clothes. But dying is better than being exposed. You saw it happen when your entire team changed. The light cannot be trusted, not even for a fraction of a second. It's been like this for years. You've learned and survived through painful experience. Many of those you used to know cannot say the same. You've been alone for so long. You might have given up all hope if it wasn't for the distress signal coming from a nearby SCP Foundation containment facility, Site 46. Any kind of survivors would be better than nothing, no matter what kind of sorry shape they were in, as long as they were still human. You find your way to an opening in the side of a mountain and slide into the cave, hoping you weren't spotted. The whole world is crawling with those things now. You can't let yourself be seen. As you trudge down the cave towards the entrance, you see what looks like a huge black snail trail splattered on the ground, leading into the facility. You try to avoid it and press on. You don't even need a key card to enter. The door has been left ajar. The facility reeks of those things, but you can't see any of them. You just hope they've moved on and left some human survivors in their wake. The place looks abandoned. Every step you take echoes through the empty halls. When you find that the elevator's out, you take the stairs all the way down to level B5, Keter Containment. Lucky for you, it seems all the cells are empty now. The horrors that were kept inside of them have all long since flown the coop. You keep following that slimy black trail until you find an abandoned office. There are no people here anymore. Just a broken barricade, some empty medicine bottles, and a bucket that the people inside the office had apparently been using as a toilet. You breathe a sigh of disappointment at finding no one alive here, but you're at least relieved to be out of the sun. You can finally remove your jacket and head wrap. With your uncovered eyes, you notice that a nearby computer terminal is still powered up. You sit down at the desk and turn on the monitor. Because of the emergency procedures put into place in a K-class scenario like this, safeguards no longer apply. You can access all the information you need, up to and including finding out what actually happened.
In the dull glow of a nearby emergency light, you see a dark shape slumping through the halls in shadow. You tense up, then exhale as it slithers off into an adjoining hall. You're safe, for now. The terminal has finally loaded and authenticated your access. You're staring at the file for SD Lock's proposal for SCP-001 when day breaks. It's the only name you can give the apocalypse your world is currently experiencing. This is one of the only anomalies in the entire history of the SCP Foundation to be given the Apollyon Containment class, meaning containment is truly impossible. SCP-001 is the most dangerous enemy that the Foundation and planet Earth has ever faced. It's always been the principle of the SCP Foundation to battle in the dark so that the civilian world can thrive in the light. But now the light has become the enemy. Anyone exposed to any amount of sunlight for even the briefest period of time is subjected to the effects of SCP-001, and those effects are beyond horrifying. The SCP Foundation Administrator released an urgent memo telling Foundation personnel to make their way to Site-19 at all costs, because they need all the help they can get. Those exposed to SCP-001 in the process are no longer considered human. Their new designation is SCP-001-A. These new entities are to be avoided at all costs. But in case of emergencies, the Administrator says it is permitted to cut off parts of your transformed comrades and eat them to avoid starvation. No attempt should be made to kill them, since you won't succeed. You'll just put yourself at risk. When the sun changed and became SCP-001, it instantly affected 6.8 billion innocent people. The second the visible light touched them, whether it was from the sun itself or even reflected off the moon, their bodies liquefied, melting like candle wax into puddles of living gelatinous slime. This effect isn't isolated to humans either. Any biological entity exposed to sunlight immediately underwent the same irreversible melting process into SCP-001-A, and the horror had only just begun. People transformed into SCP-001-A will remain shades of their former intelligence and personality. They may even try to will their new gooey mass into a shape resembling their original form. However, these individuals will lose their sense of self if they come into contact with other instances of SCP-001-A. When they come together, 001-A instances will bond on a molecular level, wading up into horrific giant blobs with only one purpose: integrating more matter into their bodies. That's why they have to be avoided at all costs. You continue to search the computer terminal for answers. Perhaps there was some kind of contingency plan put in place for this, some way to reverse the effects, or at least escape the nightmare Earth has become. Instead, you find a series of attachments linked to the SCP-001 file, detailing what seems to be the last days of the people who barricaded themselves in the facility. Most prominent among these were researcher Dr. Logan Igata, her partner Ari, a security officer named Commander Anad, and a few others. Dr. Igata had locked herself in the office, where she recorded her final messages to the world. In the first audio log, Dr. Igata and her companions seemed afraid, but hopeful that there may be some way out of this situation. Dr. Igata reported that most of the workers at the facility were transformed during the initial event. Their melted bodies had fused outside the facility, and now they were trying to bust their way back in. The defenses had held so far though, and they seemed confident they would hold long enough for them to figure out a way to escape this awful situation. You open the second attachment, an incident report, and realize things may not have been as hopeful as Dr. Igata let on. She reported hearing the huge mass of melted creatures hammering on the door outside again, begging for them to come out and experience the sun with them. They wanted desperately to add to their ever-growing biomass. In order to experiment with what exactly would happen, they sent out one of their few remaining D-classes wearing a full protective suit. He didn't last long. The huge creature grabbed him with tentacles made of reconstituted flesh. It began ripping off his protective suit as he screamed for mercy. It was a monster made of dozens of people and animals. He could never overpower it. The second the sun touched his skin, he melted away and was absorbed by the great mass holding him in place. Guns were ineffective against these SCP-001-A super entities. Fire would do no good. It seemed that extremely low temperatures were the only way to slow the immense blobs down. And even then, not permanently. There was one ray of light in the darkness. The site director had a secret tunnel underneath his office, connected to a tram that could hopefully take them directly to Site-19 without risk of SCP-001 exposure. It was a good plan, and by far the best option they had available to them. But the best plans often don't work in practice. You open the next attachment on the terminal. This time, it's a video feed. You can actually see Dr. Logan Igata, and she looks harrowed by what she's experienced. As it turns out, while the others, including her partner Ari, attempted to escape through the tunnel, something had happened. Dr. Igata heard Ari's voice over her radio, but there was something wrong with it. It was too low, too guttural, and filled with gurgles. SCP-001 had gotten her. She was changed. The monster from above had crawled in through the ceiling. It had taken them, all of them, and converted them into something less than human. Any hope of escape now seemed gone. Ari told Dr. Igata that it would be fine, that it was such a bright, beautiful, sunny day outside, and she was wasting it locked up inside that office. She tormented Dr. Igata with their shared memories of picnics in the park on sunny days in the past. The monster with Ari's voice did everything it could to try to convince Dr. Igata to give up and join them, but she wasn't ready to go just yet. You look away from the screen when you hear a sound in the corner. You see a dark puddle of some unknown substance, and then some skeletal hands rising out of it. The hands are pulling themselves out of the puddle, followed by a skeletal face covered in matted hair. You have to stop yourself from screaming, until a flash from a nearby security light makes the figure disappear. It's a normal puddle once again. Your mind is playing tricks on you. You open the next attachment, another video, and see that Dr. Igata's condition has deteriorated. She looked pale, frantic, and thin. She was using a knife to draw her own blood onto a piece of blood-stained parchment covered in strange symbols. Igata ranted about her theory. What if 001 took the minds and bodies of its victims, but not their souls? Through performing some kind of arcane blood ritual, she hoped to at least rescue and keep the soul of Ari, even if her mind and body were lost. You open the next attachment. It seemed that Agata's ritual worked, but not in the way she hoped. The twisted soul of Ari, driven mad by SCP-001, had taken over the file. It begins corrupting the text of the SCP-001 file into crazy ranting about how futile it is to fight. It then cuts to an even more frightening video feed. Dr. Igata, in her sleep, tossing and turning in a makeshift bed in the corner of her office. The camera approaches her, in first person, and lingers over her sleeping body. An oily skeletal hand reaches past the camera and runs its fingers through Dr. Igata's hair. It's that exact same hand you saw reaching out of that black puddle earlier. You must have seen Ari's lingering spirit. With a lump in your throat, you open the next attachment and watch the video. You see Dr. Igata, now truly broken. She'd been haunted by Ari's demonic spirit for a long time now, and it has clearly taken its toll. She is waving around a handgun while she speaks. She now believes there's only one way to escape, but not like this. She doesn't want the gun to draw attention to her body. She doesn't want to become part of that mass, even if she is dead. She opens a drawer on her desk she's recording at and places the gun inside. Dr. Igata then apologizes to her loved ones who are likely long since dead or assimilated, and turns off the recording for the last time. In that moment, you realize there's a single drawer in the desk in front of you. When you reach forward and open it, you see the same handgun Dr. Igata was holding is laying inside. You pick it up and study it, weighing your options. Perhaps there truly is no other way out. Then you see an update on the file. One more attachment has been added while you were studying the gun. You feel your heart pounding in your chest as you reach forward and open the attachment. The text has been changed entirely. The file on SCP-001 is now a poem, an ode to the sun, and to ultimate togetherness. Then a video file spontaneously opens itself on the screen. It's a video of you, shot from behind. You see those oily skeletal hands reaching for you in the dark, just like they did with Dr. Igata. In that moment, you panic and fire the gun behind you, hoping to scare off the spirit. Instead, the sound of the gunshots attracts something far worse. The immense blob of screaming melted flesh charges towards the office. You try to barricade the door, but it is not enough. The flesh seeps and bursts through and grabs you in its meaty tentacles. You scream and try to escape, but it won't save you. Nothing will save you. The flesh carries you upstairs, out through the empty halls, out into the cave. You can see the light in the distance as the blob ferries you towards it. You won't be alone for much longer. In fact, you won't be alone ever again. Working at the SCP Foundation can really get your appetite going. After spending a rough shift monitoring the acid levels in SCP-682's tank, or performing the rituals necessary to keep the Devourer of Worlds on the other side of SCP-2317, sometimes you just need a quick snack to hold you over before you return to the old grind. Problem is, at the SCP Foundation, even the break room can be perilous. Dr. Dan is notorious for pilfering pudding cups from the communal fridge, and ever since the administrator himself stole your tuna sandwich, you just don't feel safe spending your lunch break on site anymore. But this presents its own series of issues. You only have an hour for lunch, and obviously you can't order in due to security issues. Also, if you're eating off-site, you have even less time to finish your lunch because the site you're currently stationed at is relatively remote. We're talking at least a half-hour round trip to actually get to somewhere, so you're gonna need your food fast. And when it comes to fast food, few eateries are as prolific as the Golden Arches, McDonald's. And just to clarify, this video is not sponsored. We're gonna tell you about a horrifying anomalous secret that this company really doesn't want you to know about. Let's not think about that just yet though. Your stomach is rumbling, and you need that quarter pounder so bad that even being trapped in the red reality with Dr. Scranton couldn't stop you from getting it. When you finally arrive, you buy your typical order. A quarter pounder with french fries, a coffee, and a McFlurry. You see Dr. Clef a few tables down enjoying a box of chicken nuggets and ketchup, but decide not to engage. As you sit and enjoy your meager little lunch, knowing you'll probably be coordinating the cleaning efforts of SCP-173's containment chamber by the end of the day, your eyes drift over to something even more unsettling. Happy, the current mascot for McDonald's Happy Meals. You can't help but shudder. You've seen some pretty horrific things on the job. Nightmarish things. You fear no monster, but that thing, it scares you. Those big, soulless eyes, the wide, gaping maw full of two white teeth. Its diabolical sneakers. No child should ever have to look at that. You can't help but wonder, whatever happened to Ronald McDonald, the hamburger-happy clown that shilled fast food to you throughout your childhood? What is he up to now? Well, we have an answer for you, but I'll warn you, you may not be quite as eager to suck down a Big Mac and a Diet Coke after hearing this. Ronald McDonald, first introduced as the company's mascot in 1963, had a pretty good run, before finally being largely phased out by the company in the mid-2010s for a greater focus on the nasty little box homunculus. You can thank John Wayne Gacy, Pennywise, and those goofballs dressed up as clowns back in 2016 for that. But like anyone who loses favor stateside, Ronald had a prosperous career ahead of him outside the country. Well, not the Ronald we know, at least. You see, in an undisclosed cattle farm in 2004, most likely in North America, a monster was born. A horrific abomination birthed from a cow, like many have theorized about SCP-058, the Heart of Darkness. But this nasty little creature wasn't a giant heart with a stinger and scorpion legs. In many ways, it appeared superficially humanoid, save for its stark white skin, its thick red lips, and its full head of bright, frizzy red hair. But that was only the start of the unnerving strangeness exhibited by this miracle child. It was born with white gloves and long, clownish shoes seemingly grafted to its feet. Fresh from birth, the creature was huge, with a disproportionately large head and wide, disgusting pores that seemed to perpetually leak fry oil. The creature was unresponsive to any kind of external stimuli, perhaps suggesting it was brain dead, and it remained completely dormant most of the time. While most people would have screamed, run away, or called the police, the farmers at this particular cattle farm decided to let it ride and see how this whole nightmarish affair played out. That sense of curiosity and patience would soon pay off for them financially. It didn't take long for the creature to grow. The bigger it got, the more it looked like a giant mutant version of McDonald's iconic mascot, Ronald McDonald. And this wasn't just a coincidence either. It turned out that this monster was somehow intrinsically linked to the McDonald's brand, because once a day the creature would horrifically unhinge its jaw and begin to barf out a huge quantity of McDonald's food. And we're not talking about raw materials that are converted into McDonald's food. The creature, later dubbed SCP-5962, vomited out fully packaged McDonald's products. The owners of this clownish monster had just hit the lottery, so to speak. While the particulars of the deal are unclear, they somehow contacted a representative of the McDonald's Corporation based in China. In exchange for presumably a large sum of money, Chinese McDonald's operatives covertly entered the country and shepherded the now massive creature over to a McDonald's-owned warehouse in Beijing. By this point, it was around 4 meters tall and weighed over 5 tons. It was kept inside a cage and housed at some cost, but soon enough, the creature was paying for itself. As we mentioned before, the creature constantly secreted fry oil, which was siphoned off for use in preparing McDonald's food across the country. The huge quantity of packaged food that it vomited out every day was also shipped off to restaurants across the country, making the Chinese branch of McDonald's incredibly financially successful. They were able to make an almost complete profit on all of these foods and drinks, once transport costs were subtracted, of course. SCP-5962 had become McDonald's China's best-kept secret, but of course no secret this sensational could stay under wraps forever, no matter how much people in the warehouse were paid or threatened for their silence. If your day job was siphoning grease off of a giant mutant clown for the purpose of preparing McDonald's food across the country, there'd be no way you wouldn't speak to somebody about it. Nobody knows whose loose lips sunk this incredibly profitable ship, but rumors began to spread around Beijing about a huge clown inside of a McDonald's packaging facility. That was when local field agents of the SCP Foundation finally took notice. 2 agents, Jonathan Zhang and George Nagasaw, were dispatched to perform an infiltration mission along with a team of backup personnel. They entered the warehouse, apprehending any employees they found. As they and their reinforcements reached the northern side of the facility, they found SCP-5962 with a heavy collar around its neck, chained to the ground like King Kong, as McDonald's employees wheeled away carts of packaged food. Neither of the attending agents were fans of McDonald's food, but even then, just seeing this horrible display was enough to make them feel nauseous. The creature was taken and contained by the SCP Foundation, who conducted a number of tests on it. They found that the monster had no real internal organs save for 27 interconnected stomachs. Genetically, they also found that the creature was far more cow than human. The same could sadly not be said for the food that SCP-5962 was vomiting out. Seriously, if you were already feeling a little queasy from all this, we need to warn you that this is the part where things get really vile. Let's talk about what the McDonald's food barfed up by SCP-5962 was actually made out of. As we mentioned earlier, the food exuded by the creature was genetically human, with DNA often matching that of people who are alive and in no way affected by this anomalous process. Tests have indicated that certain foods, condiments, and beverages correspond to more specific types of bodily tissue and liquid. For example, the bacon and fries were shown to be cartilage and ligaments. The bread turned out to be made from hair, nails, and skin. The coffee was liquefied fecal matter. The chicken nuggets were made from fingers, ovaries, and testes. Even the water was a mix of saline and sweat. And of course, the ice cream was comprised of pus, bone marrow, feces, and nasal mucus, depending on the flavor. You get the idea. We'll stop listing off examples before you lose your lunch, but rest assured, all of the food produced by SCP-5962 was made of human organic matter. When the SCP Foundation interviewed Mr. Chen, the manager of the facility where SCP-5962 was being held, before his amnestic treatment, he seemed incredibly casual about the whole thing. As far as he was concerned, the food still tasted exactly the same as regular McDonald's food, and it didn't appear to have any adverse health effects beyond what you could expect from regular, non-anomalous fast food. It's actually less cruel and disturbing than the slaughterhouses where the meat is typically obtained. Mr. Chen also contested that SCP-5962 wasn't all that dangerous either. The only time it ever performed an offensive action was when an employee of the enemy fast food franchise, Burger King, entered its vicinity. The creature vomited a stream of hot coffee at the corporate interloper like a fire hose until he left, suggesting that it does have some kind of strange inherent loyalty to the McDonald's company. But still, other than this isolated incident, the creature has never even displayed sentience. It was a big, strange, clownish McDonald's food dispenser. When questioned about the origins of SCP-5962, Mr. Chen once again underplayed the strangeness of the situation, saying that he'd heard rumors the farm that sold him SCP-5962 had also sold other strange, anomalous creatures to eager buyers in the US. The farm, which we can only assume is situated right next to a radioactive waste dump, was also behind SCP-4158, also known as Big Charlie. This giant omnivorous and seemingly immortal mutant cow is believed to have been birthed from a non-anomalous cow sold to the Butcher's Block slaughterhouse. It looked hideous and seemed to suffer from a wide variety of health issues, leading to the employees at the slaughterhouse trying to put the creature out of its misery. However, no matter how hard they tried to kill the monster, it just wouldn't die. Its bones were pretty much indestructible, and no matter how much of its flesh was cut off, it just kept growing back, causing no ill effects to the creature itself. Eventually, the slaughterhouse workers tried cooking and eating the meat, leading to them discovering it tasted just as good as non-anomalous meat. Much like the Chinese McDonald's and SCP-5962, the workers had just hit the lottery with Big Charlie. As long as they kept feeding the monster, which ate everything from bricks to other non-anomalous cows, it provided a pretty much limitless supply of meat, giving them unprecedented economic prosperity. In other words, Big Charlie was a literal cash cow. Jeff Fine, the slaughterhouse director, even started worshipping Big Charlie as a kind of demigod by drinking his blood. He believed that Big Charlie was a savior, sent to lift them all out of their struggle and desperation. Sadly for them, the SCP Foundation sent them right back when Big Charlie escaped their slaughterhouse, and Foundation field agents found, secured, and contained it. It was a sad day for the Butcher's Block. So, what have we learned today? Whether you're in the US of A or the Chinese heartland, if you're chowing down on fast food, you really have no idea where it came from. I mean, we kind of knew that already, but for all we know, the food you're enjoying could have just been vomited up by a giant fat clown, or cut from the flesh of a mutated cow. Just think about that next time you're enjoying a burger. But hey, let's be honest with ourselves. We'll all probably still eat it.
Despite the fact that it covers the majority of our planet's surface, we know remarkably little about the oceans. While we know how to navigate them and how to send boats from one continent to another, the surface of the water is usually a calm, safe place where all you expect to encounter are other humans and the occasional storm. What's below the surface is another story. Scientists estimate that we've only explored maybe 5% of the world's oceans and what lies in them. On top of that, they estimate that we've only encountered and cataloged 10% of marine life. That means that 95% of the ocean is unexplored and untouched by humans, and that 90% of the ocean species have never even been seen by humans. It makes you think, just what kind of stuff is down there? It could be anything. Even mundane ocean life can be deeply strange and bizarre. There are sharks that live for over 300 years, blind fish that only hunt by smell, jellyfish that are reborn whenever they die. If normal ocean life is this terrifying and explanation-defying, what kinds of anomalies could the oceans we swim and fish in be playing host to? One such anomaly is SCP-835. But before we get started, SCP-835 is an old file. It's one of the earliest in the Foundation's database, in fact. Like many of the Foundation's earliest documents, it's been heavily redacted and expunged, to the point where large blocks of the text are missing, not to mention the fact that it's been locked behind a content filter. But SCP-835 is unique not because it's been expunged and redacted, but because it's had them lifted. Versions of the file and its addendum that are cleared of the redactions have been declassified and released by order of 05-11 to all viewers. For some reason, whatever was so secret about this file no longer applies. But before we take a look at the declassified documentation, let's look at the old version to get an idea of what exactly we're dealing with here. The attached image for SCP-835 is, to put it simply, gross. It's what appears to be some kind of bone or muscular growth underwater, a bit like coral, but much more organic and flesh-like in shape. The growth is mostly white and brown, but large sections are grown over with what looks like some kind of black mold spores. It's large too, almost the size of a person's chest, and seems to continue out of frame. The caption is simply, "Still image from recording 81. It's not even clear if this growth, whatever it is SCP-835 or not. Continuing on to the file, the object class is Keter, and the special containment procedures are lengthier than most articles and very detailed. They explain that SCP-835 must constantly be monitored and checked to see if it's growing or expanding. In the event that it becomes hostile to Foundation personnel, something known only as Suppression Tactic A-A6 is to be activated until it ceases any hostile action. The anomaly has to be contained in the open ocean rather than moved to a water tank or such, because of the highly aggressive response of SCP-835 to confinement for any length of time. So whatever it is, it's alive, it's expanding and growing, and seems capable of knowing when it's being placed into containment and responding angrily. It's not only sentient, it's intelligent and aware. They go on to say that SCP-835's waste has to be immediately collected and contained, and that it is to be fed 2 times every day, though what exactly is going to be fed to it is redacted in this version of the file. It can also be moved to a new location up to 2 times a year, but only if the current location can't support it anymore, and if the move has been approved by the site directors. On top of that, personnel have to stay away from SCP-835, at least 15 feet. They also need to have safety harnesses attached to winches on the boat. If anyone so much as touches SCP-835, all of the winches will activate and rapidly yank all the divers back to the boat. From there, Suppression Tactic A-A6 is again instituted. But there is another line. If a staff member touches SCP-835 and is captured by it, then the anomaly is to be monitored around the clock until the subject has been released. Very ominous containment procedures. This predator, if it is a predator, has a penchant for consuming people and needs to be avoided at all costs. But if someone is caught, it releases them after a while. The description of the document clears some things up. SCP-835 is a mass of polyps, or tissue growths, that resemble coral. It's huge and heavy, though its full weight is again redacted, and the individual polyps are also huge, over 1 meter long, much longer than any known coral species. The central mass is oval and has a huge 3-meter-long polyp on each side of it, but can't move or budge because of its huge weight. Instead, it uses huge tentacles extending from the polyps to dig into the ground and anchor it in place against the ocean currents. These are the same tentacles that are used for feeding and are covered in a sticky glue-like adhesive. They're not just long and strong either. Tests have recorded them damaging stainless steel plating. And speaking of plating, SCP-835 is covered in it. Not steel, but some kind of organic coral that's much harder than steel and couldn't be broken by even diamond drill bits. All the Foundation could get were small samples, and if that wasn't bad enough, the Foundation's positive that SCP-835 is growing, like the containment procedure suggested, and it's growing fast, up to 50 pounds in a single day if it's left uninterrupted. But it can't be stopped. It reacts to certain chemicals that make it close up like an oyster and stop growing for 24 hours at a time. Based on that, the Foundation's been able to develop and use a chemical cocktail to force it to halt, the aforementioned Suppression Tactic A-A6. However, the results of testing it have been redacted. In case the anomaly wasn't disgusting enough, it also vomits. That's right. Every couple of hours it expels a large mass of some liquidy sludge material from both sides, so to speak. After sample testing, the scientists realized it really is vomit. Well, part of it. The substance is mostly semi-digested food, fecal material, and semen, but also contains live samples of biohazardous viruses, bacteria, and parasites. Some that the Foundation haven't even encountered before SCP-835. One of these bacteria, 835-I5, is a big problem for containing SCP-835. But exactly why that is unfortunately expunged from the file as well. Between the lethal witch's brew of dangerous diseases and the diamond hard shell that covers SCP-835's internal guts, it is nearly impossible to neutralize or even damage it. Even if you do crack the shell, the diseased fluid inside would leak out and infect you full of diseases in seconds. Wow, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, so SCP-835 is a really nasty customer. I mean, just by looks alone, it's easy to tell 835 is probably nothing to mess with. But a simple visual of the thing in your line of sight does no justice in showing how actually dangerous and disgusting it really is. If you try to break it, you get your immune system overrun by a cocktail of diseases, if it doesn't manage to eat you first. The document has one addendum, an after-action report by a member of Mobile Task Force Zeta-9, the notorious Mole Rats. The Mole Rats are one of the Foundation's most elite teams of Special Operation Troops. Like all MTFs, they have a very specific specialization, one thing they do better than anyone else in the world. For Zeta-9, it's cramped spaces. The task force is highly trained in exploring dangerous constricted areas, especially those that lie underground. From subterranean caves to endless staircases and basement labyrinths, the Mole Rats are the best of the best at getting in and getting out. The Mobile Task Force Zeta-9 had been performing an investigation on SCP-835, albeit when it was considerably smaller, only a meager 4 tons, and it hadn't formed a second big polyp yet. Just like usual, 4 members of the Mole Rats were chosen to begin the investigation, equipped with underwater isolation suits to ward off any biological threats. Lieutenant C, Sergeants L and M, and Corporal H, a rookie team member who was training with them and was ordered to only observe. They took a small underwater drone with them, one that would come in very handy. At first, SCP-835 didn't act hostile or aggressive towards the members of the team. In fact, it even allowed members to swim up to it and touch it without reacting. They couldn't even tell if it was alive or not, so they sent the drone to approach the huge polyp on the north side, while they went around to the small entrance on the other side of the rock. Corporal H was told to remain there and make sure that the power cable to the drone didn't break off or snap. Everything seemed calm. Suddenly, the drone's claw arm jerked back, having gotten stuck in something, and began thrashing around. Not wanting to wake the creature, Corporal H moved forward and tried to free the claw, but then he became trapped too. The other members of the team heard him on the radio, screaming for them to come and help him, and that he'd been grabbed by some horrible tentacle thing that was dragging him towards the polyp that had opened up into a mouth. The incident left Lieutenant C a bit ruffled afterward. Jesus Christ, I can't do this, he was just a kid! It was his first mission, I should have kept my eye on him! After a moment, she composes herself and begins to explain what happened. The anomaly grabbed Corporal H, having fooled the rest of us. What we thought was the entrance to just some cave, while the polyp on the north side was the real entrance into SCP-835. The tentacles came out of its smaller polyps, grabbed Corporal H, and began dragging him in, while he thrashed around and screamed. The boat tried to pull in the winch, but from all the activity, the line snapped in two. Corporal H was pulled inside SCP-835 and eaten. The lieutenant explains that she swam over and hooked herself to his outstretched hand when the boat began winching her up. She said just as she assured him that they're going to be fine and that she's not letting go, her line snapped, and they were both suddenly pulled inside. She breaks for a moment, before describing the inside as like a wet, pulsing tube, like how intestines look on colonoscopies. They were both steadily being pulled in by the muscle contractions, what doctors call peristalsis, the way your body moves food down your throat and through your intestines. The only reason they weren't dissolved or crushed was because of the isolation suits they were wearing, but they still couldn't move. Corporal H had vomited in his suit, but they were both alive. The lieutenant, thinking fast, figured out that if they were moving through its body, they would come out on the other end in 72 hours. They had air and water in the suits, but little battery, and if the heat went out, they would freeze to death. She quickly killed all of the lights and power in both of their suits to the minimum, except the helmet lights so they could make sure that the other was still alive. The pair stayed like that for a whole day, with absolutely nothing but the creature's digestion and their own breathing. After a while, the corporal's face was visible. He looked tired and scared. She said that 13 hours in, the kid started talking and babbling. She calmed him down and they both slept for a bit, but were rudely awoken by falling into the stomach of the creature. They both fell out into a small chamber filled with liquid, and barely a moment later, their suits began to melt in the stomach acid. She yelled and they both ran for a hole in the wall, SCP-835's sphincter. At this point, it was very clear that they made it into the intestine, and it was worse than the stomach. I'm sure you can imagine how horrifying it must have been to be in the mix of this creature's fecal waste. Disgusted and vomiting, the corporal and lieutenant picked each other up, knowing that they were making strides of this terrible ordeal. But they reached a dead stop. The creature's rectal hole was tightly shut, blocking their escape. They decided to wait, knowing that it would have to excrete eventually, and after an undeterminate amount of time, any time spent in something's intestines waiting to be pooped out is too much time. The lieutenant was shot out into the sea, but without the corporal. She is obviously angry, telling the agents to do something expunged before declaring she needs a drink and to sleep. What a horrifying story. But there are gaps. Let's take a look at the uncensored documentation for SCP-835. First, let's go back to the containment procedures. What SCP-835 is to be fed is explained, any kind of local fish, but higher-level mammals if it goes into a rage state, including humans. In fact, it seems to calm down when digesting higher mammals. Maybe it's developed a taste for human flesh. In any case, the feeding should never happen without heavy supervision. Next, the results of performing tests on the samples of SCP-835 the Foundation was able to get. SCP-835 is no normal coral. It seems to be made from what can only be described as basic human biological components. The hard outer shell is super dense calcium, like your bones, but hundreds of times harder. The polyps are covered with the same kind of enamel that you'd find on your teeth, and the fleshy muscle that the tentacles are made of is mostly mutated tongue cells. The creature seems to have most of the biological systems we have, but they've all degraded or mutated into almost unrecognizability, except the digestive and reproductive systems, which are highly advanced. 835-I5, the bacteria unique to the anomaly, is explained. It's how SCP-835 reproduces. When vertebrates are infected with it, they will undergo a variety of symptoms, gaining huge amounts of weight despite always being hungry for things that normally can't be eaten, like wood and raw meat. Their skin will harden and form polyps across its surface. Their biological systems will slowly stop working, and they'll become aggressive. And then they will drastically reduce in intelligence and motion, except for the desire to enter the sea. Sound familiar? That's right. Being infected by it turns the victim into another SCP-835 instance, with no way to cure it. And just like it seems, SCP-835 is still somewhat aware and intelligent. At one point, this thing was a normal human. Just in case that's not horrible enough, the after-action report has also been thoroughly declassified. Let's take another look to see the real full story of what happened to Lieutenant C and Corporal H inside SCP-835. The first reveals when Corporal H was being pulled into the polyp. He was screaming and crying, begging for help. "Oh God, it's eating me! I don't want to die!" Command tells Lieutenant C to abort the mission, but she refuses to leave one of her men behind, holding his hand while hooking them together. Then the line snapped, and they were pulled in. Just as they were escaping the stomach and right as she hit the sphincter, she realized the walls of the stomach were lined with human faces, screaming and wailing and begging to be killed. She pulled her weapon out and began firing into them, and she would have melted if Corporal H hadn't pushed her through. In the intestine, the corporal began to complain of a rancid smell. She checked and realized he had a breach in his suit, but quickly patched it, but it was too late. She looked at his face, and it was growing pustules already. They burst, spraying blood, and he begged to be put out of his misery. But when the lieutenant shot her gun at him, all it produced were empty clicks. She had wasted all the ammo on the crying stomach faces. Suddenly, tentacles burst through the corporal's faceplate and simultaneously pinned the lieutenant down. She managed to flip what had been the corporal over and wrestle with what was left of him before the sphincter into the stomach, where his body began to melt in the acid. But before it did, she saw the corporal's face smiling and said he loved her before he died. Then she felt a burst of energy and was shot through the exit. With a troubled gleam in her eye, she stands there telling her story to the agent. She takes a second to gain some strength and then says, "I didn't make it out intact.
My suit was breached, and I didn't even realize until I took it off and saw the rash on my skin. Realizing she's going to die, she suddenly puts the room she's in on lockdown and orders the debriefing agent to evacuate everyone else aboard immediately. Just before she kills the feed, she makes one request, that the Foundation not try to decontaminate the small boat, just to abandon ship and scuttle it on top of SCP-835, on top of the Corporal. That way they can be together in some kind of sick resting place. SCP-835 is the horrible tale of things that can go wrong at the Foundation, and two people doing their best in a brutal situation. But with the modern containment protocols and ensuring people know what happened to the pair, the Foundation can ensure no one ends up like the Lieutenant and the Corporal again. There are some people who would get tired of being placed in charge of SCP-914 or the Clockworks. The monotony of it all might make most of us go mad. The same routine, day after day, placing an infinite number of objects into the intake booth of the machine, selecting one of the modes, be it rough, coarse, one-to-one, fine, or very fine, and seeing just what sort of transformation takes place. But there was one employee of the SCP Foundation who liked that routine just fine. Dr. Gears was happy with his position. The simplicity of the routine, the predictability of it all. He liked when the days stacked neatly together in a row of uneventful stretches of time. It was why he ate the exact same meal for lunch every day, a plain turkey sandwich on white bread, a cup of water, and a single banana. Of course, there was some variety in the events that came about when testing the Clockworks. There was that incident with Dr. Curtis, and the pound of bacon placed inside the machine alongside a photograph of SCP-682. It had resulted in a miniature replica of SCP-682 made entirely out of bacon, capable of movement and extremely hostile. Though its size prevented it from doing any damage, it did still attempt to kill any staff it could find. It had smelled mouthwatering, but Dr. Gears had suspended Dr. Curtis from testing with SCP-914 for the trouble, and a day of having bacon grease cleaned off of every surface in the vicinity. There was also the incident that occurred when Dr. Hertz, in an attempt to score some free music production, placed a CD of his own original guitar songs into the machine on the setting Very Fine. Rather than improving the production quality of the tracks on the CD, the machine produced a completely silent CD, as well as a collection of books on songwriting, singing, and playing the guitar for beginners. Dr. Gears had to physically drag Dr. Hertz from the room when, upset by the blow to his ego, he attempted to attack the machine. And, of course, there had been the highly destructive Super Bouncy Ball incident, which resulted in 45 casualties and staggering damage to the facility, as well as the aforementioned ball, which was currently thought to be somewhere in space, most likely orbiting Mars. But for the most part, it was always the same thing. An object went in, a setting was selected, and the object came out in a new modified state. Wash, rinse, repeat, just like it said on the back of the bottle of the brand of unscented shampoo Dr. Gears had been using for the past 30 years. That was how he liked it. And as he sat at his desk, going over the test logs and preparing to supervise another round of tests, he turned on some of his favorite tunes. Well, I say tunes, but it was really a white noise machine. He didn't care for music. It was a bit too much excitement. He was just getting into the flow of his work when there was a knock at his office door. Excuse me, sir. A research assistant was standing at the door, pale and anxious, a clipboard in his hands. They're, requesting your help with an emergency down the hall.
What is it?
Dr. Gears asked. They didn't really say, just something about Dr. Bright and, chainsaws? The assistant stammered. Dr. Gears sighed and stood up from his desk.
I'll be right there.
There wouldn't be anyone keeping an eye on SCP-914, but at this point, the experimentation process basically ran itself. Everything would be fine if Dr. Gears stepped away for a little while, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, across the site, a very enterprising mask became keenly aware of an opportunity presenting itself. It had been lying in wait, meticulously planning and plotting for days, and now there was an opening it could take advantage of. You see, months ago, the mask had managed to finagle itself a host, a researcher who had just been working with SCP-914. When the mask's consciousness took over the man's and it delved into all of his thoughts as they were snuffed out one by one,
They learned all about the marvelous, miraculous clockworks, the machine capable of transforming anything into a better version of itself. The mask had fantasized, obsessed about getting to SCP-914, of using it to mold itself, to change into something greater and more powerful. Then, perhaps, it could escape this place and return to its former freedom and glory. Of course, it would have to select the right setting. One wrong choice, and the whole plan could amount to nothing. On rough, the mask would likely be destroyed, reduced to a pile of ceramic dust or perhaps even a ball of unmolded clay, alongside some of the black slime always oozing from its eyes and mouth. On course, it would likely be transformed into a slab of plain porcelain, uncarved and unpainted. On 1-to-1, the mask would likely be swapped out with another anomalous object, some other enterprising mask, or perhaps a haunted Victorian doll or some other malicious inanimate thing. And what use would that be? No, that wouldn't do at all. Fine could be promising, and would likely prevent the mask from degrading any future hosts it decided to take. But why stop there? Why should it limit itself to simply fine, when very fine was right there and looking oh so promising? It decided if it could get to SCP-914, it would find a way to transform itself using the very fine setting. And then, its enemies, this pathetic foundation, the entire world, would fall to their knees. It had been waiting patiently, like a snake coiled and ready to snap up its prey, spreading its psychic tendrils as far as they could go, and anticipating the moment that someone left SCP-914 unattended. Now, the moment had arrived. Of course, the mask would need help. It didn't have a way to reach the clockworks on its own, so it had been wrapping its influence around the guard stationed just outside its door, dripping thoughts into his head, whispering darkness into his ear at every chance it got, chipping away at his will bit by bit until the man was little more than a puppet with the possessive mask tugging at his strings. The mask gave a mental yank on one of those strings, calling the man in its thrall into the room. First, he knocked out his fellow guard with the butt of his gun. At this point, his mind was so pliable that he would do anything to please the mask. Next, the man entered the containment chamber, a glassy, vacant look in his eyes. He unlocked the glass case and reached inside, lifting the mask out and bringing it one step closer to absolute freedom. He tucked the mask inside of his uniform, hiding it away from any prying eyes, and began to walk steadily towards SCP-914's room. All the while, the mask whispered silent encouragements into the man's weakened mind, promising him power and success beyond his wildest dreams, if only he would help it achieve this goal. Of course, the mask was planning to kill the man as soon as his task was done, but he didn't need to know that yet. Every step brought the mask closer to victory, and it was practically vibrating with the delicious anticipation of it all. Soon, so soon, they reached the containment room, the clockworks just beyond the door. The guard carried the mask into the room, placed the mask inside of the intake booth, closed it, and approached the control panel. In accordance with the mask's psychic instructions, he selected very fine and turned the machine on. The cogs and gears inside whirred to life. The engine sputtered, metal clanked, and pipes exhaled hissing bursts of energy. The output chamber opened, and through the curtain of steam, SCP-035 stepped in its new and improved form. That's right, stepped. First, one long, sinewy leg, leathery, shiny, and black as the night, extended into view. Another leg followed, and along with it came a torso, a pair of arms, a slender neck, and the familiar face of the mask, stark white against the darkness of its new body. The feet ended in little points, as if the figure was wearing boots, but there was no visible clothing. It was all one being, angular and strange, with long, long fingers tipped with curved claws. The mask let out a wicked cackle, throwing back its head in triumph.
Excellent. It's even better than I imagined.
The mask turned to the guard that had helped it escape.
Thank you for your service. Now I have one last favor to ask you.
It was time for the mask to test its powers, to see how the clockworks had strengthened what was already there, what more it was capable of in this enhanced state.
I want you to go into the cafeteria, walk into the kitchen, and climb into the oven, would you? Make sure you turn it on nice and hot first.
It waited for a few seconds before the man nodded solemnly, turned and left the room, heading off in the direction of the cafeteria. It listened as the moments passed, and the sound of horrified, shocked screams rang out, and it knew that the man had followed its instructions exactly. At the mask's orders, he had cooked himself for lunch. The mask clapped its hands together, cackling again.
Wonderful, oh wonderful. Now that's taken care of, what shall I try next?
If the mask had eyebrows, they would have been arched in a truly devilish expression. First, it wanted to test its abilities on a truly formidable opponent, someone worthy of the mask's time and attention. Casually as you please, it strode over to one particular containment chamber to see about an unkillable reptile. As it walked, several guards took notice, pointing their weapons at the mask and ordering it to stand down. Each time it chuckled, and with a wave of its hand, the barrels of their guns warped and twisted into little metal bows, completely useless. It snapped its clawed fingers, and the guards fell to the ground in an unconscious heap.
Can't have you sounding the alarm yet. The fun is only just beginning,
the mask remarked, though it knew the guards couldn't hear it. It kicked open the door to SCP-682's containment room with a jaunty greeting.
Hello, you scaly fool. I've come to pay you a visit.
The reptile did not respond, incapacitated by its hydrochloric acid bath. That just wouldn't do. The mask concentrated, and the steel chamber broke apart, acid spilling everywhere, hissing as it splashed onto any available surface. SCP-682 lifted its head, twitching its tail, and took in the sight of the new and improved mask.
What do you think?
The mask posed for the creature, laughing again. It seemed it couldn't stop laughing lately, its expression fixed into a permanent, gleeful smile. It couldn't help it. Freedom and power just felt so good.
Disgusting.
SCP-682 remarked. Unimpressed with this display, it lunged at the mask, preparing to attack, but the mask held up a hand to stop it.
Not so fast.
SCP-682 suddenly froze in place, eyes rolling wildly as it tried desperately in vain to move.
Let's see. What should I do with you?
The mask was itching to test out its reality warping abilities. It had the feeling that there was very little it couldn't do in this state, and wanted to see just how far its power could go. But what would be suitable punishment? What could be the cruelest possible thing to do to such a creature? The mask could simply try to kill it, to finally snuff out this endless, miserable life. But that would be a release. That would be far too easy. Aha! A light bulb went off in the mask's twisted mind.
Perfect.
It waved its hand, releasing SCP-682 from its paralysis, but as the massive lizard snapped its jaws and moved to take a bite out of the mask, it lost its balance, falling to the ground. Its legs had begun to shrink, rapidly knocking its center of gravity askew. Soon the rest of its body began to follow, getting smaller and smaller at an unbelievable pace, until finally, where there had once stood a massive, impossible prehistoric beast, was something resembling a baby alligator. A tiny little tail thrashing about, short stubby legs, bulbous eyes, and a mouth full of sharp but adorable, non-threatening teeth. When the shrunken SCP-682 spoke, its voice was high-pitched and squeaky. It roared.
Yes, you are.
The mask turned and left, thoroughly pleased with its work, and shut the door behind it. Now, what other fellow anomalies could the mask exercise its absolute superiority over? It pondered other supposedly dangerous and deadly entities that it had heard about over its time in Foundation custody. It all seemed so laughable now. There was only one true danger within these walls, and it was the mask. Oh,
What about that abominable sculpture? The ugly thing with a penchant for snapping necks, but only when a person wasn't looking at it. The absolute coward. Cowards didn't deserve to live, the mask decided, and it made its way over toward SCP-173's containment cell. Inside, there were several D-Class staring at the statue with wide, unblinking eyes, each person terrified of being the one to let their guard down and lose their life in the process. None of them would die today, however, at least not at the hands of the statue. As the D-Class in the cell watched, never once taking their eyes off of SCP-173, the statue's head began to twist and rotate, the sound of cracking snow and creaking metal reverberating through the room. The mask used its telekinetic abilities to rend the statue's head from its neck, relishing the irony of breaking the thing's neck, just as it had done to so many others. It wasn't about justice, of course. The mask had no taste for such insipid and human things. It just found the whole image quite funny. The entire thing began to crumble apart, like a sandcastle beneath an ocean wave, disintegrating until all that was left was a pile of pebbles and dust. Just like that, SCP-173 was no more. As for the D-Class in the cell, well, the mask could use some servants. "You all, come with me," the mask ordered, flexing its iron will and quickly capturing the weak, fear-addled minds of the D-Class personnel before it. They fell in line, shuffling out the door and following the mask with the same blank expressions as the guard before. Whatever was left of their personalities after so much time being used and abused by the Foundation, it was gone now, replaced only with the will of the mighty mask. As the mask continued its victory tour of the Foundation, now with 4 mindless servants in tow, it passed the staff break room. Through the window, it spotted one Dr. Bright, the telltale amulet around his neck, microwaving some leftover pizza. The mask had always found Dr. Bright distasteful, with his self-aggrandizing pranks and general dedication to chaos with no grand vision behind it, no meaningful agenda. It was pitiful, it was deeply ugly, and now the mask had a chance to put an end to the immortal doctor's antics once and for all. It opened the door, greeting Dr. Bright with that frozen grin.
"Oh, Doctor."
Dr. Bright's eyes widened, and he didn't even hear the microwave behind him ding, signaling that his pizza was ready. He was too distracted by the horrifying sight before him. But as he opened his mouth to scream, to call for help, the mask reached out and ripped the amulet from his neck. The host body fell limply to the ground, and the mask looked down at the amulet, glinting in the light that held Dr. Bright's consciousness inside. It stared at the amulet with a flinty gaze, and under its empty stare, the metal began to rust, to degrade, and to melt into an unrecognizable slurry. The mask let it drip onto the floor. Then, when all that was Dr. Bright had melted away, it wiped its hand off with a napkin and ground the wet puddle on the ground with its heel.
"Goodbye, Doctor," the mask hissed. "Now, what's next?"
But as the mask turned to walk down the hall, it came face to face with a disapproving face. SCP-343 had manifested directly in front of the mask, and he clearly had learned of the mask's behavior so far that day.
You've been busy.
Yes, very busy. Lots to do, you see.
The mask chuckled smugly.
You understand why I can't allow this to continue, right?
343's expression remained stern but calm. You believe you can stop me? The mask tilted its head to the side.
Of course I can.
SCP-343 sighed.
But you could stop on your own, if you would rather. I prefer to avoid an unnecessary conflict.
The mask giggled uncontrollably at this.
I am going to rend the flesh from your bones,
it simply said.
I thought you might say something like that. I'm going to have to take your body. I'm sorry.
SCP-343 prepared to teleport the mask's new body to another location, separating them and reducing the mask to its original, more manageable state. But before he could, there was sudden darkness in the room, every light blinking out all at once. The hall was plunged into shadow, but this was no ordinary darkness. This darkness was inky, thick, cloaking like smoke clinging to the inside of your throat. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the darkness dissipated, but SCP-343 was gone. He hadn't teleported himself to somewhere else. He hadn't walked through the wall to get away from the mask. He was truly gone. The mask couldn't be certain exactly what it had done to SCP-343, but it knew that the enemy had been truly eradicated. In fact, it was fairly certain he had been erased from reality entirely. The mask made one final lap around the Foundation containment site, bidding farewell to every anomaly it passed. Some it transformed like it had done to SCP-682. Taking inspiration from its bird-like face, the mask turned the Plague Doctor into a crow. Others it simply executed, such as the poor SCP-096, whose screams and shrieks had always irritated the mask. Of course, the Foundation began to notice what was happening, and they tried to defeat the mask. They shot at it with their puny weapons, they sounded their useless alarms, and they called for their laughable backup. But none of it mattered, not in the face of the mask. Guns melted in guards' hands, alarms went silent at nothing more than a glance, and more mindless slaves joined the mask's army. It didn't want too many. That would just be difficult to keep track of, but an even dozen seemed like the perfect number. With this miniature army in tow, the mask finally made its way to its final destination, the exit. It had been waiting for this moment, dreaming of it, since it was first imprisoned so long ago. As it stepped out into the sun, the mask realized that though it didn't have nostrils, it could smell the breeze, the scent of wildflowers and grass. What a beautiful place to mold into the mask's image of an ideal world. The world was its oyster, and the mask longed to swallow it whole. The current whereabouts of the possessive mask are unknown. The Foundation is doing its best to locate the mask and determine new effective measures for bringing it down and recontaining it as soon as possible. The escape of the mask is being considered a possible XK-class end-of-the-world scenario, if it cannot be stopped. The best and brightest minds at the Foundation are working on it, aside from Dr. Bright, of course, may he rest in peace. But right now, there is very little anyone can do. So if you see a strange dark figure in a white mask walking down the street, do yourself a favor and run the other way, before it's too late. Russell's back was pressed against the wall, his shuddering hands gripping the fire axe. The low emergency lighting filling the corridor indicated the lockdown was still in effect, although that was simultaneously a blessing and a curse. Sure, it meant that thing couldn't get out, hopefully, but it also meant that Russell was stuck in the wing of the facility with it. He had no idea if anyone else was left. He hadn't seen what had happened to Carpenter. Maybe it got him, or perhaps he had managed to give it the slip at the last second. There was no way of knowing for sure. It had all started so simply, so innocently, and with such noble intentions. If he had known it would lead to all this madness, Russell would have never put his name down on the request form. The SCP Foundation had been working on a way to neutralize or cure SCP-610 for what felt like forever. To one team of scientists, the infamously so-called flesh that hates was a fascinating organism. It was a highly contagious sarkic skin disease, isolated entirely within a small area of Siberia. That on its own wasn't enough to pique the interest of the research team led by Dr. Carpenter, including his hand-picked star researchers Russell and David, along with their assistant Clennon and Dr. Bodden, an expert on infectious diseases who had recently joined their efforts to provide his specialist knowledge. What did captivate all of them, however, was what SCP-610 did when it infected a human being. The disease would trigger aggressive and uncontrollable mutations within its infected and could virtually rewrite their entire physiology in a heartbeat. The flesh that hates was capable of transforming a person's body into a horrifying fleshy mass of limbs and matter that barely resembled a human being anymore. And in addition, the infected individuals would retain some level of awareness, attacking any uninfected person with extreme hostility. There had long been chatter amongst some other research teams studying SCP-610 about devising a way to weaponize the disease. If they could somehow create a variant that didn't turn people into monsters, or at least cause the fleshy abominations to die shortly after mutation, then the Foundation or another interested party could deploy the flesh that hates as a biological weapon. Dr. Carpenter had long abhorred the idea, instead searching for a way to completely reverse the effects of an SCP-610 infection. It may have been idealistic, perhaps even naive by some standards, but the rest of his team was behind him in the pursuit of that noble goal, although not one of them knew it would soon cost them their lives. Hitting speed bump after speed bump in their research, the team were beginning to lose hope. Researcher David was the most outspoken in how tired he was of seeing the same results, yelling in frustration that the flesh could not be cured by conventional means. However, it was that outburst that gave Russell the idea. They had tried treating SCP-610 like a common virus, as if it was any other form of disease, largely thanks to Dr. Botton's input. And granted, that approach had taught them a lot about the flesh's ability to contaminate a subject from a single cell. But this infection was anomalous through and through. Could the solution to eradicating it for good lie not in a medical cure, but in another SCP? Russell brought this hypothesis to the rest of the research team, and each of them had suggestions for other anomalies they could potentially use to cure a subject of the flesh that hates. "We could get SCP-049 to take a look at the infected patient," Clennon suggested. "Oh, might work," Carpenter mused. "Although even if he cures someone, he might also kill them. He has his whole deal about ridding the world of the pestilence could prove to be a problem." There's always 682, David said dryly. "Have the reptile eat up all the SCP-610 infectees and voila, problem solved." "Oh, real helpful, David," Researcher Russell retorted. "And what are we gonna do when SCP-682 adapts to the flesh? You really want an infected immortal lizard on the loose?" "Gentlemen, please," Dr. Botton spoke up. "We're forgetting one obvious option. I propose we submit a joint formal request to use SCP-914 for this experiment." Unanimously, the group all agreed that this was the best course of action. SCP-914, or the Clockworks, was a giant machine with two booths marked Input and Output. Although the Foundation still couldn't fully comprehend exactly how SCP-914 seemed to take any object placed within it and disassemble, recreate, improve, or destroy the item depending on its current setting. There was one issue, however. A prior failed experiment wherein a D-class was placed in SCP-914 had led to some pretty disastrous consequences. As a result, ever since, no organic matter was to be placed within the Clockworks, a rule that the team's experiment with the flesh would breach. Still, they pressed on, each of the 5 researchers signing their request to utilize SCP-914 before it was submitted to the Foundation higher-ups. Within hours, the request was denied, but the team was determined that SCP-914 could be the key to solving the Foundation's long-standing issue with SCP-610. Dr. Carpenter repealed the decision, urging the higher-ups to reconsider. He argued that this flouting of the no organic matter rule was necessary to potentially rid the world of the flesh that hates. After a few days of consideration, the request was finally, fatefully, granted. The team went to work immediately, requisitioning 2 test subjects, both of which had suffered SCP-610 infections and were horribly mutated. The pair of them were deemed a potential hazard to every member of Foundation staff on site, and as a result, the entire wing of the facility where the Clockworks was housed had to be evacuated for safety. Dressed in biohazard suits to protect themselves, the researchers used an electric cattle prod to coax the first flesh specimen into the input chamber of SCP-914. This was the test run. They wanted to see if the Clockworks would actually be able to affect those infected with SCP-610 at all. Plus, they needed a failsafe just in case something went wrong, and luckily the machine had just the thing. Russell asked Clennon to set the Clockworks to rough, and with a click and whir of its numerous gears and gyros, SCP-914 came to life. Instantly, the infected test subject was completely obliterated. The setting had reduced it to atoms, disintegrating it on such a microscopic level that there was nothing left in the output chamber. The second infected creature seemed to bristle with anger, but didn't attack or become aggressive, as it too was prodded towards the Clockworks. Next, perhaps out of fear that their theory might be wrong, the the team agreed to set SCP-914 to its 1-to-1 setting. Sure enough, the machine recreated another instance of a specimen infected with the flesh that hates, replacing the previous one. "We all know we're stalling," researcher David piped up. "Let's do what we came here for. Set the clockworks to course." Nervously receiving a nod from Dr. Carpenter, Clennon stepped forward to switch the dial on SCP-914 to the course setting. This was the primary reason the team had all agreed to use the machine on a flesh specimen. This setting could disassemble any item placed in the input booth, separating it into its base components. Botten had suggested the use of SCP-914 based on the theory that, if it worked correctly, the clockworks could extract the flesh that hates from its infected host, rendering them free of the disease. The machine made a colossal amount of noise as Clennon hurried back to a safe distance with the others. But as it was powering up, seconds from activating, Dr. Carpenter noticed something. The color drained from his face as he saw it. None of the others had noticed from a distance that the dial hadn't been set to coarse. Instead, it pointed to very fine, the highest refinement setting 914 had. "What the hell have you done?" Carpenter yelled at Clennon before the machine suddenly activated. What stepped free from the output booth stunned the researcher. It was a man, a seemingly ordinary human, who had presumably been infected by SCP-610 some time ago. He stepped nervously out of the machine, looking confused for a moment as a pair of Foundation security guards cautiously approached him. "We did it," Russell said in awe. Suddenly, fleshy tendrils burst forth from the man's arms, latching on to the approaching guards. They screamed in agony, their bodies melting become a bloody, misshapen mass that stayed attached to the humanoid creature at the center. It was like they became a part of it, the guards' arms and legs forming additional limbs as their forms were reconstituted and repurposed as part of a monster that was now crawling on its 6 legs towards the research team. In a blind panic, the group scrambled for the entrance, the head of the infected man splitting open down the middle, opening up into a wide, snapping pair of jaws. Panting hard as he ran, his breath fogging up the clear faceplate of the biohazard suit, Russell ran through the door, hearing someone close behind. He stopped for a moment, looking back to see the creature on the other side of the door, starting to spill through the doorframe like a liquid. Running faster around a corner, Russell came to another halt in the common area. A third security guard following just before a thick steel security door came slamming down, sealing the creature on the other side. "The other door didn't hold it! What good is that going to do?" Researcher David yelled. "More to the point," Dr. Carpenter said, turning and marching towards Clennon. He launched a furious punch at the assistant, knocking him to the floor. "Why did you set 914 to very fine, Clennon?" the enraged doctor shouted. "You're the one who unleashed that abomination, you maniac!" "What?" Clennon replied, fearfully trembling. I didn't. I swear I didn't. It said course. I'm sure of it." "You expect us to believe that was a mistake?" "Gentlemen, we need to focus on the situation at hand," the security officer interjected. "Regardless of who's responsible, we need to inform the Foundation higher-ups." "There's an emergency lockdown," Russell replied. "It would have triggered the moment the SCP-610 specimen got free." "You've trapped us with a monster, Clennon," Dr. Carpenter spat. "Hold on," researcher David spoke up. "Wasn't it Botten's idea to use 914 in the first place?" The common area fell silent as everyone turned to look at Dr. Botten. "Did you plan for this, Doc?" David pushed. Botten chuckled. "Need I remind you, my friends, that we all agreed to use the clockworks, did we not? All of our names are on the request," he answered. "Besides, accusing me, David, that's rather rich coming from you." "What's that supposed to mean?" the researcher fired back. Beckoning his finger, Botten encouraged the rest of the team to follow him across the common area to where a row of lockers stood, each door bearing one of their names. He gestured to the one labeled David. "Go on," Botten added. Shooting him a dirty look, David barged past the disease expert and opened his locker. Not one among the group expected what would fall out. It was an old leather-bound book, symbols carved into the front cover. Instantly, thanks to the work studying SCP-610, the researchers all knew a text on Sarkicism when they saw one. It had been long known that the flesh that hates was often described in texts revered by Sarkic cults, who worship death, decay, and disease. "What the hell, David?" Russell exclaimed, picking up the book and examining it in disbelief. "You're a Sarkist?" Carpenter asked, the fury in his voice already elevating. "No, I'm not!" Researcher David protested. I've never seen that before!" "It was in your locker," the doctor yelled. "You're one of those cannibal cultists! This was your plan!"
To refine the flesh for your twisted, death-worshipping religion.
It certainly seems that way, Botan interjected. After all, researcher David did seem frustrated at our earlier results. Impatient, even.
You! David pointed at the doctor. You planted this in my locker!
You're here a sarcist, Clennon repeated in a nervous stammer. You made me turn the dial to very fine. You made that thing appear. You made me your accomplice! Anger tears streamed down his face. Clennon's hand reached for the security officer's gun and went to draw it, planning to shoot David on the spot. But as he went to pull the weapon from the guard's holster, it wouldn't budge. It was then that Assistant Clennon stared in horror at his hand. His fingers had fused to the guard's leg. The officer gave a twisted grin as his torso burst open, tendrils of flesh latching onto Clennon and assimilating him. Just like it had done before, the flesh creature broke down its victim's body, making it a new part of itself, a grotesque mass of limbs and bloody matter, littered with the discarded faces of those it had infected. The research team looked at it terrified, their stomachs turning, disgusted at the growing, growling abomination of bodies fused to one another.
Oh, you're beautiful,
Russell heard a voice whisper behind him. He turned to see Botan, looking at the SCP-610 creature and smiling. Researcher David was the closest, and the creature lunged at him, pulling his leg out from under him. Screaming in fear, the researcher fell onto the ground and was dragged towards the flesh. It pulled him in, his body stretching, skin tearing and bones snapping as he became part of it. A new set of limbs added to the monster. Dr. Carpenter went to try and pull him free, but it was already too late. But he stepped back, knowing that if he touched it, he would be infected too. The sound of running caught Russell's attention, and he spotted Botan making a break for it. Grabbing Dr. Carpenter by the sleeve, the researcher pulled him in the same direction, partly running away from the flesh as it assimilated David, and partly chasing the sarkic saboteur. The pair of them quickly caught up to Botan, leaning over himself and panting breathlessly.
Thank God you two made it,
he wheezed after the run.
I can't believe David could do this to unleash this nightmare upon us.
Russell thought to snap at him, to scream how dare he keep lying, but Botan's back was to him now. He'd never get a better chance. There was a cabinet on the corridor wall containing a fire axe for emergencies. As carefully and quietly as he could, Russell fished the axe out of its case whilst Botan and Carpenter were looking away. We should get the Foundation to lift the lockdown, Botan was saying. They need to let us out and then— Oh! Oh! He let out a blood-curdling scream mid-sentence as the axe blade wounded him. Russell pulled it back, standing over the doctor as he fell to the floor in agony.
Russell, have you lost your mind?
Carpenter exclaimed. No, Doctor. He's the cultist. I have no idea how he tricked Clennon, but that flesh creature exists because of him, the researcher answered. From the floor, unable to move thanks to his injury, Dr. Botan began to laugh.
It took me years to infiltrate the Foundation. So much time waiting to gain access to that blessed flesh, he gloated. And now you've helped me to refine it, to create its ultimate form. You want to kill me? Go ahead, Russell. My life doesn't matter. For once that creature is free, it will bring about a new age of flesh, and Grand Karcist Iron will reward me for the role I played in unleashing it.
David was right, Carpenter realized.
Botan, you planted that book on him to throw us off.
Doctor, we need to think of something, Researcher Russell interjected, axe still in hand. Nobody knows more about the flesh that hates than us. There must be a way to kill that thing. Otherwise, if it gets out of this lockdown, it could spread to everyone in the Foundation. What about fire? That's been effective against 610 infectees before, right?
Yes,
but the doctor desperately tried to think. This new being we've created, he created, Russell argued, looking at the grimacing, wounded Botan. We cannot deny the role we've all played in this, researcher, Carpenter argued. And we have no idea if it possesses the same weaknesses as the flesh before its refinement. But we have to try, sir, the researcher protested. Of course, I agree. The sickening sound of a slithering, slick mass was rapidly approaching. Still laying on the floor in pain, Dr. Botan had been dragged to the middle of a junction, with Carpenter and Russell hiding around either corner. Suddenly, Botan started hollering as the flesh came into view, practically calling it to him.
Oh, look at you! He exclaimed. You're better than I could have ever hoped for!
Looking down at him with the faces it had collected, the creature stabbed one of its disgusting appendages through Botan, drawing its body into its growing form.
I am honored to give my life so that the age of flesh may begin,
the doctor said weakly, through the pain as he was infected. From around the corner,
Carpenter had taken the Sarkic text and set its pages on fire with a cigarette lighter. Turning to the creature, he hurled the mass of burning paper at it, hoping it would be enough fire to spread to the flesh while it was assimilating Botan, who they had left there as bait. The fiery book collided with the monstrosity. As Russell peeked around the corner, he saw the flesh retreating from the flames, Botan's body now added to it. For a moment, it seemed like the creature was afraid of the fire, but slowly it drew nearer and nearer to the book. With ease, it stamped down the flames with Botan's leg, dousing the fire and suffering no damage to it at all. Gripping the axe in his hands, Russell went to charge at the creature, only to feel something push him back. Dr. Carpenter had stopped him.
Run!
He yelled. Instantly, Russell turned and raced down the corridor, the sound of fleshy tentacles whipping through the air. He dared not look back, just in case the monster was right behind him. Eventually, he reached another corner and slammed his back against it, hands shuddering as he held on to the fire axe. He had no idea what had happened to Carpenter. Maybe it got him, or perhaps he had managed to give it the slip at the last second.
Russell!
Came a hushed voice from around the corner, one the researcher recognized. He turned to see Dr. Carpenter approaching him, sneaking like he was trying to avoid being heard.
I think I managed to give it the slip,
The doctor whispered. For a second, Russell backed up, his hands tightening around the axe handle. This might have looked like Dr. Carpenter, but was it? Are you really you, Doctor? He asked.
Of course I am,
Carpenter replied.
You don't think that I'm not that monstrosity?
Russell raised the axe defensively, only to notice the sadness in the doctor's face. Unable to bring himself to swing, even to find out, the researcher lowered his weapon. Carpenter looked grateful. Come on, let's get them to lift this lockdown, he said. I'm sure an MTF can step in and take care of our mistake. As the pair of them cautiously made their way towards one of the locked doors, Dr. Carpenter reached out a hand to place it on Russell's shoulder.
Diego had only just found his footing when it gave out underneath him again. Crashing to the ground, he threw both arms over his head just in time to protect his skull from the rain of boulders that came down past him. They grazed his arms and jarred painfully against his muscles, but it was better than having them hit him in the head. Without a moment to spare, Diego got straight up to his feet and continued running back down the trail he had been trying to follow. The ground shifted and lurched in all directions under him, threatening to throw off his balance at any moment. Having lived in Chile his whole life, he had gotten used to earthquakes, but he had never been in the center of one like this. The problem was that the trail he had been following to get up here was disappearing fast as the dust swirled into the air and boulders landing all around him. He just had to keep running in this direction and hope for the best. There weren't any other options. But suddenly, he found himself running uphill. Stumbling forwards, Diego tried desperately to get his bearings. He had spent the previous 3 hours hiking up the mountains, so how was it that now that he had turned around and gone back, he was still going uphill? It was almost as if the ground was changing shape beneath him as he ran. Dust filled his lungs as he tried to wipe it away from his burning eyes. Yes, the ground was definitely going uphill, but it felt almost as if it was lifting itself up beneath him, as if some tectonic plates were grinding together, creating a new mountain beneath his feet. Diego lurched unsteadily and grabbed the nearest rock to keep his balance, feeling the ground lifting higher and higher beneath him. Then, all of a sudden, the cloud of dust broke, and he was in fresh air rising ever higher into the sky. The Andes Mountains stabbed out of the clouds all around him, cutting beautiful shapes across the horizon. He felt his own mountain steadily growing taller than any of them. He dropped down on all floors and clutched at the ground in terror as he tried his best to take in the shape of what he was now standing upon. How far would you go to prevent a cosmic-level disaster? It's one thing to save your friends and family from an armed murderer. It's another thing to fight for your country in a world war. We can even just about imagine what it means to fight for our planet, to save our species from climate change, to save our world from a meteorite. But what would a cosmic disaster look like? A calamity so broad in scale that it surpasses our ability to even perceive the threat. We could point our most advanced telescope into deep space and look straight down the middle of it and never know it was even there. And if that threat was not simply to the survival of humanity or planet Earth, but to the survival of existence itself, how far would we go to prevent it?
What cruel and inhumane measures would you take to have such a threat? Or better yet, how many people would you kill to save the world? This debate is raging right now as you sit here and watch this video, not among the Foundation, but between two SCPs so grand in scale and so advanced in nature that the Foundation has no option but to sit and listen as the pair debate what to do with the human race. SCP-4568-1 was not difficult to discover once it started moving. In fact, it was almost impossible to ignore. Earthquakes have been tearing across South America for centuries, destroying homes, taking the lives of innocent people, and fundamentally changing the shape of our planet itself. What most people do not realize, however, is that the fault line running through the Andes mountain range has actually largely been dormant during this period. The source of the earthquakes has come from something far more mysterious. Our innocent hiker, Diego, had been spending the week walking among the Andes when the earthquake struck. You would be forgiven for assuming, as Diego did, that the ground rising beneath his feet was a new mountain forming as the tectonic plates clashed together. But the staggering reality of the situation was that he found himself hiking along the back of SCP-4568-1. As the creature raised its head into the air, Diego saw the head of a serpent lifting several kilometers away from him. Its body stretched and wound its way through the mountain range, filling the valleys and running beneath his feet. The scale of SCP-4568-1 is hard to convey. Measuring over 500 kilometers in length, this serpent is longer than most US states, with a 20-kilometer width. Standing on the back of it quite literally feels like standing on a mountain range. For context, the horizon at sea level is about 4.8 kilometers away, so multiply that by 4 and you'll get a sense of just how wide this thing is. Even small movements from this SCP are enough to trigger continent-wide earthquakes, with tremors being felt all the way around the world. Upon the initial discovery of this SCP, the Foundation was unable to determine why it remains dormant for such long periods and seems to only awaken sporadically and for brief periods of time. That was, until SCP-4568-2 was discovered. It is little wonder that the second serpent took so long to be found. Its body is comprised almost entirely of water, sand, algae, and steam. It does not show up on sonar scans and is incredibly difficult to detect in the water, even visually. Its form is loosely defined whilst dormant, with broadly similar measurements to SCP-4568-1. This serpent roams the South Pacific Ocean. Any marine creatures that swim into the SCP's body find themselves undergoing beneficial mutations. Crabs grow extra pinchers, bottom feeders grow larger mouths, and sharks find themselves developing heightened senses and even extra hearts. These marine animals seem to undergo virtually no distress and are free to exit and re-enter the SCP's body at any point. Initially, SCP-4568-2 was believed to be the peaceful one of the pair. Both serpents seemed to become active at the same time. While on land, SCP-4568-1 would wreak havoc with magnitude 7 earthquakes in major metropolitan areas. The sea serpent's function was less well understood. Employing resonant frequencies and vibrations, this SCP was able to give its watery body a distinct form as it rose up from the ocean and towered above the waves. In order to maintain its shape and control its movements, this SCP employed a huge amount of energy. However, the Foundation quickly observed that it was rarely able to maintain its form for very long. As soon as the sea serpent rose out of the water, its mountainous twin would begin to move, sending tremors around the world that disrupted the frequency needed for SCP-4568-2 to remain animate. Exhausted and unable to maintain its shape, the sea serpent would fall into another period of dormancy, gliding lazily through the oceans. But this dormancy suited the Foundation. Without the constant seismic tremors, researchers could work fast. 2 operating bases were set up to monitor each SCP. 2 mirrored bases with mirrored teams in constant communication with one another. As soon as one team made a discovery, it was conveyed to the others and vice versa. One operating base was set up high in the Andes Mountains, specifically designed to be as earthquake-proof as possible, capable of withstanding earthquakes up to 9.9 magnitude. Meanwhile, in the South Pacific Ocean, an underwater research center was built just above the seabed, with regular vessels drifting out into the unknown to gather whatever data they could about the great SCPs. Several early findings stood out. Firstly, SCP-4568-1 appeared to have a very different internal structure from its twin. Researchers initially assumed that the creature would be largely composed of earth minerals and rock, as its exterior appearance suggested. However, scans of its body indicated the presence of what can only be assumed to be artificially created components. Great gears resembling clockwork structures and even rudimentary circuitry were present throughout the creature's body. The function or origin of these gears has yet to be determined, especially as there is no evident way that their movement corresponds to the autonomy and movement of the Serpent itself. The far more striking discovery, however, came when the SCP Foundation discovered a way to communicate with the two beasts. Ultra-low frequency waves capable of traveling vast distances, even light years, were discovered to be emitted from the two serpents' heads at intermittent periods. The Foundation had to develop some of the largest antennae ever created to pick up these frequencies and interpret the data coming through them. What they found were two twins locked in a fierce debate about the fate of humanity and the universe itself. It was only then that the motivations of these two serpents started to make sense. In 2010, almost as soon as the Foundation was able to tap into the frequency, they were contacted directly by SCP-4568-1.
Foundation, I know that you can hear me. I will not apologize for my actions. I know that I am the reason that millions of your kind face their demise. I know your pain, and I feel it too, but I shall never apologize for it. I simply ask you to listen to myself and to my word cannot be translated. You are curious, you can be patient. Exercise that, and you may one day understand.
And listen, the Foundation did. Efforts to contain or destroy the two serpents were put on the back burner. Instead, Foundation agents prioritized spreading disinformation across South America and beyond about the source of these earthquakes. The two serpents are far too large and far too powerful to overcome or contain. Instead, the Foundation prioritized the use of amnestic drugs, disinformation, and the creation of fringe conspiracy groups to discredit any claims of the serpents' respective existences. Meanwhile, some of the most senior leadership figures in the Foundation were and still are locked in a fierce debate as to what to do with the twin serpents. By listening to the communication between the two SCPs, the Foundation discovered that SCP-4568-2 is intent on wiping out the entire human race. The only thing that has prevented it from being able to do so thus far has been the existence of the other serpent. Every time that SCP-4568-2 begins to mount an attack on humanity, its land-bearing twin triggers enormous earthquakes to disrupt its progress. But why would the sea serpent want to destroy the human race? As Foundation generals gathered in the Deep Sea Operations Base, SCP-4568-2 came to the observation window to look them in the eyes as it told them,
I am sure you can see it. How your world dies a little bit more every day. Mostly by your own hand, no? You poison the oceans, taint the rivers, blacken the skies. You do not need angels of death to destroy your world. But there is something else. I see it in the bottom of your eyes. Something unforgettable, unconceivable ideas cloaked in madness and impossible colors. Do you think I will let you drag the rest of the world down with yourselves? Do you think I will leave this world, my world, to die in flames? It sees your world, and it comes in fives.
Since this revelation, the Foundation has poured countless hours and resources into trying to identify a cosmic threat. For well over a decade, many of the smartest scientists the world has to offer have looked to the night sky, scanning for this impossible color, this shroud of madness, but to no avail. Some within the Foundation believe the Serpent is lying, trying to make up an excuse to justify its genocide, but information from SCP-4568-1 seems to confirm everyone's worst fears.
Your minds burn bright, Foundation. All of humanity shines from this rock, like a candle in a dark room. It sees you. An idea exists only because something thought of it. Have you ever considered how such terrible concepts could have been given form? What kind of atrocious mind could even think about it? Humans cannot conceive the colorless green. What if you are playing into this creature's hands?
There appears to be an underlying implication that ideas are the source of power somehow. This colorless green, this unimaginable cosmic threat, seems to be a monstrous idea incarnate. But whose idea? Humanity's? There is a deep lore that the two Serpents discuss with one another, one that makes little sense even to this day to the Foundation. They talk of gods and goddesses, deities of flesh, of steel and gears, and of the Fives. Quite what these creatures are, if they are even creatures at all, is a mystery to the Foundation. Researchers have not discovered a way of communicating back with the two Serpents directly. Attempts to mimic their language or transmit signals asking questions to them have largely been ignored. Instead, they address humanity and the Foundation as a whole, seeming to take the view of the human race as being a collective hive mind, one that they are evidently able to tap into. The pair seem uninterested in informing us as to exactly what this threat is, or explaining who the gods and goddesses are. Perhaps they assume we know these things already, or more likely, they believe that our consciousness is not yet capable of perceiving the scale and depth of the concepts that they are debating. What is clear, however, is their shared understanding that if humanity were to be eliminated, the candle was to be blown out, this cosmic threat would pass by. The pair have names. Trenten is the land serpent, while remaining dormant much of the time in an enormous cave system beneath the Andes Mountains. This serpent seems keen to help the Foundation in some way. Kai Kai, the sea serpent, is intent on sacrificing the human race for a greater good, one far beyond our understanding. Speaking to the Foundation in the Andes Mountains, Trenten gave a short speech that served both as encouragement and a terrible warning of the darkness to come.
It is something I like about you, Foundation, about mankind. While it is easy to just take the simplest path, to just give up, there will always be some among you who refuse this path, who do the right thing. Maybe not all of you are this strong, but I can see it in your methods, those so-called containment procedures. There will always be someone who stands up against the dark, even if it takes 1,000 million years to emerge victorious. Maybe you can stop the fifth. After all, ideas can be killed with better ideas, even if it takes 1,000 million years.
Bodies all over the ground, necks twisted, faces contorted in terror. SCP-173, not one but an army, scatters out through Site-19, massacring researchers one broken neck at a time. Pure chaos. How could this possibly have happened? The strobing of the blood-red emergency lighting was already fear-inducing enough, so was being hidden under one of the tables in the mess hall, trembling as the noise of alarms rang out through the facility. But the thing about the flickering lights scared SCP Foundation researcher Mira Smithy all the more, were the few seconds of darkness that came between each flash of red. If it had been any other containment breach, she probably wouldn't have even noticed, for in those few seconds, when the warning light lit up only to cut out, she couldn't see a thing, and her not being able to see made it easier for them to move around. Mira had lost track of time since the alarms had first sounded to mark the containment breach. She tried to keep count of the minutes, but the drumming of her heartbeat had thrown her off. There was no way of knowing if it had been hours or only a few minutes since everything went wrong. Of course, the SCP Foundation had plenty of procedures and protocols in place to prevent or respond to situations like this.
Yet the emergency alarms kept echoing through the corridors, lights plunging the facility into darkness every few seconds, only to break it up with a brief flash of red. It seemed to Mira from her hiding spot that this breach had proven far too much for the Foundation's extensive procedures to counteract. Maybe it was all over already, she thought after a few seconds, or maybe minutes under the table. What if they had gotten bored, tired of slaughtering their way through Foundation personnel and slunk back to their containment chamber? That would have been simpler, far less terrifying than the alternative that came creeping into Mira's head in the form of her next thought. What if she was the only one left alive, the last member of site personnel still breathing, just by some random 100-to-1 chance? And if that was the case, how long would it take for them to find her? How many even were there? A new sound, just detectable below the alarms, broke through her avalanche of anxious questions. Footsteps. The noise of boots clomping against the floor, clearly belonging to a human and not one of them. Cautious as to which way her gaze was directed, Mira poked her head from out beneath the table, glancing around during the few seconds where the red of the emergency lights allowed her to see. The steps were getting closer, and as they did, Researcher Smithy realized something that made her fearful for her fellow survivor. They were running away, and there was no way they could do that while also looking back at what was coming after them.
Over here!
She hissed in a hushed tone at the sight of a pair of legs crossing a nearby corridor. Their thick, standard-issue military boots seemed to match those worn by the Foundation's security personnel. The officer passed by, only to stop and tiptoe closer to the mess hall, having heard Mira's whispered call. With the red lights blinking, it looked like every other step the security officer took had been edited out, like they were teleporting closer in the dark. Watching intently from her hiding place, it reminded Mira sickeningly of the things she was hiding from, how they moved, and the worrying fact that she couldn't see one following the security officer. "Hello? Hello?" called a man's voice as he entered the mess hall.
Under the table,
Mira whispered.
"If we hide, we can still see them, but they can't see us."
"Hiding?" he replied. "No, we need something that can revert these things back to the original. It was so much easier to handle when there was just one of them. Look, let's make a break for it. I'm gonna grab SCP-3108 and get the lights back on. If we can restore visibility, we might be able to stand a fighting chance against those things." The officer was looking around the cafeteria, trying to locate the source of Researcher Smithy's voice, eyes distracted. Then the intermittent flickering of red light cut off again, plunging the entire mess hall into near-pitch darkness. At the same time, there was the sound of something heavy and stone scraping against the flooring. It turned Mira's stomach, and she immediately covered her mouth. She had no idea if they could hear her breathing. Could a creature of stone even detect sound at all? While the lights were down and the security guard's back was turned, a pair of sculptures, built from concrete and rebar, traces of spray paint over their stone skin, appeared behind the officer at impossible speed. There was a sickening crunch, followed by the sound of something dropping to the floor of the mess hall. As the emergency lights flicked back on, Mira could see them. The two copies of SCP-173 standing still next to the table she was under, bathed in red light. This nightmare had all begun as an otherwise ordinary Friday for the SCP Foundation. Only a few hours earlier, Mira had been brainstorming her latest pitch for a series of experiments involving SCP-914. Otherwise known as the Clockworks, SCP-914 was a large machine comprised of various cogs, gyros, and gears of unknown origin. Its function, however, had long been documented and was of great interest to the Foundation. Any object placed within SCP-914's input booth could be transformed, destroyed, or improved depending on the Clockworks' setting. Rough would disintegrate the subject, coarse would dismantle it to its base components, and one-to-one would merely replace the object with a similar, almost identical one. Then there were the fine and very fine settings. The former would cause SCP-914 to improve any item, and the later is capable of the same but with one key difference. Very fine would refine an object even more, usually by giving it anomalous properties. The Foundation higher-ups had permitted staff to freely conduct tests using the Clockworks, although approval was required, and all data was to be recorded. While many of the scientists at the Foundation were fixed on the mysterious origin of SCP-914, or the furthest extent of its refinement capabilities, Mira had been thinking about it in a far more practical way.
She wasn't interested in the how or the why of SCP-914's inner workings, nor who had built it. Her experiments were born out of considering better usages for the clockworks. It was a machine that could provide endless possibilities, and Myra was determined to make it to the fullest use of it in order to solve actual real-world problems. "Imagine for a moment," she announced, reading off her cue cards as she practiced pitching her experiment to the Foundation's senior researchers. "Imagine a world where nobody ever gets sick, where human beings are able to live long, healthy, and prosperous lives. Maybe dial back on the Star Trek." Her colleague, research assistant Jensen, interjected. "Really? That's what you call constructive criticism?" she retorted before continuing. "If we apply the transformative refinement powers of SCP-914, that world could be the future that awaits us. For example, I'm proposing tests that involve placing man-made chemical compounds like painkillers, heart medication, and other potentially life-saving medicines through the clockwork's refinement process. I'm not suggesting we need to set it to very fine and create anomalous versions of these things, but what if, even on the fine setting, we're able to improve the effectiveness of our existing treatments for all kinds of afflictions?" Jensen raised their hand, patiently waiting to comment like a child in a classroom. "What?" Few things," they replied, lowering their hand. "First off, some if not all man-made medications include some kind of organic component. The O5 Council have banned all—" "Yes, I'm fully aware of the containment procedures," Mira interrupted them. "That's exactly why I'm trying to convince the Council, or hell, just even Dr. Bright, to let me step around. I genuinely believe we could be doing so much more with SCP-914, and I need them to see that." "Look, I'm not here to rain on your parade, Smithy," her assistant reassured. "I'm only bringing up concerns that anyone will have about this proposal. You talked about wanting to improve our existing medical treatments, which is noble, don't get me wrong, but have you considered the wider effect that might have? If you make everyone on Earth more resistant or even immune to everything, then diseases are going to evolve. What if we end up with a form of superbacteria resistant to all forms of medication, even if that medicine's been refined in SCP-914? Trying to save the world might just bring about its end." "I've thought about that, but if the Council starts allowing for biological testing again, then the solution is obvious. We use the clockworks to eradicate whatever germs or diseases are able to develop after improving treatment options," Myra explained, then adding, "Besides, that can't be any more dangerous than what we've been using SCP-914 for. I mean, enhancing other SCPs, that's a recipe for disaster." "Got to agree with you there," Jensen sighed. "Even without placing them in the clockworks, the Foundation's been way too cavalier with the dangerous ones." "Speaking of, you know what tonight is," Smithy replied with a confused look. "Date night," they stated. Elsewhere in the facility, unknown to researcher Smithy at that time, one of the dangerous SCPs Jensen had mentioned had been let out of containment. This was a regular occurrence, even if it was considered a little unorthodox to some. In fact, the only reason that the O5 Council so often turned a blind eye to it was because of the researcher it involved, Dr. Alto Clef. It seemed Clef had a certain fondness for SCP-173, the sculpture, a living statue constructed from concrete and rebar that could travel at impossible speeds whenever it was unobserved. Most Friday nights, Clef would have romantic candlelit dinners with SCP-173, putting a dress and blonde wig on the sculpture and treating it like his beloved partner. The whole while watched by Dr. Clef and a group of D-Class acting as waiters and cooks, SCP-173 would stand motionless while the bizarre date went on late into the night. It was no secret that the sculpture was a highly aggressive creature, with a penchant for snapping the neck of the nearest person the moment that they blinked. However, it was only because of Dr. Clef's reputation and track record for the elimination of anomalies that he was granted the special privilege of wining and dining with SCP-173. This time though, partway through their regularly scheduled date, Dr. Clef was called away to deal with matters relating to another anomaly he'd been charged with decommissioning. The pair of D-Class waiting on the doctor and his date were instructed to wait, keep a close eye on SCP-173, alerting each other in case they needed to blink. It was a hell of a gamble, a risk that could have been avoided if the sculpture had been transported back to its secure containment chamber. But Dr. Clef could be persuasive. That is to say, he threatened both D-Class waiters with a bludgeoning from his ukulele if they didn't do as he asked. Both the D-Classes stared directly at the sculpture, each one feeling the anxious beads of sweat slowly crawling down their foreheads. worried that they'd both blink at the same time by accident. They announced their need to refresh their eyes every so often, alternating between being the watcher and the one allowed to blink. All the while, SCP-173 was motionless. Perhaps it was patiently waiting for Dr. Clef to return, or for one of the D-Class watching to slip up. As if through some cruel twist of fate, a fly began to buzz through the air, drifting towards the D-Class with their eyes on SCP-173. It looped and darted around, its wings making an annoying droning. One of the waiters announced he needed to blink again, and the other told him he was free to do so while he kept watch over the sculpture. At the exact same moment that one man blinked, the fly zipped its way towards the second D-Class, distracting him again and drawing his gaze for a little more than a millisecond. That fly whizzing past was the last thing he saw. As SCP-173 darted forward, it moved with such incredible speed that it was imperceptible, grabbing the nearby D-Class, the one who'd spotted the fly, and killing him instantly before the other could even open his eyes. When he did, SCP-173 had vanished from its spot at the date night table, nowhere to be seen. Before the remaining D-Class could realize it was behind him, SCP-173 had made short work of its other observer. It began zipping unseen through the corridors of the SCP Foundation facility. Dr. Clef had returned to his date only to find the two D-Class waiters dead, and SCP-173 missing. Immediately, he had raised the alarm, meaning that research staff were too busy fleeing to safely pay any attention to the sculpture quickly making its way through the site. Swept up in the evacuation, half deafened by the alarms, in all the commotion, researcher Myra Smithy hadn't even realized she'd left the door to the clockworks wide open. Shuffling down a corridor with her fellow researchers, the lights suddenly went out. A few nearby screamed in panic at having been unceremoniously thrust into the dark. Myra blindly reached for Jensen's hand, only to hear the sounds of multiple heavy concrete feet dragging along the floor. Suddenly, the emergency lights blinked. She turned, and to her horror, she saw SCP-173 with its stony arms around Jensen's neck, their face stricken with sheer terror, tears in their eyes. But now Myra quickly realized, as the corridor was filled with shrieks of fear from the other researchers, that there was more than one sculpture now. Myra barely managed to escape with her life in all the confusion, crawling out of the low-lit corridor on her hands and knees, while the multiple new SCP-173 instances slaughtered anyone that couldn't see them. Since then, she had been hiding, hearing the scraping steps of the sculptures traveling around the facility unobserved. They had attacked the fuse boxes first, as if in a calculated tactical move, take out the lights, and suddenly everyone found it much harder to see them. Even through the fear, it was hard for Myra not to blame herself for all the chaos. She couldn't remember whether she'd left the door to SCP-914 open or not, but it hadn't taken her long to figure out that the clockworks had something to do with this madness. Somehow SCP-173 had made its way there, had been able to operate the machinery while the Foundation staff were distracted by their own evacuation. Presumably, with SCP-914 set to very fine, the sculpture had been transformed into its ultimate refined form, or multiple forms, it seemed. There was a veritable horde of SCP-173s running amok through the facility. It made sense, Myra reasoned, in some twisted, cruel, anomalous way. The sculpture had only ever been a danger when unobserved. The second anyone took their eyes off of it, so much as blinked, it would strike. How does a machine like SCP-914 improve upon that? Easy. It gives the sculpture the power to replicate itself. Anyone can look at multiple things at once, of course, but nobody can look at everything simultaneously. Even if someone was watching a pair or 3 SCP-173s, one more could easily slip up behind them for the kill. Still hidden under the table, Myra's eyes were locked on the pair of sculptures in the mess hall, the body of the security officer out of focus in her peripheral vision. She dared not look away, frozen in sheer fear that the second she blinked, they would lift up the table and find her. She had been so overwhelmed, so paralyzed with her terror, that she had forgotten about the lights. As the emergency lighting flickered again, the sculptures both moved, shifting across the mess hall as the room went dark, only to stop in place the second Myra could see them again. They hadn't gotten closer. In fact, both looked to be leaving. The only thing keeping them here was her. She was watching them, and it had frozen them in place. Their greatest strength, The imperceptible movement and speed of SCP-173 was offset by an indisputable weakness of their anomalous biology. They couldn't stop someone from looking at them, and couldn't stop themselves becoming still, solid concrete when they were being watched. Mulling over her options, Myra decided to follow through with the plan from the fallen security guard to retrieve SCP-3108 and try to undo what the Clockworks had done. Slowly, she slipped out from under the table, keeping both eyes on the pair of sculptures, keeping them lashed to one spot as she gradually backed out of the mess hall. The lights went out and plunged the area into darkness again, and researcher Smithy could hear the heavy concrete scraping of the two sculptures looking for her as she blindly made her way through the facility. She managed to evade the roaming stone creatures, resisting her natural instinct to hide and looking directly at any she encountered on the way, making sure to stay out of their view. If she saw them, she'd freeze them. If they saw her, they'd chase her. Eventually, fishing SCP-3108 out of a containment box, Myra held the weapon in her hand. It was a heavily modified Nerf gun, which she loaded a foam dart into and pulled the plastic slide back. The creatively named Nerfing gun had almost the opposite effect of SCP-914. Instead of improving something, SCP-3108 turned whatever was shot with it into an inferior equivalent object, something worse than itself. It just might work. Drawing the gun as she heard the sound of scraping concrete getting nearer and nearer, Myra turned the corner, coming face to face with one of the sculptures. She held the gun high, closing the gap between them, making sure she didn't miss, but wary she needed to fire before the lights blinked off again. She squeezed the plastic trigger, sending the foam dart shooting out of the barrel of the Nerfing gun. The flimsy projectile collided with the SCP-173 instance, bouncing off its head and landing on the floor. For a split second, the lights dimmed again, then came back on. Myra's heart had lurched in her chest, only to see that the sculpture hadn't moved at all. She leaned closer to it, blinking intentionally. It still didn't move. It was rooted to the ground, fixed. Just a statue, rendered powerless by the Nerfing gun. Excitedly, Myra knelt down and scrabbled on the floor to retrieve the dart, just as the emergency lighting flickered out again. In her excitement, Myra was too focused on reloading SCP-3108. That is, until she heard the shuffling of concrete and rebar behind her. The lights were still out, and she fumbled blindly for the foam dart. As the noise got closer and closer, her fingertips brushed the projectile, knocking it further away, when suddenly the lights came back up. But as she reached for it, Researcher Smithy felt a large, cold presence behind her, something huge and heavy, and made of stone and lingering at the very corner of her eye. Before she could turn around and face it, something grabbed Myra, and a sickening snap rang out through the corridor. Ask anyone that has been through it, and they'll all tell you the same. That moving home is maybe one of the most stressful things that a normal person can ever experience. It's a logistical nightmare right from the start. The moment you talk to a realtor about being interested in selling your current house and buying another, everything goes downhill from there. After that moment, an avalanche of things comes hurtling towards you. Finding a place you like, making an offer, letting people look around your house, waiting for them to make a counteroffer, exchanging contracts, and that's before you even have thought about packing. And as MalO had learned, doing all of that on your own only makes the stress of moving feel all the more potent. But he had finally made it. After a constant back and forth with his realtor, the time had come for him to pack up all of his worldly possessions and relocate to a brand new place to call home. He had felt it was long overdue for him to get a change of scenery, and luckily, just the right place had come onto the market to answer that call. It was a pretty big house, bigger than MalO's previous home, but considerably cheaper. In fact, he thought it had been significantly undervalued. The house had an almost Victorian-era feel to it, all beautifully carved and varnished woodwork and creaky old floorboards, but in more of an elegant, refined sort of way, rather than a creepier one. That's not to say MalO's new place wasn't without its more unsettling elements. Aside from being big, spacious, and easy to imagine as being haunted, the creepiest thing about the house, aside from its frighteningly low price, was the story of what happened to the previous owners. Obviously, you know that legally we have to disclose whether or not anyone died on this property, the realtor had explained, wearing a forced grin as she showed MalO around the house. Hearing that sentence, he could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Someone died here? He asked in disbelief. No, of course not, sir. The realtor instantly walked back her statement, less in an effort to ease her client's nerves, but more to ensure that she still closed the deal and earned her commission bonus. "Then why the hell would you start a sentence like that?" MalO asked. "We just have to give full disclosure, but I assure you, the previous residents didn't die on the grounds of this house." She gave that fake smile again. It was pretty ineffectual at reassuring him. "So, what happened to the last owner?" "Well, it's a bit of a mystery, to be honest. A local legend, if you like. But hey, that gives the place more flavor, hearing some spooky history, right? Think of what a conversation starter that will be." The realtor ended her sentence with a forced snorting laugh, but reined it back in when she realized MalO wasn't laughing with her. As far as I know, there used to be an older couple living here, the Shaws. They were apparently very quiet, reclusive, kept to themselves a lot. I'm sure you know the type." MalO couldn't help but notice she shot him a look as she said that part, as if she was silently passing judgment on the fact he was planning on moving in alone. "But they used to spend a lot of time tending the garden out front, so their neighbors would see them pretty frequently, which meant they were all okay and no one had any bad mishaps in the house. You know how old folks can be, such a worry when they get to that age." "Yeah, totally," MalO interjected, aware the realtor was stalling. He repeated, "So, what actually happened to them?" "Well, that's the thing," she shrugged. "Nobody knows the full story. One day, the neighbors across the street noticed they hadn't seen Mr. and Mrs. Shaw for quite a while, so naturally they came on over here to see if they were in, and the last thing they wanted was to assume everything was hunky-dory here. I mean, hey, better safe than sorry, right? But once they got inside, they couldn't find either of them. Mr. and Mrs. Shaw were just gone, vanished without a trace. Most people on the street thought they had just sold the place, kept it quiet and moved away, retired to somewhere nice and exotic." "Oh, well, that sounds nice, I suppose," MalO replied, relieved to hear that there hadn't been any brutal unsolved murders in the house, and that it most likely wasn't haunted. "That's just what the neighbors think anyway," the realtor continued. "Of course, they hadn't sold the house, they'd just left it. When my firm came in to repossess the place, it had all their belongings in it. Some might even still be laying around here. Anyway, did you want to have a look at that contract?" Well, strictly speaking, MalO was the only human living in his new house. He was never fully alone. He had arrived with his two closest friends, a pair of pets he had adopted while living in his old house. One was a hamster by the name of Donut, named after his round little body, and the golden brown shade of his fur had reminded MalO of the glazed sugary baked treat. The other was Pixel, a bearded dragon with a pattern on his scales that resembled some kind of mosaic art. The first order of business, MalO had decided, was before even unpacking, he needed to make sure his scaly and furry friends each had a suitable place to stay and that he got them fed. Little did he realize, there was something else living in the house with them. Something that was far bigger and was getting much hungrier than either of his pets would. Looking around the house, MalO stumbled across a few boxes that he hadn't brought with him. Like the realtor had said, the Shaws still had some of their possessions left lying around the place. Most of it was useless to MalO. Old man's clothes or a set of knitting needles and rolls of colorful thread. It was those particular clues that seemed to imply Mrs. Shaw had a lot of free time on her hands and maybe took up knitting as a hobby during retirement. Of course, the bigger clue was the huge handmade blanket that MalO found draped over some of the remaining boxes in the attic. He wasn't exactly well versed in knitwear, but he could appreciate the craft behind this soft blanket. It clearly had a lot of time and effort put into making it, painstakingly knitting each and every individual thread, looping it around a pair of steel needles, and eventually, after hours of wearing out shaking, bony fingers, produce something that actually looked quite nice. Even though the idea of sitting and knitting a blanket might have been one of the most boring uses of time MalO could imagine, he still had to admit he was surprised that the Shaws had left this particular piece of bedding behind. It seemed like it would be pretty comfy to sleep under, and might help keep a person warm at night now that the colder seasons were approaching. What's more was that the blanket was clean, almost like it had been freshly washed. There was no old person smell on it, no dirt or discoloration, not a stain, and it hadn't even accumulated any dust in its fibers. In fact, he noticed that there was hardly any dust at all up in the attic, despite the house being empty for so long. He assumed the realtors had hired someone as a caretaker while they found a buyer for the place, and they had kept the place clean. After all, what other conclusion could they have possibly drawn? It's not as if something had eaten all the dust. That would be absurd. He'd have a sort through of the Shaw's leftovers later, maybe sell some of it off at a local yard sale or give it to a thrift store. But that blanket might come in handy when it started snowing, so MalO had half a mind to keep it. Now, part of what makes moving home such a stressful life experience isn't just all the logistical and administrative parts of the process. It's only made worse by the fact that it takes forever to move into a new house fully. That's the part everyone always forgets about. The months after a move, when you're forced to live amongst towers of cardboard boxes, all your worldly possessions buried deep within them, and you can never remember which crate anything is in when you urgently need it. So realizing it would take him much longer to unpack all of his things, MalO set about making sure he had everything that Donut and Pixel would need already to hand. The latter of his two pets, the bearded dragon, usually spent most of his days in a spacious glass tank. MalO didn't love the idea of keeping either of his two best buds so confined, but Pixel never went very far anyway, content to lay under a heat lamp almost perfectly still for most of the day. Donut, on the other hand, was much more of a free spirit. The tiny brown hamster physically could not stay still, and most days seemed to be filled with more energy than MalO was. As a result, he let the little guy roll about inside a little plastic ball all day long, until his little hamster feet gave out. And now Donut had much more space to zip around inside his ball, so while he entertained himself, MalO could focus on what needed fixing, cleaning, and generally improving around the house. It didn't take him long to realize, however, that the realtors had pulled a bit of a fast one on him. Despite the absolute steal of a price that MalO had been offered, it quickly became clear that the unknown fate of the previous residents wasn't the only detail about the house that had been conveniently kept hidden. The place was in dire need of repair, with a lot of the old woodwork rapidly rotting away. If left unchecked, parts of the house could collapse and come apart at the seams. To make matters worse, the boiler was an ancient iron monstrosity that was barely able to produce warm water, which would quickly become an even bigger problem when the weather started to get colder. Then, to top off the trifecta of unforeseen issues and teething problems with his new place, MalO couldn't sleep. It was to be expected. After all, the house was old, worn out, and had definitely seen better days. There were bound to be a few noises, the odd creak coming from upstairs when MalO and his two pets were all downstairs, the tapping of branches against windows blowing in the wind outside. But for some reason, every audible disturbance that emanated from some hidden corner of the building only seemed to get 1,000 times louder when the sun went down. At nighttime, every squeaky floorboard or random noise of the house settling was nearly deafening, enough to pull MalO right out of what little restless sleep he was getting. The worst part about it was, though he couldn't help it, it made him feel unwelcome, as if Mr. and Mrs. Shaw were angered that he had moved in. In the dark, it was hard not to picture every sound as one or both of the old couple creeping through the corridors, coming to reclaim their home and remove MalO from the premises. One night, the noises started invading what little sleep MalO did manage to get, spilling into his dream and causing them to devolve into unsettling nightmares. There was an old photograph in a frame that he had come across in the personal effects left behind by the Shaws, showing the pair of them staring disapprovingly out of the image at him. Now, thanks to the creaking wooden structure of the house and the sounds it made at night, MalO was seeing the old couple in every bad dream he had. Both their faces were locked in those same still, frozen expressions of contempt as they tried to exorcise him like an interloper on their property. That was the final nail in the coffin that made MalO realize he needed to look at other options. Surely there had to be some way to induce a deep enough sleep so that the sounds the house was making weren't keeping him up or incepting nightmares anymore. He called the local doctor, arranging a consultation for later that day. As he hung up the phone, something nudged against his foot. It was Donut, having rolled through the maze of cardboard boxes still filling the house. MalO took one look at the little brown furred hamster, then the crates that still littered the place. Grabbing the leftover items that the Shaws had forgotten to take with them before they vanished, MalO moved those boxes out into the shed. He knew he was probably reaching, that it was hardly likely to make even the slightest difference to his sleeping, but maybe keeping their stuff away from him would keep the old couple out of his head. The only thing he kept in the house was the blanket. There was no use letting it go to waste, especially knowing that the boiler was on the blink and it would be cold soon. He rolled it up and left it on his bed, leaving his more mobile pet in the same room, before heading out to see the doctor. When MalO got back, a bottle of prescription sleeping pills in his pocket, he couldn't help but notice his room seemed different. The blanket looked like it had fallen off the bed and onto the floor for one. But more worryingly, Donut's plastic travel ball had been split open, laying in pieces on the ground, with its furry little occupant nowhere to be seen. Over the next few hours, MalO searched every corner of the house, calling out to his hamster, trying to lure it back with more morsels of food. But Donut didn't seem to be anywhere. He wasn't even underneath the knitted blanket. Still, there was no sign. As worry set in, MalO hurriedly checked Pixel's cage to see if he was gone too, but the lizard was relaxing, as lethargic as ever, completely unfazed by what was going on. It certainly seemed that when it rained, it really poured in this new house. Just as he was searching for his missing hamster, MalO heard a new, horrible sound echo through the corridors. This one wasn't so much a scary noise, even if it did make him jump, but it was more the inconvenience that came with it. Finally, giving out after God knows how many years it had been installed for, the house's boiler burst. Spending the afternoon into the evening failing to track down one of his missing pets and stopping the huge iron cast boiler from flooding the basement wasn't exactly what MalO had in mind for fun activities to do when he got home. Going to bed frustrated made it as hard to sleep as all the nightly cacophony of creaking floorboards and branches raking against the windows. He tapped out 2 of the pills the doctor had prescribed him, knocking them back with a sharp motion of his head and a swig of cold water before laying back in bed. As night had fallen, the temperature also had plummeted too. Not having a boiler to heat his room meant that MalO couldn't stop himself from shivering in the cold, his breath forming clouds in front of his face. He reached for the knitted blanket and threw it over himself, curling up underneath it to try and provide an extra layer of warmth to protect himself from the gnawing cold. The pills did as they were meant to, helping MalO to quickly sleep into a much deeper sleep than he had experienced in a while. Although it didn't seem to help the nightmares, Mr. and Mrs. Shaw came back again. This time they had MalO's arms and legs tied up. With their matching disapproving faces, the elderly couple threw something over their helpless victim and tried to smother him to death. For a dream, it felt so intense, so real. MalO could feel a heavy weight on top of his body as he slept. In fact, it felt like it was all around him, engulfing and crushing the life out of him from all sides. But it was the feeling of something wet against his arm, the sensation of liquid against his skin, and the numbness where his hand should be were what finally pulled him out of the dream and into the nightmare. Through the dark and his cloudy vision, MalO could see a wide, gaping maw filled with teeth. The feeling of being crushed was still surrounding him, and despite kicking his legs and trying to free himself from confinement, it didn't stop squeezing him tighter. His panic was already making it harder to catch his breath, but now he could barely fill his lungs enough to scream for help. Not that anyone was around to hear him, but it was the sight of his arm that chilled MalO's blood. It wasn't there anymore. Part of it, just above the elbow, was just gone. His hand, fingers, every internal bone and muscle had been reduced to a bloody mess, a slurry of red melting and coming apart. It was runny, little more than a liquid resembling the consistency of sand when it's underwater and becomes sludge. Most of his flesh was liquefied, going further up his arm, and as the blanket pulled its prey into its mouth, until MalO was no more, not a trace of him left, just like the previous owners. Little did MalO, or the Shaws and Donut before him, know, but he'd been the victim of a creature that was part of a rather unique species. While they will often vary in size, shape, pattern, and other aspects of their appearance, SCP-799 always seemed to be ordinary items of knitted bedwear, at least at first. They retain heat like a normal blanket would, and are soft to the touch, and for the most part, don't seem directly harmful. And usually, they aren't. SCP-799s are incapable of much movement, instead laying still a lot of time, not unlike a certain bearded dragon that just lost its owner. They also don't seem to require much in the way of food, extracting what little nutrition they do need by drawing in household dust. A lot of the organic matter in dust is comprised of dead and discarded human hair and skin cells, so this makes sense. This feeding is all done through filtered mouths in the fibers. However, this changes if an SCP-799 blanket is forced to go on a long time without food. While they possess this biological trait themselves, SCP-799 don't seem to regard cold-blooded animals to be the source of food. In fact, they don't even seem to be able to detect other creatures with cold blood, such as reptiles. Instead, SCP-799 will metamorphose into a more predatory form in order to consume any warm-blooded mammal or human being it encounters, transforming its feeding orifices and digestive tract into a singular mouth lined with several rows of sharp, pointed teeth. From there, it will wrap up the largest warm-blooded animal it can find, whether that be a hamster or a grown man, and will tear off parts of its prey, reducing them to little more than a thin slurry as it digests their body mass to feed itself. So if you move into a new house and come across an old knitted blanket, maybe consider throwing it out, if you want to live.
When you see some of the monsters and entities they try to contain, it's easy to think of the SCP Foundation as the good guys. And granted, when you observe the magnitude of threats like the Scarlet King, it's hard for anyone to not look like a downright moral paragon in comparison. But the Foundation aren't always knights in shining armor. Sometimes they themselves have committed horrific atrocities in order to keep their supernatural subjects under wraps and keep the rest of us safe from anomalous terror. Nowhere is that more clear than a deadly incident that occurred in 2010. The Foundation had been aware of the slow-burn sloth for decades, and many believe that the entity has existed for as long as human beings have consumed visual media. Movies, TV, web pages, and even print media, like books and magazines, are vulnerable. Technically speaking, the name SCP-2774 refers to whatever visual medium is currently holding the true entity, known as SCP-2774-A. Thankfully, SCP-2774-A has never made it onto the internet, where it could do truly catastrophic damage, but the Foundation has prepared for that possibility. They've invented a software program, Webcrawler A03G32, designed to constantly monitor all forms of online visual media for an appearance of SCP-2774-A. So, what is SCP-2774-A? What could possibly be so scary that even a picture of it leaking onto the internet could potentially lead to the collapse of human civilization? Simply put, SCP-2774-A is this image of an unknown humanoid entity in a bizarre sloth costume. While this picture may seem harmless, that's only because it's black and white, and any red or green hues have been neutralized from the image. Anyone who isn't red-green colorblind and somehow accidentally sees the true version of SCP-2774-A has a fate far worse than death in store for them. This is the same fate that would befall almost the entire population of the northern Canadian town of Harper Ridge in 2010. The residents of this small township were waking up and going about their morning. Some were getting ready for work, others enjoying a leisurely breakfast in front of the television set. All of those affected had unknowingly made the deadly mistake of watching the local news that morning. While the anchor droned on about some local economic statistics and delivered a dry advertisement for an upcoming town festival, the familiar image of something in a sloth costume appeared briefly on the set behind him. Most of the Harper Ridge residents who viewed the broadcast didn't even notice the sloth, but in that fateful instant, almost every single one of them was doomed. The slow burn sloth doesn't always affect everyone who sees it. Foundation scientists have found that it generally only affects 40% of people exposed to it, and doesn't affect those suffering from colorblindness at all. However, one of the more frightening details about the sloth, which is classified as a mimetic image SCP for its ability to spread and appear randomly almost anywhere, is that it grows more powerful and more contagious with every living victim it affects. After claiming a significant number of new victims, say from a small Canadian town, SCP-2774-A's infection rate can rise to as high as 60% or beyond. The residents of Harper Ridge made their own predator deadlier without even knowing it. At a nearby Foundation facility, units were already mobilizing. It was too late for those who had already seen the slow-burned sloth, but others could potentially be saved if the situation was contained quickly. In addition to the web crawler constantly monitoring the internet, the SCP Foundation also had a huge number of dedicated teams scanning broadcasts worldwide for potential instances of SCP-2774-A exposure. When one of these teams detected the sloth's presence in Harper's Ridge's morning newscast and found that upwards of 4,000 civilians had already been exposed, They knew there was no time to waste. Back in Harper Ridge, the situation was already deteriorating. A few hours had passed since the broadcast, and those who were exposed were beginning to experience strange symptoms already. First, it was a sense of tiredness and lethargy. Then, an unusual heaviness to their body, as though they were experiencing sudden, extreme muscle fatigue. People exposed to SCP-2774-A also experienced clouded cognition. Even thinking straight became a real struggle. It was at this point that the true effects of witnessing the slow burn sloth began to take hold, around 6 hours after initial exposure. Little by little, the infected lost all cognitive functions and higher-level decision-making abilities. Their bodies still acted out basic movements very slowly, seemingly just as a result of muscle memory, but they had no control over what was going on. They became, essentially, living zombies, trapped in their own bodies and only dimly aware of it. This horrifying experience was completely consistent with prior Foundation research into the effects of viewing SCP-2774-A. And in a twist almost crueler than permanent zombification, victims of the slow burn sloth are randomly allocated around 150 seconds of lucidity every 24 hours, before being forced back into their zombified state. Just as 4,000 of Harper Ridge's residents were beginning to experience these effects, all local communication channels to the town were cut off by the Foundation. Well-equipped teams of Mobile Task Force operators began arriving on the scene shortly after, accompanied by a number of containment units in the form of buses and trucks. Lucky for them, the zombified victims of the slow burn sloth were incredibly docile and compliant by nature. Shepherding all 4,000 of them into the containment units were almost like working with cattle. Some non-infected local residents attempted to protest the sudden abduction of their zombified loved ones. These residents were subdued and either had their memories wiped with Foundation amnestics or were terminated on sight. Like with almost any conceivable situation, the SCP Foundation already had measures in place for a mass exposure event like this. All in all, a mere 4,000 was still on the low end of the potential infection scale. The 4,000 victims were secretly taken to Site-116, a Foundation testing site under the direction of Dr. Martin and his second-in-command, Dr. Clara Chung. There, they'd already been pursuing research on approximately 2,400 infected subjects from prior incidents, including Foundation personnel who were accidentally infected during the monitoring process. Thus far, it seemed that the condition caused by witnessing the slow burn sloth was incurable, and with 6,400 known living victims situated at Site-116, SCP-2774-A was at an unprecedented level of power. All site personnel were instructed to proceed with caution and carefully observe the behavior of their new test subjects. Dr. Chung spearheaded the majority of the hands-on research into the infected residents of Harper Ridge and observed some interesting phenomenon in the victims' behavioral patterns as the condition escalated. The infected subjects, even in their largely zombified state, developed an almost fanatically religious obsession with the image of the slow burn sloth. When left to their own devices, they would create idols of SCP-2774-A. These included amateur sculptures made of hoarded garbage, images drawn of the sloth with any materials they could get their hands on, or even writing obsessively about the sloth. Dr. Chung speculated that this behavior was perhaps an act of appeasement on the victim's part, hoping to somehow sate the slow burn sloth and lessen its effects on them through worship. However, she would later find out that the truth of the matter was far more disturbing. Initially due to their largely docile states, the subjects imprisoned in Site-116 were given a relatively long leash. The subjects were even allocated 2 hours a day for social interaction with fellow subjects at mealtimes and during a designated recreational period. During these times, the subjects would often trade their slow burn sloth effigies with one another. However, Dr. Chung revoked the social interaction periods and began confining the subjects to separate Euclid-class containment cells when violence began to break out between them. It became clear that during their 150-second periods of lucidity every 24 hours, the subjects would become extremely distressed, agitated, and even aggressive.
Dr. Chung also ordered any idols, from trash sculptures to doodles and notes on fragmented scraps of paper, to be destroyed immediately. At its new increased power, the Foundation became concerned that SCP-2774-A may develop the power to manifest through these images. No meaningful headway was being made on a cure for the condition, so something needed to be done before the situation got out of hand. In hopes of gaining a better understanding of the internal processes of slow burn sloth victims, Dr. Chung decided to conduct a series of interviews with the subjects under her care. Two such subjects, Subject 0866 aka David and Subject 7444 aka Claire, were isolated for a 24-hour period in hopes of catching them during their daily 150 seconds of lucidity. Dr. Chung and the Foundation found the results of these two interviews to be as illuminating as they were utterly terrifying. When David regained lucidity, he was in a state of extreme agitation and showed an unsettling fixation on the clock in the Site-116 interview room. Under direct questioning from Dr. Chung, he revealed that slow burn sloth victims are fully aware of what's happening during their zombified periods. He compared the sensation to being a passenger, trapped and bound in a vehicle over which they have no control. However, in this state, victims are also unable to hold a thought consistently for longer than 5 seconds. This leaves them in an almost constant state of disorientation. Worse still, David describes that victims are subjected to near-constant hallucinations of the original sloth image, guiding and controlling their movements, almost like a puppeteer. Thanks to the clock, David was aware of when his 150 seconds of lucidity were about to come to an end. After apologizing for what he was about to do, David lunged at Dr. Chung, causing a guard present in the interview room to shoot him dead for Dr. Chung's protection. Dr. Chung's interview with Claire echoed the same sentiment. During her 150 seconds of lucidity, Claire first begged to be killed, before divulging further details about the zombification state. She would describe hallucinations of the slow burn sloth stalking her constantly and controlling her movements. In some cases, the sloth would force her to open her eyes all night, while it stands next to her bed and screams at her. As Claire's 150 seconds of lucidity ended and she became non-responsive, Dr. Chung put in a request for Claire's termination, a request that was fulfilled 3 days later. The third interview with Subject 9225, also known as Jason, showed that SCP-2774-A appeared to be manually starting the fights between the subjects, perhaps even for its own sadistic amusement. He also stated before the interview's conclusion that the image of the sloth in his hallucinations was becoming darker and more tangible, almost like it was becoming a real physical being, which was an unprecedented phenomenon. Dr. Chung was, for the first time in a while, truly afraid. It seemed by all accounts that SCP-2774-A's power was growing considerably as a result of its huge number of active victims. Its infection rate had likely risen well above 40%, and its ability to manifest would likely be on the rise too. If the slow burn sloth was able to manifest on a national broadcast, millions would be infected, to truly apocalyptic results. Dr. Chung only saw one solution that might curtail the entity's growing power, but it wouldn't be pretty. She devised a procedure known as Procedure XXJ9. As part of the procedure, additional staff were brought into Site-116 immediately. The real purpose of the plan was revealed shortly afterward: to reduce the number of active subjects on site from 6,400 to a mere 200 in hopes of reducing risk. Over the next several days, staff at Site-116 engaged in the gruesome task of executing around 6,200 infected subjects via lethal injection. This was an atrocity so horrific, even by SCP Foundation standards, that Dr. Chung allowed the parties involved to use Class A amnestics to erase their memories of being involved in the mass murder of Site-116's subjects. In the aftermath of the call, the Foundation did report a decrease in SCP-2774-A's manifestations, so Dr. Chung's procedure did indeed work, just at a heavy human toll. The tragic incident of the 2010 Harper Ridge SCP-2774 containment breach is a grim reminder of just how far the SCP Foundation is willing to go to do their job, and a reminder to be careful where you look, because some images have a much more lasting impact than others.
Have we tried starving it of oxygen? Verheiden asked, sounding bored with the conversation already.
Yes, we have.
Dr. Kelly grumbled in reply. We're able to create a vacuum, remove 99% of the air from its containment chamber, and its life signs dropped. I'm sensing there's a but coming next. The research assistant sighed, rolling his eyes. Typical. But 682 was able to fill the chamber with a gas mixture of ozone, chlorine, xenon, and I forget. The Foundation doctor answered, getting more and more agitated. Point is, it was able to form and expel chemicals even without any active life signs. It's almost like there's a reason we call it the hard to destroy reptile. I just wish I could figure out what it was, Verheiden retorted, making no attempt to mask his sarcasm, giving a dry chuckle, much to Dr. Kelly's annoyance. It was a debate that had been going on for what felt like the entire history of the SCP Foundation. How could anyone possibly kill SCP-682? The creature had long been one of the most infamous anomalies that the Foundation had ever encountered, so much so that the hard-to-destroy reptile was synonymous with the organization. But the mandate still stood that it needed to be destroyed, as soon as someone was able to figure out a way. Although they hadn't quite exhausted every possible option just yet, most of the researchers were running short on ideas. Thinking up a plan to kill 682 was made all the harder, knowing the creature had survived and regenerated from every single previous test. If there were some neutralization method that was going to work, surely they would have found it by now. Maybe we should just leave it, Researcher Assistant Verheiden suggested. I mean, we've got it sitting in a tank of acid, perpetually melting it as fast as it can reconstitute its body. While it's like that, 682's hardly a threat to anyone. Hardly a threat? Dr. Kelly scoffed, clearly more than perturbed. You're dead wrong, Verheiden. As long as that monstrosity continues to live, it poses a constant threat to every single human being on this planet. Hell, every life form in the world. It hates everything else that much. Look, I'm just saying that after Reese and Foster were discussing this issue and maybe the whole... His voice trailed off for a moment. After the situation that led to, maybe it's better if we leave 682 alone. It seems that every time we try to come up with a solution to our reptile problem, something always goes wrong. The whole thing's cursed, Doc. Like a big joke where the punchline is more and more of us end up dead while 682 keeps on living just to spite us. You have no idea what you're talking about, Kelly yelled, infuriated by such a suggestion that trying to destroy 682 once and for all was little more than an exercise in futility. Hey, take it easy, his subordinate replied, trying to calm Kelly down. You gotta admit, Doc, it seems more impossible than, well, all the other impossible things that we see in this job. It's an important mission of the SCP Foundation, Verheiden, the doctor growled, holding back his rage. To safeguard humanity from anomalous threats, I'm convinced we just need to find the right set of variables, the right conditions or equipment, and we can kill this thing once and for all. But where do we go from here? I mean, we've tried conventional weapons, other anomalies. If other powerful SCPs can kill this thing, what chance do we have? Maybe it's a case of finding the right one, Dr. Kelly theorized. SCP-738 and SCP-743 both failed. We couldn't even fit 682 in the booths of the Clockworks if we wanted to. So, back to the drawing board. What haven't we tried? Why don't we just throw SCP-035 on it? Verheiden remarked, clearly making another snide, sarcastic joke. That thing wouldn't even fit over 682's big lizard snout. It would probably just slide off onto the floor. Hold on, Kelly replied, pondering the idea for a moment. Since being assigned to the site containing SCP-682, studying the reptile up close, he had become determined to figure out some way to finally kill it. It would make him a legend in the history of the Foundation, being the one who did what they had failed to do for so many years. That might just work. Doc, I was kidding. Doc? His research assistant replied, turning to see that Dr. Kelly was already racing down the corridors of the facility. That is an absurd suggestion, Dr. Bright answered when Kelly came rushing up to him, hastily explaining his plan for SCP-682's termination. No, listen here, Jack. Please, just hear me out, Kelly urged. Yes, SCP-035 is a dangerous anomaly in its own right, but it's also deadly to the wearer. It secretes that substance that corrodes the body of whoever or whatever wears it, right? And you came up with the idea to place such an object over the head of a creature that can regenerate and adapt to almost any form of damage.
Bright retorted before the other Foundation doctor could finish.
That's precisely my proposal, he replied. Look, we already keep SCP-682 contained in a vat of acid for safety, right? Melt away its body before it has a chance to fully regenerate, keeping it in this perpetual state of healing and sustaining damage at the same speed. Now what if we go the whole hog? Let SCP-035 take control of the reptile until the mask drenches it in black goo, melting it down for good. And you've considered the other possibilities, right? Bright asked, trying his best to walk away from Kelly as they spoke. That SCP-035 takes full control of 682 and is granted an immortal host that might not degrade under its secretion. There's a far higher likelihood that SCP-035 wouldn't even fit on the reptile. Its face is the wrong shape. The possessive mask is made for humanoid faces, not reptilian ones.
Yeah, but the reptile's able to adapt, is it not? Kelly fired back.
Correct. And if we allow it to adapt to SCP-035, we could even have a greater monstrosity on our hands, a hybrid of the possessive mask and the hard-to-destroy reptile. Oh my god!
Jack Bright shouted, fed up with having to listen to Kelly's outlandish idea.
A being like that would be hell-bent on destruction. I'm sorry, Dr. Kelly. The answer is no. Please,
the other doctor begged.
Just send it up the chain on my behalf. I just need clearance to run one test.
I can take it higher, but I'm telling you now the answer won't change, Dr. Bright admitted, agreeing just to get Kelly to back off. Sure enough, later that very same day, Dr. Kelly received a notice from the senior research staff, his superiors within the Foundation. Dr. Kelly, we have learned of your proposed experiment for terminating SCP-682. Unfortunately, after conferring, we have decided this course of action would pose too great a risk to the safety of civilians, as well as our own staff here at the SCP Foundation. Additionally, Dr. Bright has raised concerns with us about your recent obsessive behavior. We would kindly ask you to attend a mandatory psychiatric evaluation tomorrow at 1500 hours to assess and potentially reassign you. Given your interest in using SCP-035, we feel, in your current state, you may be at risk of being influenced by the psionic effects of the possessive mask. The message from the research supervisors was still open on Kelly's computer terminal when Verheiden went to check on him. It looked like the doctor had started typing a response.
You idiots want to psych eval me? You want to ignore the actual present threat to the Foundation? The longer we keep that reptile alive, the more everyone and everything is at risk. But you want to persecute me for trying to come up with a radical solution? If you're all too cowardly tagged, then I have no choice but to—
Kelly had left the rest unfinished without hitting send. Although it didn't take much of a reach for his research assistant to realize that his sentence would have ended with, "Do it myself." His heart pounding, regretted ever suggesting using the possessive mask as a joke, Verheiden got up and ran, racing through the corridors as fast as he could towards the containment cell for SCP-035. He had a sick feeling in his stomach that he might find Dr. Kelly already there, acting out of a fit of uncontrollable anger and what he thought was a moral obligation to destroy SCP-682. Dr. Kelly had stolen some amnestics from the Foundation's storerooms. Lacing 2 cups of coffee with the memory-altering drugs, he'd offered the hot beverage to the pair of armed guards stationed outside the room where SCP-035 was held. Accepting what they thought to be an act of kindness from a Foundation doctor, both security officers had quickly forgotten why they were standing around so idly. Luckily, the friendly Foundation doctor had reminded them they had reached the end of their shift and were free to go and punch the clock. With no reason to question him, the guards wandered away, leaving Dr. Kelly alone with SCP-035. Then the whispers started. They seemed garbled, unintelligible at first, but the closer that Dr. Kelly grew to the glass case, the clearer the voice of the possessive mask started to sound.
So,
It hissed.
I hear you have a reptile problem, Doctor.
The loud wailing of alarms told Verheiden he was already too late. SCP-035 had breached containment, thanks to a rogue Dr. Kelly, no doubt. The research assistant cursed his own big mouth for even mentioning SCP-035 as an option for destroying the reptile, although he could have never known Kelly would take it so seriously as a suggestion. But now the doctor's obsession with being responsible for finally ending SCP-682 was running rampant. Turning a corner, the research assistant stopped in his tracks. He had quickly realized it was pointless heading towards the SCP-035 containment chamber. Dr. Kelly would already have what he needed from there. But there was only one place he'd be heading once he had the possessive mask in tow. Taking the corresponding corridor, Verheiden raced through the Foundation facility toward the direction of the room housing the vat of acid where the hard-to-destroy reptile was waiting. A trail of bodies scalded and scorched with a viscous black substance told him he was on the right track. It was the same corrosive secretion that leaked from the possessive mask, meaning that either Kelly had forced someone to wear it, or worse, had been manipulated into putting it on himself. If SCP-035 had convinced him it might have the answer to killing the reptile, then little could have stopped Dr. Kelly from bringing it to SCP-682, whom the mask could use as its next host. And to researcher Verheiden's horror, it looked like exactly that was about to happen as he arrived at SCP-682's containment cell.
Doc, stop!
He yelled in desperation.
This has gone too far, please!
Dr. Kelly turned to look over at his assistant, his face now obscured by the carved, exaggerated porcelain grin of the possessive mask. Its smile was one of twisted glee, like it was taunting Verheiden for even trying to stop it. The corrosive liquid was leaking out from underneath it, spilling down Dr. Kelly's bare neck and onto his shoulders, rapidly melting away everything it touched. Meanwhile, the acid from SCP-682's tank was starting to be drained away, and the monster was beginning to stir. Hooking 2 fingers under the edge of the porcelain comedy mask, Kelly started to wrench it off his face, compelled by SCP-035. The mask knew of the Foundation Doctor's plan, and was far less interested in helping kill 682, as it was using the reptile as an immortal host, finally one that wouldn't degrade in the same way so many others had before. With the last of his strength, he pulled the mask away, his brain-dead body succumbing to its injuries and dropping the mask right into SCP-682's tank. As SCP-035 landed on the creature's head, it let out a wild, pained roar. Black streaks of corrosive secretion began to trail down the reptile, making it thrash at the pain of the substance burning and dissolving the outer layers of its thick hide. The noises let out by 682 were enough to pull Verheiden's eyes away from Dr. Kelly, whose body had collapsed lifelessly. He had died trying to bring an end to a monster the Foundation had never successfully destroyed. Yet another life lost in the pursuit of killing the unkillable reptile. As the life-hating lizard thrashed about, looking like it was about to burst free of its cage in rage, the research assistant shot across the room to reverse the acid draining from the tank. The Foundation security team arrived in the containment room just as the acid tank had very nearly been fully refilled. Although he had no idea if it would have an effect, Verheiden had stopped it just short of also submerging the possessive mask in the acid too, which still seemed to be precariously balanced on the 682's head, not covering its face. As a cleaning crew arrived to remove Kelly and the bodies he'd left in his wake, the Foundation had to come up with a plan for removing SCP-035 without their staff falling into the acid vat.
No, hold on,
Verheiden insisted.
I know this started as a joke between the Doc and me, and I had no idea he had taken it so seriously, but look!
He pointed to the inside of the tank. The gigantic reptilian monster was completely still, while the possessive mask still let streaks of its corrosive substance drip over its head, and it looked to be taking effect, still dissolving every part of the reptile it came into contact with.
Maybe it could work?
The research assistant mused.
Retreat to a safe zone,
the security chief instructed.
We are to await orders on further course of action. If you want to observe, you'll have to do it from a distance.
Falling back, it seemed the entire Foundation was waiting with bated breath to see what would happen next. Through back-and-forth radio chatter with their superiors, neither Verheiden nor the security forces seemed to know how to proceed. From the outside, it looked like SCP-682 and SCP-035 were at a stalemate, but in the back of their minds, everyone had to wonder, how long was this going to last? What nobody noticed, however, was the unique way in which SCP-682 had adapted to coming into contact with SCP-035. A lump had formed on the topmost part of the reptile's head. Its scales had parted, allowing for the fleshy growth to swell until it was roughly the size and shape of the average human face. It lacked any of the usual characteristics, no eyes, nose, or mouth, but seemed to work as a way to better mount the possessive mask, since it couldn't fit over the hard-to-destroy reptile's long, lizard-like features. Additionally, what looked like the black corrosive substance from SCP-035 leaking onto 682 and melting away at the mask's new host actually seemed to be another adjustment the creature had made to its own physiology. Instead of dissolving the reptile, the substance was being absorbed, diverted to a specially formed gland inside the monster, that was now safely storing the corrosive goo within its own mouth. But further within, beneath all the external and even internal changes occurring to SCP-682's body, a far greater change was taking place. Deep in the recesses of the twisted, murderous mind of SCP-682 was an intruder, a presence that the reptile could feel trying to bore its way in, to not only make itself known, but to take over. The pair of them, the consciousnesses of both these anomalies, were battling each other for supremacy. The hard-to-destroy reptile wanting to retain control of its own body and mind, and the possessive mask desiring total dominion over its newfound host. SCP-682 had long been known to have a high level of psionic resistance, halting the spread of SCP-035's telepathic influence. However, because the reptile's body had adapted and acclimatized to the mask's corrosive secretion, it meant 035 was able to persist, hanging on and still trying to force its way into the reptile's mind.
You hate them all so much.
The voice of SCP-035 echoed from inside the hard-to-destroy reptile's head.
Don't bother.
It thought back in reply.
You are alive. That makes you as disgusting and putrid to me as the rest of them. But think what we could achieve together,
the mask whispered. For a moment, the reptile considered an alliance. Both it and the mask possessed a shared hatred towards humanity, although 682's extended to all other forms of life, including the sentient comedy mask it now wore. Though even a temporary cooperation between the two might have its benefits, SCP-682 had no intention of remaining bound with the possessive mask for longer than it needed, and in much the same vein, SCP-035 was only proposing such a partnership to avoid being removed from perhaps one of the few beings that could wear it for an extended period of time without being dissolved entirely. Outside in the containment chamber, the Foundation personnel had been instructed to remove SCP-035 from the reptile, despite concerns that the sudden removal of the mask would cause the monster to enter a rage state. The possessive mask was now fused with the flesh of SCP-682 through its specialized protrusion, and the Foundation's fear was that the longer the pair of anomalies stayed bonded, the more the hard-to-destroy reptile would be able to adapt against other powerful SCPs. So, Research Assistant Verheiden had been ordered to increase the acid contents of the tank to full capacity, hopefully burning the tissue connecting the reptile and the mask to each other. Before the white porcelain of SCP-035 could slip under the rising acid, a clawed arm reached up over the boiling vat and pulled the research assistant under. Screaming, he landed in the tank with a splash, followed by a rapid hiss. Clambering up out of its containment tank, the hybrid of SCP-682 and SCP-035 roared as the combined creature freed itself from containment. In the chamber below, all hell broke loose. Security officers reached for their weapons, not even waiting for the order before they opened fire. Bullets pinged off the porcelain comedy mask that was embedded in the top of the reptile's head, barely scratching the surface and unable to pierce the monster's scales. Some guards charged in, only for the reptile to spew a molten black substance from the specialized glands in its mouth. It was channeling the corrosive secretions from SCP-035 into a weapon, the resulting ooze dissolving the security team as they approached, stopping their futile attempt to recontain it before they could even try. Witnessing this, knowing their own imminent deaths were near, researchers and remaining Foundation security turned heel and ran for their lives, as containment breach alarms blared through the facility. Although both anomalies were secretly intending to betray one another, for now SCP-682 and SCP-035 were free to unleash their combined, monstrous form on the humans they both hated the most, their captors, the SCP Foundation. Ever since she was in high school, Faith had dreamed of moving out and finally getting a place of her own. It wasn't that she didn't love her parents. She did, but they were always around, always coming into her room without knocking, telling her when to go to bed, when to wake up, not to eat dinner in front of the TV. In college, she had some welcome independence, but she had to live with roommates. Again, they were perfectly nice people. Some of them she even considered good friends, but she hated having to share her space, having to come home from a long day of classes and see someone else's dishes piled up in the sink, to have someone else's music keeping her awake at night, to delay her morning shower because someone else had gotten there first. So she was thrilled when a few years after graduating, she got a new job at a marketing company that would finally let her afford a place by herself. At last, she could have some peace, some quiet, and most importantly, some privacy. Faith spent all day moving furniture and unpacking boxes, turning the little apartment into a real home. It wasn't much, just a main room she used as a bedroom and living room, a bathroom, and a basic little kitchen. But it was all hers. And all of the little personal touches she'd put together really made it feel like the place was meant for her. There was the orange couch she'd picked up at a vintage store downtown, the coffee table she'd gotten for free from her last roommate, framed pictures of her family and friends, a bed with linens in her favorite color, light blue, and lots of potted plants. Over time, she would find even more things, more little personal touches to liven up the space. Now, how to celebrate her new home? Her gas wasn't on yet, so she couldn't cook anything, but that was the perfect excuse to order in. 30 minutes or less later, she was kicking back on her couch with a large cheese pizza, watching a scary movie on her TV. No one would ask to switch it over to The Bachelor. No one would take the last slice while she was in the bathroom. It was perfect. Finally, a little piece of heaven, an introvert's paradise. As she finished her first meal in the new place, she felt her eyes beginning to grow heavy, the day of strenuous unpacking catching up with her body. Just as she was thinking about calling it a night, a pale-faced monster appeared out of nowhere on screen, terrifying the movie's main character and making Faith jump, spilling her soda all over the coffee table. "Damn it!" she groaned. Already she'd made a mess, but hey, she tried to look on the bright side. It was yet another first to break in the apartment. She grabbed a kitchen towel to mop up the soda, and when she returned to the main room, she froze. There was something in the window, standing out against the darkness outside. At first, she thought it was a reflection, a trick of the light, but as she slowly approached the window, eyes wide and hands trembling, she got a better look. There was a face, a little difficult to make out, as if it were peering out of the shadows, but unmistakable nonetheless. It was pale, human, vaguely resembling a strange man with dark circles under his eyes, and he was looking right at her. She didn't scream. She was too terrified to make a sound. She stared at the face for a long moment, waiting for it to do something, anything. After several moments of the tensest staring contest of her life, she blinked. The face didn't budge. You need to leave," she finally spoke, surprising herself as she did. "If you don't get out of here, I'm calling the cops." Again, the face did nothing. "Do you hear me?" Her voice climbed in pitch, her heart pounding against the inside of her chest. Who was he? What did he want? She became vaguely aware of the fact that she couldn't see the rest of the man's body, just his face, looking at her with a neutral expression, a look of vague curiosity, like someone watching a caged animal at the zoo might have. It was then she remembered something that made her blood run cold, made the towel drop from her hands as her stomach sank. She lived on the 3rd floor. Her apartment had no balcony, no fire escape he could have climbed up. Whatever was looking at her through her window, it was no ordinary peeping Tom. She couldn't say how long she stared at the face, its unblinking eyes, its inscrutable expression. She moved closer to the window step by step, until she was almost nose to nose with the thing. She couldn't think of it as a person, though it looked like one. Mostly. She should run screaming out the door, looking for some kind of help, but what would she say? That there was a floating face looking at her through the window? What if it was somehow all in her head? Some sort of hallucination brought on by exhaustion and the stress of the move. She raised a fist and, following a passive instinct, rapped on the glass. She didn't know what she expected, for it to blink, to move, to knock back, to say something, but nothing happened. It just stayed there, as if it were part of the window itself. Faith pulled the curtains closed, hiding the strange face from view. With any luck, it would be gone in the morning. She had worked hard to get this apartment, and she would be damned if she let some strange thing, whatever it was, drive her out of her new home. But as she climbed into bed and pulled the covers up to her chin, she could still feel its gaze on her, as if it could see through the thick fabric of the curtains. She rolled over onto her side, her back to the window, and tried her best to forget about it, to shake that horrible feeling of being observed. She lay there for hours, eyes open, heart racing. But finally the exhaustion won, and she slipped away into sleep. She didn't dream at all that night. It was as if she closed her eyes and seconds later, it was morning. She woke to the beep of her alarm, feeling as if she hadn't rested at all. The first thing she did was climb out of the bed and go to the window. Carefully, tentatively, she opened the curtains. She let out a sigh of deep relief. The face was gone. She must have imagined it after all. A bit concerning, but as long as it didn't happen again, she wouldn't have anything to worry about. Lack of sleep does strange things to the mind after all. No longer plagued by the fear of that strange face, Faith hopped into the shower and let the worries of the previous night wash away, disappearing down the drain. She brushed her teeth, dried her hair, did her makeup, and dressed for work. After a banana and a quick cup of coffee, she was out the door. Work was exceptionally busy that day, and it pushed any memory of the oddity in the window out of her mind entirely. She was even feeling good enough to accept her friend's offer to grab a drink after work. They met up at a bar down the street from her new place, sharing cocktails, memories, and a plate of onion rings. It was a perfect, lovely evening. By the time she got home, savoring the click of the key in the lock as she let herself into her quiet little sanctuary, she had completely forgotten about the unusual apparition. She swung the door open and rushed to dump herself onto the couch for a bit of TV before bed. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw it. The face, back in its previous place, staring at her from the darkness outside. She gasped at the sight, her scream catching in her throat. It was just as she remembered it. Wait, no, something was different. What was it? She clapped her mouth in horror as she identified the change. Its expression was different. Gone was the vaguely interested, neutral expression. Now, it was smiling at her. Not a pleasant smile, not a warm, friendly smile. A wicked smile, twisted and cruel. It knew she was afraid, that she'd been hoping it was gone forever, and it was enjoying itself. Her hands were shaking, nervous sweat beading on her brow. "What do you want from me?" she whispered, staring into its eyes. They didn't move, but they glittered with malicious glee just the same.
What do you want from me?
She repeated, her voice rising to a shout. "Shut up!" her next-door neighbor yelled, banging on the wall. "It's after midnight!" She couldn't bring herself to respond. She had more important things to attend to. Her stomach turned, bile rising in her throat. Would the face be gone again in the morning? Would it come back again at night? Was the apartment haunted, possessed by a specter doomed to reside in her window forever? Was that why the rent had been so affordable? Or maybe it was her. Maybe this thing had been drawn to her. Or maybe she was losing her mind, unaccustomed to living alone, and her sanity was slipping away. She shivered at the thought. What was worse, if the face was all in her head, or if it wasn't? Rather than attempt to answer the question gnawing at her, she closed the curtains. Out of sight, out of mind, she thought. She would have to keep the curtain closed, possibly forever. It was better than seeing that damned face grinning that horrible grin. But as she tried to settle in for another restless night, she could feel its eyes boring into her, burning into her skull. She had never felt so uneasy before. She prepared for cockroaches, for black mold, and for burglars, but not for this. This was something outside of her understanding, outside of reality itself. "Just don't look," she whispered to herself. "Just don't look at it." It became part of her daily routine. Wake up, ignore the window, go to work, try to forget about the window, get home, try desperately not to think about the window. She could always feel it, though. As soon as the sun went down, though, she kept the curtains closed. She knew it was there. She thought about checking to see what face it was making this time, but she couldn't bring herself to look. Gradually, her condition worsened. She woke up to a tightness in her chest, panic attacks that wrecked her body, and felt like her heart might stop beating. Her stomach would ache. She struggled to keep food down. One morning, she rushed to the bathroom and spat up blood. The effect began to follow her out of the apartment, too, far away from the face's dwelling. She would sit at her desk, struggling to focus on marketing campaigns and pitches, and she would feel a sudden pain in her stomach, forcing her to double over and groan with agony. She would see flickers of the pale face in her peripheral vision, turning to look, only to find there was nothing there. When she walked down the hall to the elevator or down the street outside her building, she would feel as if someone was following her. She never saw anyone, never heard any footsteps coming up behind her, but she could never shake off the sensation. Soon, even her formerly dreamless nights of sleep, as fitful as they had been, became unsafe. She would toss and turn, sweating through her sheets, as her subconscious was tormented by chilling visions and terrible nightmares. She would dream of walking down a long, dark hallway that seemed to go on forever, and something coming up behind her, trying to grab her and drag her away. It would chase her, wide dark eyes and long, long limbs grasping at her, as she ran and ran but never escaped. Other times she would dream of being locked in a damp basement, chained to a wall as the pale creature sat in a chair across from her, just watching, waiting for something, though she didn't know what. Every night, another nightmare that made her wake up screaming, fighting off invisible attackers. After 2 weeks of living in hell, she decided to look out the window again. She had to see, had to know. That night, when she opened the curtains, it was there, mouth wide open, eyes glinting. It was laughing at her. Screw the deposit, enough was enough. She wanted her home back. She picked up the heavy lamp on her bedside table, wound it up, and threw it out the window with all her might. The glass shattered. Little crystalline shards sprang in every direction as the lamp flew through the air, out the window and down to the street below. And just like that, the face was gone. She checked every other window in place, the little one in the bathroom, the peephole on her door, but it was nowhere to be found. She was free. Her knees gave out and she collapsed to the floor, her face in her hands, and wept from sheer relief. Tomorrow she would clean up the broken glass and spin her landlord a story about a freak accident. Someone would come to fix the window, and it would be the best money she had ever spent. Eventually the whole ordeal would fade away from memory like a bad dream, but somewhere out there, someone else was living the nightmare all over again, looking out a darkened window to see an unwelcome guest. The entity known as SCP-965. SCP-965 is a phenomenon affecting framed windows. When it appears, it manifests in the shape of a shadowy face, belonging to a pale man staring in through the window. The details of the man's face vary from person to person, as well as his apparent age and the direction he is facing. However, all reports point to the same figure at various ages, ranging from 10 to 55. The Foundation has attempted to use facial recognition software to identify a citizen matching the description of this figure, but so far, no one has been found. SCP-965 will not appear in just any window. It will only manifest when the lighting on the outside of the window drops below illumination of 5 candelas. The lighting on the inside of the window does not have any measurable effect. The face will only appear in the confines of a completely assembled window frame, though the window does not necessarily need to be installed anywhere. It will only move from one glass pane to another if its original point of manifestation is destroyed. The face can be seen from an outside vantage point, though it has been described by observers as looking away into the room. When SCP-965 first appears to someone, it produces feelings of unease, anxiety, and low-grade paranoia. Anyone within the visual range of the affected window will experience these feelings, even if the window is covered by curtains or any other means. Any individual that sleeps in an area visible to SCP-965's manifestation point will begin to experience difficulty sleeping, suffering from upsetting and disturbing dreams. However, this is not the endpoint of the entity's impact on those it appears to. At a point between 3 and 10 nights of sleep after its initial appearance, the entity's facial expression will begin to shift into a noticeable smile. After this shift, the victim's symptoms will become physical as well as mental, including ulcers and intestinal bleeding, heartburn, abdominal pain, and even vomiting blood. This has been attributed to the entity's influence on the human body's reaction to heightened levels of stress and fear. The subjects that reach this stage of exposure to SCP-965 begin to see its face in windows in their dreams, as well as spotting it in their peripheral vision while going about their waking life. They begin to see the face out of the corner of their eye, even when the affected window is nowhere in sight. These additional sightings are accompanied by lingering feelings of paranoia and the sensation that something is following or watching them. Though the entity has never made a sound and does not move while it is visible, it can disappear and reappear in different poses. It has also displayed notable signs of sentience, appearing disappointed when it manifests in an empty room, and angry if it sees someone who broke its previous window. When presented with one of the agents who first brought it into custody, the entity appeared frightened for the first time. Testing involving SCP-965, involving the destruction of its host window, confirmed that a multi-paned window might act as multiple holding zones, but significant damage to its overall structure keeps it from being a viable replacement. In this particular case, the entity manifested in a nearby experimentation chamber's observation window, which was promptly destroyed in order to prevent any potential breaches. For a month following this incident, the entity manifested with noticeably hostile facial expressions, clearly resentful of its treatment. Only one other notable incident has occurred so far during the course of SCP-965's containment by the SCP Foundation. Dr. L, the rest of her name has been redacted from the official file, was the head researcher assigned to SCP-965 for several months before she filed an official request for transfer to a different test subject. She was beginning to experience intrusive visions of SCP-965 and lingering feelings of paranoia, lasting long after she left the Foundation's site. Her symptoms were consistent with those of someone who had slept in the presence of the entity, though she swore up and down she had never napped or slept at all in the vicinity of the affected window. She was temporarily relieved of her duties and provided with psychological care. So far, no other instances of SCP-965 impacting staff who have not slept in its presence have been reported, but this case set an unsettling precedent. The mental health of anyone assigned to SCP-965 is to be strictly monitored in case it expands its influence again. SCP-965 is contained within a framed, ready-to-install window made up of 6 panes of clear glass or other comparable material at a size of at least 15 centimeters by 30 centimeters. The window must be kept in an environmentally controlled storage facility, capable of withstanding earthquakes and other seismic activity. The window must be inspected at least once a week in order to check the integrity of the material. Additionally, at least 2 identical framed windows must be stored in the same facility, in separate chambers with additional insulation. Any lighting in the containment chamber should be kept at a minimum of 130 candelas at any time personnel are inside, with the exception of research and experimentation. Though SCP-965 is currently contained, the Foundation is unable to control its movement should its current window be destroyed. Therefore, SCP-965 is classified as Euclid. Scopophobia is the fear of being watched or looked at by others. Those suffering from this fear will often avoid windows, terrified of who might be standing on the other side, staring in and keeping track of everything they do. Even those of us without scopophobia might find ourselves feeling a prickle of dread while looking out the window at night, watching for a shadowy figure or a ghastly face pressed to the glass. Most of the time, of course, there is no one there. It's just an overactive imagination, the lingering effect of watching one too many scary movies. But eventually, your luck might just run out. One night when the world falls quiet and you go to close the curtains before you go to sleep, just in case, you might just feel that someone is right there, on the other side of that thin pane of glass, staring at you with wide, unblinking eyes. It won't ever come inside, but it isn't going anywhere. And as long as you are where it can see you, you will never know peace again.
What was that? A face? Just as quickly as I'd glimpsed it, it was gone. It was cold as death and twice as dark in here. Seriously, I'd never been anywhere so dark. It was more than just the absence of light. It was like walking through thick black water, only able to see inches in front of my face. Things moved slower than they should have. Every step I took further down towards some unknowable destination, the darker and colder it got. I found myself wondering, is this what dying feels like? Slipping down further into nothingness, step by step through darkness that never ends? It was a stairway, like Jacob's ladder, except instead of up to heaven, it was a one-way trip straight down. There was some distant, tinny whirring noise that I couldn't quite make out, the way things sound when you're drowning. I didn't know what possibility was scarier, that the steps just went on forever and I'd be walking until my bones turned to dust, or that something would be at the bottom, waiting for me in the dark. The deeper I got, the more I got this sense that the latter was true. The way you can feel yourself being watched or sense someone standing behind you. That evolutionary holdover from when humans still took part in the world of predators and prey, and we were not the predators. Some part of us is just built to know when true danger is lurking nearby, or down below, patient and hungry. I could feel its malice rising up the stairs towards me, the way people in a skyscraper catching fire can feel the heat coming up from below, and know it's already too late for them. For the first time, my eyes came into focus, and I made something out in the distance. When I realized what it was, and worse, how strikingly familiar it was, all I could do was scream. That's when I woke up, drenched in sweat and relieved to see the darkness of the stairway replaced by bright morning lights shining in through my bedroom window. My brother Steve was standing there with a concerned look on his face. He told me I'd been screaming in my sleep and asked me if I'd been having that dream again. It made me feel like an idiot, but I had to nod and tell him, yes, it was the same one. This weird nightmare I've been having day after day, and despite it almost always being the same thing, it somehow never got any less frightening. There was no way to even describe the profound sense of dread I felt walking down those stairs and finally seeing what was waiting for me below, even though I could never actually remember what it was upon waking. Steve told me not to worry about it and toss some clothes onto my bed. He assured me that it was probably just final stress, seeing as we were a mere few months from graduating. I needed to be up and at 'em today. We were touring one of our first choice colleges. My brother and I had always been close. Even if we hadn't been fraternal twins, I think we still would have been best friends. All through elementary, middle, and high school, we were practically joined at the hip. So it only made sense that when we were getting close to graduation, we wanted to go to the same college. We'd be friends to the end, till we were old men on the porch in rocking chairs. It so happened that we were together in the end, just not in the way I'd hoped. The two of us arrived to check out the potential college a few hours later. It was a nice day out. The brightness of the sky and the lush greenery across campus quickly banished the bitter memories of that bad dream. High school hadn't exactly been a picnic for me. I'm the nervous type, if you couldn't already tell. Steve, who was the more outgoing and confident one, always looked out for me. He'd always been there whenever I was dealing with bullies or academic stress. But at college, I felt like I could reinvent myself and become the kind of person I'd always wanted to be. As we hopped from building to building across the tour, checking out the different facilities and attending a few sample lectures and seminars, I was only becoming more confident that college would be the place for me to finally bloom. It was perfect for me. But despite this college being exactly what I'd wanted in terms of lifestyle and academic pursuits, there was a certain stain on its reputation. If any university is around long enough, or any building at all for that matter, weird incidents are bound to accumulate. Some places have ghost or cryptid sightings. This college had disappearances, not just one or two. 6 different students and 1 janitor had disappeared from the campus. The people had nothing in common except for the fact that they frequented the college. Ages, races, genders, and majors varied across all the missing people, and none of them had known each other. No notes were given, no clues discovered, no remains ever found. A number of the cases are even still open today. It's a frightening thought that people can just drop off the face of the earth like that and never be found. There are over 500,000 missing person cases in the United States back in 2020 alone. It's more common than you think. Still, I comforted myself with the knowledge that thousands of new students came in and out of the college every year, and only a handful of disappearances. What were the chances that something bad would ever happen to me? Though, to be fair, every person who actually did disappear in their last moments thought, what are the chances something like this would happen to me too? We were several hours into the tour when the coffee Steve had on the way over finally caught up with him. He needed to go. Bad. So he asked our tour guide whether there was a bathroom anywhere around here. She told him that he could find one pretty easily on the ground floor of any administrative building nearby. In the meantime, we'd be making our way over to Lecture Hall 2B, so he could simply catch up with us there once he was done. Steve left, and I didn't think anything of it at the time. I was too wrapped up in the tour. It was only half an hour later, when we were finishing up and preparing to leave Lecture Hall 2B, that his absence from the group suddenly became a lot more noticeable. I started feeling nervous. He'd just gone to the bathroom. What could be taking so long? I ran through all the more rational explanations in my head. Maybe there was a long line. Maybe the bathroom was out of order when he got there and he needed to find another one. Maybe he got a little lost on the way there. Maybe he got a little lost on the way back. There were so many perfectly rational reasons he wasn't with us right now. But as the minutes dragged on, each one felt a little less likely, and a dark pit of dread began to form in my stomach. It wasn't long before I alerted the tour guide. Naturally, she tried to calm me down, saying how likely it is that he'd just gotten lost. Steve was a smart kid. He was thinking of going to this college after all, so he must be smart. There was a smattering of laughter from the tour group. Still, she put the word out to her fellow staff members, and the search began. Despite trying my best to avoid panicking, the stats about all those disappearances just kept flashing through my mind. What if we were the unlucky ones?
What if Steve had actually disappeared just like the others and I'd never see him again? As the hours marched on and he still wasn't found, that was all I could think about. I didn't want to lose him. I tried calling his cell phone and texting him countless times but got no response. You can only imagine my relief when I suddenly got a call from him, though when I heard the content of the call, that relief quickly disappeared. The reception was patchy, and his voice had a strange echo to it, like he was somewhere deep and cavernous. There was this other noise in the background too, this strange tinny whine that felt oddly familiar. I only caught a few words from him before the call cut out.
The door! Stay away! It keeps going! Something down here! Don't come looking! Oh God!
If I was scared before, I was utterly mortified now. I couldn't just leave my brother in a situation like this, no matter what he told me to do. I had to find him somehow, I just had to. Nobody else seemed to take it seriously, but I somehow knew he was in the most terrible danger. That's when I decided to head to the one place I believed he would be, the administrative building. It was such an unremarkable little building, hardly the kind of place where you'd expect some terrible secret to be hiding. But dangerous things often hide in plain sight. Things like the door. It was one of those things from Steve's message that had stuck in my head. The door. Call it instinct, call it intuition, call it blind, dumb luck. But when I was standing in front of an average-looking door in that unremarkable administrative building, I knew I was staring at the exact door that my brother had been talking about. It radiated bad vibes. Dark energy was practically humming off of it, but I wouldn't let that stop me. Perhaps I was stupid, going in without help. While it's easy to criticize from the safety of your home, it's worth remembering we do silly things when we're afraid. And I mean, this was my brother we're talking about here. No one in the world was more important to me than him. No one. The second I entered the room beyond the door, something changed. It was like stepping into another world entirely. The air was thick and oppressive. The floor below me and the walls around me were ungodly cold. But most remarkable of all was the dark. Even my phone's flashlight at full power barely made a dent. I don't think I'd ever seen anything so truly impenetrably dark. Outside of a certain nightmare, anyway. That was when I finally realized where I was standing. At the top of the stairs. Those stairs. The stairs that had been haunting my restless sleep. A single winding stairwell down into the void. Every part of me wanted to run and scream and hide, but I couldn't. I knew that if it were me trapped down there, Steve wouldn't have hesitated. He would have charged down there and helped me. Now I had to do the same for him. After all, we all know that in real life there's no such thing as monsters, and how deep could a staircase really go anyway? That question was soon put to the test as I descended down into the pit. I counted 13 steps each time before reaching a small platform. There were strange markings and scratches on the wall the further I descended. Every footstep I took echoed on and on and on. I must have been walking for a solid 15 minutes, traveling impossibly deep, when I finally heard something else. I called out Steve's name, but quickly realized it wasn't him. It was a little girl, weeping, a few 100 feet below. I couldn't tell if she was afraid, in pain, or both, but hearing it put ice in my veins. What the hell was going on down there? Had whoever taken her taken Steve too? What exactly was I dealing with? These were the questions racing through my mind as I got deeper and deeper into the belly of the beast. Time ceased to matter as the flights went on and on beneath me, even descending into deeper, colder darkness. I was literally walking into my own nightmare, but seeing as the only alternative was leaving my brother to die down here, I couldn't do anything else. I was down countless flights of stairs when I finally saw him. He was a distant, pale speck, dithering and afraid. He was a full flight down from me. I was so happy to see him that at first I didn't even notice anything was wrong. But as I got closer, I began to realize that this wasn't the Steve I knew. The dread crept into me, spreading through every cell like a virus. I finally knew why I recognized it. It was the thing from my dreams. The monster whose appearance always brought those terrible nightmares to an end, but what did it mean to see it in real life? It was Steve's face, but it seemed larger and deathly pale. I froze, and as the face drew closer to me, I realized it had no irises, no pupils, no nostrils, and no mouth. It wasn't my brother. It looked like a terrible death-like mask modeled after him. I tried to scream as it appeared right in front of me, just as I had in my dreams, but it was too late. Long, gnarled fingers curled around my torso and crushed my ribs. It was a pain more intense than I thought possible, and soon even my vision went black. As I was dragged down to the darkness below, the last thought on my mind was, "Steve, I'm so sorry I couldn't save you. I couldn't even save myself."
Now go check out SCP-087 The Stairwell and the secret at the bottom of SCP-087 Explained for more takes on the terrifying secret of the stairwell.